We'll turn this around. 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 We'll turn this We'll turn this around. Let me turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around. Let me turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to round two, well, stop two of the LZ World Tour here in Ireland. My name is Dave Egan. I'm joined by my good friend, Officer Dan. Hello, everybody. It is a wet and a little bit treacherous Mondello Park, but it's Ireland. It's as advertised. We are here for a very special event, and we're kicking things off today with our fantasy battles before we head to our main event, Top 16, which everybody is super pumped because, to be honest, it was tougher for us to find good fantasy battles when they were already happening in the Top 16. Dan, it is lined up to be a cracker of a day.
I'm absolutely excited to be here. It is cold and it is wet, like you said. It is as advertised, but conditions seem to be improving? Question mark.
Let's not hold our breath because it is Ireland, it is July, and it's raining. That is the reality of it. But it's been a great equalizer yesterday. We had an amazingly entertaining event where we saw a show car from the paddock, which wasn't supposed to be competing, a 1970s Datsun go all the way to win the Last Chance Top 16.
Insane.
And he just edged out a Formula Drift driver and a stock 350Z.
No big deal. I mean, these are casual things that happen at the LZ World Tour that shouldn't be happening ever.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, while we're up here in the tower, I want to talk you guys through the calendar for this year because we've had one stop and now we've had a second stop, which is here in Ireland, and it is a stacked calendar. We are going all over the world. It's the LZ World Tour. That's the whole point.
It's in the title.
There you go. USA started us. We're here in Ireland. Here's how things are working today. The fantasy battles will be at 12:30. This is GMT. This is local time. We have a track break for 1 hour, 30 minutes. Wherever you can go check out all the cars in the paddock. So we have 400 show cars in there. A lot of trades. Amazing. The scene has just come alive here in Ireland for this event. And the top 16 battles will kick off at 3 p.m. GMT. And then we finish up with the podium. We don't know who's going to be on it. And I feel like it's going to be a very surprising top 3 at 5:45.
I hope it's going to be as surprising as yesterday's battles were.
It was so entertaining to watch. But again, the rain has stopped now. The track dries super quick because the temperatures aren't that cold. But let's have a look at what happened yesterday because we expected it to be a washout, no excitement. And what we got was one of the most fun days of drifting I think I've ever seen in Mondello Park. We had everyone out there in their crazy builds, and this is what this event is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Cars you don't see anymore, people that would never come up against each other in competitive drifting. Let's see what happens. That's what this event is. We should just call it the Let's See What Happens LZ World Tour.
Let's see what happens.
4 rotors, 3 rotors, Corollas. We had everything come onto the track. James Dean debuting his new 4-rotor RX-7. He's going to be driving 2 cars today. He's going to do his fantasy battles in the 4-rotor, and he's going to do his battles in the S14 because he's up against Mr. LZ, and he wants to be ready to rock and roll. We had some crazy drivers from Drift Masters, the Shanahans. We had Dwayne McKeever borrowing cars. We had an Audi Quattro S1 scored an 89 in qualifying with some crazy battles between the likes of Jimmy Oakes and Dean Carney. Where would you see it happen? Look at this. This little Datsun took down Jason from Keep It Reed, and it was a phenomenal battle from both of these guys. Grant Anderson took a stock Z, says I really don't want any sunshine this weekend, as he has 250 horsepower, but he took it all the way to the podium. It was insane. And today we've got some fantasy battles to kick us off, which is basically not only will you see crazy stuff in the top 16, battles you'd never think you'd see, we then just can make them happen. Because you know when you see a bracket come out in a competition and you say, oh, wouldn't it be cool if that happened and this happened?
We get to do that.
We just did that. that. We just said, well, this is what we want to see. We want to see couple v couple. We want to see
car versus
car. We want to see old school versus new school. We want to see young kids versus young. We see it all, and we're going to get it all here as a warm-up for our top 16 at 3:30 today. This is just for fun. The judges today are Kevin O'Connell, Kieran Hines, and our boy Chelsea DeNova, all the way over from the USA. And I'll tell you one thing, we've got another very special man in the pits, and it is Adam Ivel. He's down behind the scenes, making sure we get all the juicy gossip that's going on down there. Let's see if we can check in with Adam and see how he's getting on.
You join me live here in the pits with two very special guests. On my left, I have a man gunning for the man on my right's title from yesterday. World record holder for most times in the gravel, Chris Rudnick, has a contender, Josh from Drift Games. I want to go with Chris first. You got your record yesterday. How are you feeling going into the fantasy battle with Josh today?
Well, first off, let me say, obviously we got knocked out yesterday. We are officially the gravel king. You know, it's 10:30. I'm chilling in bed, dude. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get there for the main event, cheer my homies on. Everything's going to be good. Josh puts in the group chat, Rudnick versus Josh, fantasy battle, get here. I'm like, what the hell? I didn't even get practice. Josh, are you practicing?
I got every single lap of practice this morning. More than enough.
Look, let me ask you this. Did you spin out?
Yep, a few times.
See, I told you, we got a big battle for that championship on the line. Gravel Kings going live. Boys, get in your car, get to the line. I think there's some people that need some haircuts. Back to the boys in the tower.
Thanks, Adam. So we have got Josh from Drift Games competing against his own car, which Chris Rudnick is driving. So he has both cars on the grid. This will be an emotional battle for Josh Holdsworth because he has to go close, but then if he goes too close, he wrecks both his cars.
Yeah, and if you remember from the first round of the LZ, or maybe this was the Invitational, where we had the fantasy battles, and it was Adam's car versus other things versus other things. So now Josh is on that level.
Yeah, but I'll tell you one thing. He doesn't have the bank account to back up this amount of bravery. I can guarantee you that. Well, I'll tell you one thing. So what we've got is on the line right now. We have probably to kick us off, because everybody here in Mondello Park and everybody at home is probably feeling a little bit damp, a little bit deflated in the audience. We're about to heat it up a little bit because you know what's fun? 4 rotors are fun. Do you know what are also fun? 3 rotors are fun.
3 rotors with turbos.
With turbos. So I think, you know what we'll do to kick us off? Why don't we put 7 rotors on the track?
7 rotors.
So we have got Axel Hildebrand in the 3-rotor Corvette up against James Dean in the 4-rotor RX-7. Where would you ever see this happen? This is going to be one of the craziest, loudest battles we've ever heard before.
Sounding battles. I think the sound of this thing is just going to blow people's minds, and speakers and headsets and
all of the noise, none of the torque. This is what's about to happen. So James Dean debuting this RX-7. He basically just put it out the box yesterday, and he said, I haven't done alignment, I haven't done brakes. He broke a steering rack yesterday, so he said the car, not 100%, but he said, I am not going to deny the viewers and the people here at Mondello hearing this thing at full chat. And Axel Hildebrand, he's got a 3-rotor turbo in a Corvette, full carbon Kevlar.
also new.
Also a new car. So yesterday was his first ever competition day in the car. So both of these cars are pretty much brand new out the box for competition. Axel has the car built for demos about a year, but this is going to be a big task to take on the machine, James Dean. And James said that he's driving the car a little wounded, but he said, I'll tell you one thing, every steering component can be broken on this, but I'm still sending it around that track.
What a man. What a man.
Well, you know what? I think if we gave him a wheelbarrow, I'd say he'd
be fine.
He'd be pretty
probably
okay.
Win, and it would make everybody angry. But that's just James Dean.
That's James Dean, and we're getting to see this straight off the bat. If you guys in Mondello Park are ready for our fantasy battles, let me hear you. A little bit quiet. They need to be warmed up.
Quiet.
Do you know what's not quiet? This battle. It's going to be pretty wild. James Dean warming up. So this is a 4-rotor NA, so this is no turbo on this car. This is his old competition car. In 2011, when Larry Chen was here, he was driving this particular car with an SR20 in it. That was his pro car at the time. And he put it away for a little while. He had a Mazworks SR 2.2 in it. He made about 600 horsepower on a SR 20. And now,
risky.
Yeah, but instead, what's riskier than that? Let's put a rotary in it.
Yeah.
So you've got a wide body RX-7 with the engine that should come in it, bolted to another engine that should come in it, and put them together, and that's what you get here essentially. If you're new to the rotary game, each rotary turbo comes with 2 rotors. James put 4 in this car, and Axel, well, there's definitely no rotors coming in a Corvette. It's a V8. So very unusual machines here. The fantasy battle, and we are going to send them for the first time today. It is James Dean versus Axel Hildebrand. Dan, cover your ears. This one's going to get wild.
This is going to get wild, guys, and I am super excited to see these guys go. Have no idea what the track conditions are. It's changed since we started, but here we go, our first fantasy battle of the day. Alex coming in hot. They're actually making everything work so far, and my goodness, the noises is coming already. Feel sorry for you guys out there. If you have hearing aids in, plug them. So as they come back around, just brapping all the way through, I would venture to say that Mad Mike may be able to hear them from here. My goodness gracious, I can't hear myself think. And we got some smoke.
It sounds like Formula One from 8 years ago. It's
that
incredible.
was a beautiful thing.
So a really good run from Axel and from James there. In these conditions, it's pretty tough out there. This track is super slippy. There's a little bit of oil down. They said it's just almost undrivable, but we're still going to drive it anyway.
And there they are. And I would say that the combined RPM of those two cars at the same time is probably 20-something thousand RPMs.
Ridiculous. And you know what? A pretty solid lap from both. You can see James trying to play catch-up. Axel's car probably a little bit more dialed. He's had a couple of more test sessions. James literally just arrived, started doing alignment, started plumbing the brakes. It was like they literally had the whole team look like they haven't slept in weeks, and I think that is the case. But they wanted to get it here in front of the crowd in Mondello. James Dean always bringing the special sauce to the local audience. He gets a huge cheer here in Mondello Park, and he obviously represents Ireland at Formula Drift. And
very well, I might add.
He's done a few things. He's won a few things, and I think he's won everything is what he's done. But now he's in a 4-rotor RX-7 for fun against Axel. And you know what? Axel's going to be chewing at the bit here saying, I could take James Dean down here in a fantasy battle. That'd be a big statement, wouldn't it?
Hey, when was that time you beat James Dean?
No one can say. Not many people
have
that.
Not many people can say that.
There's a small club. They meet once a year. There's 4 of them. 4 of them that just talk about the time they meet James Dean. That's all it is. So here we go. It's going to be James Dean in the lead position. Axel in the chase. A nice early initiation from James Dean.
Super early. Oh my goodness. And all the way out to angle. Axel is a little further back than I think he was hoping for. Oh my goodness. Those sounds. Those delicious, beautiful sounds coming from both of these cars, and Axel loops it around. What an unfortunate thing for Axel. I don't know, the judges may have a tough time deciding this one. As they blast by, I feel myself having to yell over the top of the sounds of these rotaries just blazing. The Brap Lords have cometh, and here we are at the end of our first fantasy battle.
That is an amazing, amazing sound. And James Dean, I don't even know why I'm going to bother talking right now. Nobody here can hear anything.
We can't hear a thing.
The most aggressive braps I've ever heard from a car in my life. Mondello Park, give it up for Axel, Hildebrand, and James Dean.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Well, they are awaiting the result from the judges. We'll get a result from them. And we want to hear a little bit more noise from Mondello Park. Grandstands, make some noise for James Dean and Axel Hildebrand, 2 amazing machines on track. Okay, we can't hear anything, but we're going to try and get some communication from the judges. We're going to go over to you, Kevin. Who's getting the call in this fantasy battle? James Dean gets the win.
Kind of an obvious one, I'd say.
I would imagine a little bit of a loop-de-loop from Axel there, knocking him out of the competitive nature, but it's not. Wow.
Yeah, that hurt. That hurt my chest just a little bit. Does not hurt my soul, just my chest. Seven rotor donuts.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Getting a little bit of smoke for the first time today. That's nice.
I have never in my lifetime heard anything quite like that sound in Mondello Park. That is crazy.
Oh, I have never heard that. When are you going to hear that?
That is why you come to Mondello Park this weekend, to hear the sound of our people. Obnoxious, silly engines in silly cars, doing silly things with very silly drivers as well.
Yes, 110%.
Incredible. So we have on the line now a very interesting battle, all Corolla 86 battle. When did you ever think you'd hear this? Luke Fink from Australia versus Adam LZ from the USA in 2 Corollas. One JZ powered in Adam LZ's car and one SR20 powered in Luke Fink's. This is going to be interesting.
Oh, the fanboys are going to love this one. The 86 is not a chassis that you normally see in competition, and here we are in the fantasy battles with 2 of them on the track right now. We got a hatchback versus a coupe. Let's see what they can do. Adam's a little bit further behind than Luke than he wants to be, but he is catching up pretty quickly as they round up into this outer zone. Swinging it back by a little bit slower than they want to go because we are still in the wet. Riding it all the way out to the wall. Luke Fink with a solid lead run. And Adam doing everything he can to keep up. Apparently Luke changed to rain-specific tires, and he said that made all the difference in the world. What a strange concept.
Absolutely. I'm just going to give you a little behind the scenes. So the clutch gradually failing in Adam LZ's 86. So yes, so the
it is currently eating itself alive.
It is eating itself alive. He said there's not much left in it. He just wants to put a show on for the fans. He's hoping to still make it to his battle with James Dean, but the clutch slipping badly in the car simply because the way the car is set up to take the clutch out, one, the clutch is not available in the country, but two, you have to drop the whole engine out of the car to get to the clutch.
Yeah, that's not happening in a quick period of time.
No, so he said, I'm just going to keep running it. Hopefully it stays together, and if not, he said he'll borrow something else if he needs to come back out later on.
I'm sure there are plenty of cars. I heard of a super well-tuned 350Z.
Stock 350Z? It might be too competitive.
Too competitive.
Yeah, too competitive.
I get it. That's a hard car to just jump in and drive.
Yeah, you can't just jump in a standard 350Z expect to handle all of that amazing power.
No,
so we're going back to the start line. Luke Fink, he had a little bit of a straight in there though as well. It looked like he didn't expect the grip to be there.
He did. And again, he's on those new tires, which is a totally different thing for him. He said it was a game changer. He didn't know that rain tires existed, and neither did I, to be honest.
In a country where there's lots of rain, there's rain tires. There you go.
That's a thing.
So it is going to be Luke Fink now in the chase position, Adam LZ in the lead position. It is just for pride. This is just warming us up for the main event. This is just fun battles that we wanted to see. 2 8.6s and 2 legends of the game. Here we go.
All right, Adam initiating in, again having some clutch issues. Hopefully that doesn't come into play, and Luke is putting a little bit more pressure on than Adam was able to do, which is exactly what Luke is known for, what Luke is fantastic at doing. He's one of the best follow drivers, I would say, on the planet. As these 8.6s are rounding the course, Takumi Fujiwara smiled as they come out and around. Grasping for tofu, grasping for straws. That was a solid run from both of those guys.
Really good run, and amazing to see 2 8.6s back battling in Mondello Park. I feel like I'm back in 2010 or 11. It's so cool to see. I know the Irish crowd are going to love seeing as many Corollas that are out here this weekend. It's all about it. Guys, give it up for Luke Fink and Adam LZ. As they get out of their cars. Come on, Grandstand. We want to give some noise to these guys. They've traveled a very long way to be here. Give it up for Luke Fink and Adam LZ one more time.
Getting that big men in tiny cars. That's what that is right there.
So we are going to go to our judges in a moment. But let's see what the crowd thinks of this one. Who thinks Luke Fink's won it? Who thinks Adam LZ's won it? We'll see what the judges say. Kieran, who do you guys think has won it?
Luke Fink gets the win.
Luke Fink gets the win. Luke Fink gets the win.
Good job, 8.6 boys. We're proud of you.
Incredible stuff from both of these guys. So Luke Fink gets the win. Adam LZ will be back out for another little spin later on.
He's got a chance to redeem.
He's up against James Dean in the top 16. So we've just seen a whole lot of different car there between a Corolla and a Mazda RX-7. We don't know if James is using the Mazda or the Nissan. We don't know. But we'll see both of these guys out for a couple of more fantasy battles later on. We're just warming things up today. It's starting to cool up a little bit. Seeing some puffs of smoke out there, Dan.
Yep, it's starting to dry up just a little bit. Hopefully we'll get some smoke out of these donuts. Oh, they are putting it on wheels, boys. Touching bumpers, making some beautiful noises. These guys do love putting on a show. I mean, that's the reason why we're here, is because of that man in the orange 8.6. Luke Fink doing some more donuts. That one looked a little more accidental than the other ones. I'm pretty sure he just spun out, but we're going to let that one slide.
So we have got, what, we got 7 rotor battle.
7 rotors.
Fink versus LZ. And now, this is another huge fantasy battle. We just wanted to see it. Jimmy Oakes versus Hurt.
Just because.
Just because we wanted it. Not because there's any rhyme or reason. It doesn't have to have. We just said, wouldn't it be cool to see Hurt in the Verosa go up against Jimmy now? Jimmy definitely has the faster car here. Hurt is in the big old Verosa. He's having a lot of fun, but he's left about 3 hours before Jimmy off the start line. So let's see how they get on as they come through the gears. The Verosa running 510 horsepower. Both 1JZ cars,
both
similar power.
Yeah. So hopefully Hurt's not going to chuck a 720 entry like he did yesterday. And oh, big understeer from Hurt. Jimmy's like, you know what? I've been doing the same thing all day. I'm going to keep doing that same thing, which is absolutely working for him as they round about. Hurt's got a lot of catching up to do, popping, banging, backfiring all the way through this back straightaway. Shooting off the guns that is that anti-lag system that he's got going on there as they round out. Hurt did actually end up catching up to him, but I don't think that that's going to be enough for that giant mistake down the hill.
Yeah, as I said, that Verosa's a little bit heavier, so he's got that's a full four-door drift car. It's got 3 main hoops. It's got full bucket seats and harnesses in the back. It is a drift taxi we use at some of our Drift Games Bash events. But it only had 400 horsepower about 2 weeks ago. Now it has 520 and makes massive shotgun noises. So we were saying, Hurt, we don't know.
Upgrades all around.
We don't know what it's going to do, but you're the man to test it. If there's a stress tester out there, it's Hurt.
He's gonna break it. He will put it through its paces.
He's gonna find the weak points.
The crazy part is, it's like we don't have this in the U.S. Is you guys' fake headlights with the stickers on them. That's a thing that doesn't exist in the U.S.
Well, when you break enough of them.
I know. Well, we can't get them either.
So we have some cars running fit. The Verosa are running original headlights on that car.
Yes, they're probably way more than that
because
chassis.
Let's be honest, no one wants them. So they're really cheap. So basically, Jimmy from Gary Dunn, local driver, he's borrowed the car, and it is a full comp car. 1JZ sequential gearbox too. So that old left-hand drive, right-hand brake not hurting Jimmy as much because he doesn't have that awkward shift with the left hand. So Jimmy in the chase position, Hurt in the lead. Let's see what happens as they come in over the hill. This is just for fun. We're just warming up. This is just for fun.
Having a good time. Jimmy still has a lot of competing to do, so he's got to maybe take it easy, but we hope he will not. As they come up and over the hill, Hurt chucking her on in. We told him to stay off those rumble strips, and it looks like he did a good job of doing so. And Jimmy is right up in his business as they come into the first outer zone. Let's see what they can do. And Hurt goes careening into the rocks. He didn't lose the bumper yet. That is a fantastic thing because nobody likes. Oh, well, he's snow plowing through that, and that's okay. I think this may be another one of those battles that the judges are going to have to deliberate on for another 25 minutes while we get them back lined up in front of the crowd. Let's see, 360 into the turn. Pulls it off. Hurt's trying, and Hurt's wants to go back. The rocks are calling Hurt's name right now, I think.
We have lost control of the situation here.
Yes, we have. Things are happening. He found the limiter. There's flames shooting out the back of his car. Hurt's doing 180s into burnouts. Oh, he did lose a bit of the bumper there, Dave. I'm sorry, bud.
It's fine. It doesn't matter. Maybe it looks better with no body panels on.
Yeah, I'll get you some duct tape.
Guys,
later.
give it up for Jimmy Oakes and Hurt on track. That's what it's all about. We're going to see. We've got Adam Ivel down there. Adam, you want to have a word with these guys? Because that seemed like it was all out of control from the start. Jimmy spinning. We had Hurt spinning. We had all sorts going on. And they're having a blast down there. Adam, do you want to guys have a chat with? I'll tell you what. I want to hear from Jimmy and Hurt and what happened there.
I'm here with Jimmy Oakes. How did it feel out there? Fantasy battle against Hurt. How was it in this wet track?
Oh, it's patchy. It's bad. Like, it's loose. It's grippy. It's loose again. Me and Hurt are just taking it to the face right now. It was tricky. It was very tricky.
We've got a big crowd here at Mondello Park today. Thank you guys all for coming out. How does it feel to be performing in front of all these people?
This is amazing. I couldn't imagine anything cooler than this. Just being with some of my closest friends and my favorite country, surrounded by such an amazing amount of people. Dude, that's literally all I have to say.
We've been awesome, man. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Hurt.
Oh my God.
You got your very own car out here this weekend. How are you feeling, man, in front of, once again, this amazing crowd here at Mondello Park?
First off, I love Ireland. You guys are amazing. We expected a really wet track. So I'm at 15 PSI in the rear, and it's dry. It's so dry over there. These conditions are crazy. I don't know how you guys do this weather. It's insane.
It's been amazing to watch you out there, guys. Thank you so much. Come on, guys, give it up for these two boys out here. Back to the boys in the tower.
Thank you very much, Adam. And setting the car for full wet, and then you get to the first corner, it's full dry. Welcome to Mondello Park, everybody, and welcome to Ireland, where the rain could be different on the start line. Then we could be in shorts and T-shirt here, and it could be a hurricane on the start line. It is a lot of fun. And Jimmy, and one more time, guys, they came all the way from the USA. Give it up for Jimmy Oakes and Hurt.
Big hugs from those guys. Two great human beings.
Absolutely, and they are just, all smiles. I don't think you can wipe the smile off either of these guys, no matter how the day goes. And you know what, Hurt? We'll allow the bumper. We'll allow it. It's okay. You know what? If that's all we got away with this weekend, we're doing
charge.
No charge. It's fine. And Gary Dunn's car looking pretty okay. A little bit of mud, but it's all right. Everything's okay.
The bumper's been forcefully removed at least 4 or 5 times.
But we need a result. We need a result. We need a result.
Yeah,
we're going to go back to Chelsea DeNova. Chelsea, can you organize that mess for us and tell us who's won?
It was a bit messy. But Jimmy Oakes gets the win.
Jimmy Oakes gets the win. Jimmy gets the win. And as Hurt said, put the car in the wet conditions, and it didn't work out right for him. But he's having a lot of fun out there. It's good to see so many of these international superstars here in Ireland. We really appreciate it, and it's very special. Some twin donuts in the fantasy battles. Oh,
Hurt's exiting early.
There we go. We got it going.
He's like, I'm just going to go over here and do my own thing. There's those backfires. Pops, he's going to blow that bumper off is what's going to happen. That's aimed at you guys in the grandstands.
Guys, give it up for Hurt one time in the Verosa. I have never heard that car make those noises. He just, he found a thing in there. He found a switch.
There it is. That was all of it.
That was all of the shotgun noises. And if you're a farmer or local, all of the birds have now left your field because they are very afraid. So there's another battle lining up on the start line. This is an interesting one because we got two guys who are in borrowed cars again this weekend. We got Nate Hamilton, the winner of our Stop 1 in Englishtown in his own V8. 240 SX, but now he's in a very similar chassis on the wrong side of the car because it's a 1 Series BMW, so this is totally opposite. He's gone from all V8 to a Turbo 1UZ. He said he's having a blast all weekend. He's going to get Grant in the stock 350Z, which seems to be the kryptonite for everybody this weekend.
Let's see, this is probably the best setup car out here as Grant is coming in with the quickness. Man, that was a bold move, and it's paying off so far, and he is putting the gap to Little Tex over there. Little Tex got a lot of catching up to do as they swing around that first outer zone. Struggling. You can see the differences in grip happening live in front of everybody as they come across these walls. Little Tex doing everything he can to keep up with the most powerful car on the grid. I just think that maybe that car needs another turbo, maybe some nitrous. I don't know what it needs, but there's no way it's going to keep up with the stock Z.
Look, the track is drying. So the drier it gets, the quicker that Z is going to get when it gets all that grip of 250 horsepower down. It's struggling in the wet just to get all that torque down on the circuit. But if he can get a little dry conditions in that Z, he's going to wind it up. I think I heard James Dean saying they're making some big setup changes to the car just to try and adapt to that 350Z's monumental torque from standard.
I wouldn't even have one spotter. I'd have to have two spotters if I was going up against that.
One for each rear tire.
Every single angle.
That
get all the data.
Yeah, so we were telling you guys yesterday that 350Z, that's our bash car that we sold. And we brought it here to give it to the new owner.
So you're borrowing it to borrow it to somebody
So what I've
else.
done is delay the transaction just until 6 p.m. this evening. And I'm not sure if the car is going to go up or down in value. Up if it's doing well, bad if it's in the wall. So we'll see how it goes.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah,
you were a bold man.
Well, you know what? I didn't expect it to be out on track. So you know what?
It's on a podium.
It's
to boot.
It's having a great time.
It and Grant are both having the best of times.
They're having a great time. So Grant in the stock 350Z, he'll be up later on in our top 16 battles. We've got Nate Hamilton now in the lead position. So can he tie it together? Let's see what happens. He's in that 1 Series. I said it's got a Toyota V8 with a turbo. A very unusual build, but something quite common out here in Europe. You guys in the US might not see a whole lot of these, but here we go.
Here we go. And as they blast up, he is on him, and you can tell again that little bobble right there from Lil Tex, and he's trying to surge in with that Z, and it looks like it may be too gripped up for his own good as they round this outer. Lil Tex actually putting it to the metal. Let's see what they can do. Grant is like, oh no, my goodness gracious, and for zero reasons whatsoever, Nate Hamilton seems to have spun out.
I'm not sure what's happening now. This got a little sketchy very fast there.
I thought he was going to crash into him. He thought he was going to crash into him. The marshal thought he was going to crash into him.
Grant's left, even though he should come back for the result. It's just a little chaos on track now.
He's doing a celebratory lap.
He's got to do a cool down lap because all that torque and horsepower needs a lot of airflow to cool it down after the run. So the Z there just needing a little bit more air.
I don't know where Nate Hamilton. Come back, bud. We need you. Your people need you.
Yeah, I think Nate is crawling back into the pit lane. And not sure if the car has broken or something has happened. No, he seems to be going okay. Well, this is going to be an easy decision for the judges because there's only one car. So we'll see how this one goes. So it could go either way here. So Kieran, who's won the battle?
I think we'll go with the car that's there.
So the car that's there has won. So Grant Anderson gets the win. Adam, you're down with Grant. That was a little chaotic there towards the end.
We good? Grant, what an awesome weekend for you, man. I want to know what just happened there at the end.
I have no clue. So I saved it,
I went to pull up next to him, and his foot must have slipped off the clutch or something. I was just as confused as you guys were. So
it was an excellent save to begin with, anyway. But
yeah, and then I got hit still, so it doesn't really matter. But
so you had to jump in this car yesterday for the first time. You've really looked like you bonded with it on this really difficult layout. How does it feel? Right-hand drive, 350Z, stock power.
It feels great. Kind of upset it's not raining right now. It really threw me for a loop. But other than that, I just need to get used to the patchy conditions, and I think I should be all right.
We're looking forward to seeing you out for the rest of the day, dude. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Guys, get up all the way from the US. Get for Grant Anderson in the Drift Games 350Z, which thought it would have an easy weekend. It's having a pretty tough one out there.
It's having a tough but good weekend, and that we have the best sounding cars on the grid. That, however, is not one of them.
I'll be honest with you, the VQ does sound like Chewbacca being strangled a little bit.
I would 100% concur.
So now we've got a very interesting battle. So we've got two almost identical cars, which are both owned by the Falvey family.
So it's the same people that have these cars.
Yes, so dad and son team, but the dad is not here because he's at a wedding. So he said, well, I'm not going to be there. You might as well let Jason Ferron from Keep It retake the car for a fantasy battle and a bit of fun. So all the way from Australia, I can't tell which one is which.
I don't either until they come around. And here we go, two white S15s coming around the corner. Windshield wipers are on, so it looks like it may still be drizzling out there. We got Keep It Reet putting the pressure on as they come into the first outer zone. This is the kind of battles we are looking to see. The judges may actually have something to judge on this one. Big angle as they flick back towards the wall. They are keeping it Reet. Two very, very similar chassis with slightly different liveries and colors.
Exactly. So, guys, I'm just going to a little round of applause for the lead driver here, Conor Falvey, 15 years of age, Irish driver. In a big stage like this, we want to give him a bit of a round of applause as he comes through. Going up against an experienced pro in Jason Ferron, but not so experienced in this car, so it balances off.
Yeah, this is
Conor Falvey, if I'm not mistaken, qualified third yesterday.
Yes.
So we had FD drivers, Drift Masters drivers, huge personalities from the interwebs.
And amateurs.
Complete
amateurs.
And he came third in qualifying, and he's up against Archie Hammer in the Datsun, who won yesterday.
Who is a weapon. That nobody knew that he was a weapon. He is an absolute weapon.
We don't know. I mean, if we get a stock Z and that Datsun in the final today, I think we can turn the clock back 15 years, start again, rip up drifting, get to the credit scene and say we completed it, we've run out of ideas, we're back where we started.
We got Drifting 2 coming up next.
Drifting 2. Stay tuned. It's the prequel. This is like a prequel for drifting, a flashback.
Let's go.
Yeah, so here's 2011 for a little while, and then we're going to go back to where we are. So we have Jason and Conor on the start line again. So it was a good run, really smooth from Conor in the lead. Jason doing a good job in the chase. This is going to be a little bit more tough for the judges and for the audience to decide who they think's won this one.
I do believe so. As here we go, more S15 on S15 action. These are very, very capable cars and in the hands of very capable drivers as they're blasting down the hill. You can definitely see conditions are improving. I want to see more smoke. I want to hear more noise. I want to hear more limiter as these guys come around the first outer zone. Lots of surging, lots of rev limiter. Let's see what they can do as they're flicking themselves back towards this wall haphazardly. I can definitely see where there's some pretty slippery spots, but I would say that this is going to be a pretty tough battle to judge. I don't know.
Wow, what about that chase from Conor Falvey? I mean, this guy leaves school and then goes back to school on Monday.
He has his backpack in the passenger seat.
Tomorrow morning he's going into school after being in front of, what, 10, 15,000 people in Mondello Park?
No big deal.
No big deal. Guys, give a big round of applause for all the way from Australia for Jason Ferron from Keep It Reet and Conor Falvey. So let's go have a look at our judges. Have they got a decision? Looks like we may have a decision in Chelsea. Who's getting the call?
One more time.
We're going to go one more time. One more time between Jason Ferron. One more time. You know what? We were going to have an interview with them, but we'll let them go battle again. We'll throw them back up to the start line. We wanted to see it one more time. That was too close to call.
Too close. I was 50-50 on that one, so I think I was in line with what the judges were going to say. I'm sure those guys aren't going to complain. They just want to do some driving.
Absolutely. I want to have a little word with Chelsea if he's there. So Chelsea, 15-year-old kids over here in Europe just absolutely ripping. It's something we have had for a while, but it is unusual.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome though. He's absolutely ripping. It's a one more time only because of small mistakes from both drivers, and we really just want to see it go again.
They're being selfish. They're being a little selfish in the judging
would
tower.
be too.
And you know what? I agree with it. I agree with the call,
100%.
100%. So we're going to go back to the start line with both of these guys for one more time so they can head back up.
I know they're probably annoyed they had to get out of the cars. Now they got to strap themselves back in.
Oh, they're getting the harnesses back on. I see exactly what's happened here. Getting the cars ready to rock and roll and getting
They were
back
like,
out of it
oh,
again.
we're done. Somebody's going to win, and now we're not done, and we got to go all the way back up to the start line. But that's okay because I do want to see them battle again. That was our best battles of the fantasy so far.
You know what? It's because the cars, I mean, this is Tomas Falvey not here today. His car, I mean, generously loaning his car. It's a lot of these Irish drivers, these are their pride and joys, and they're just saying, we want to make sure this show happens. It's good. Everyone has a good time. And Tomas, a good friend of mine, and he was basically saying, look, I want to see Connor out there. I want to see Jason out there. I want them to, I can't be there. I want
Have fun.
And I guarantee you somewhere at a wedding, there's vows being exchanged, and Tomas Falvey has the live stream playing in an ear pod and not paying any attention to what's going on.
I think he's doing it the correct way because we're probably mad he's not here, but if he's doing the stream, we're okay with it.
Or maybe he's not watching because it's that nerve-wracking to watch both of his cars out on track here at Mondello. Probably terrifying. So he has got a switch around here before Connor Falvey and Jason Ferron go back at it again. Keep it doing a giveaway on a JZ. It's beautiful Mark II at the moment. If you got to check out the Keep It Read page, there's only a couple of hours left on that giveaway. Beautiful car here in Ireland. And as I said, they're going to go at it one more time in this fantasy battle. It will be Jason Ferron in the chase position.
Yeah, there we go. And again, when I was 15 years old, this is absolutely not what I was doing. I was not making clouds of smoke in cars, and that is an unfortunate thing. This kid is an absolute unit. As they're coming around, this is going to be a very tough battle to judge as well. I feel sorry for our judges. I mean, we can do this one more time all day and just watch these guys absolutely rip these S15s around the track because those are some fantastic laps.
That is smooth driving in very patchy conditions. That was what we wanted to see.
That was great.
I'm enjoying this
This
because
is
it's a little matchup that you would never see anywhere else. A young kid from Ireland going up against a leading light, in my opinion, in Australia. He does events to do a content, Keep It Read, and he's the first time ever coming here driving this car on this track, and these guys are just matching up nicely. You got the experience of Jason versus, I think, the raw talent of Connor Falvey, and it's matching nicely right now.
And it's crazy to see the young kids coming up in the sport. It's like, this is a sport of reactions, and of course a 15-year-old probably going to have better reaction times than us older gents.
I would imagine so. A lot less fear, too.
Yes, much less fear.
When you hit a few things with cars, you start to get a little bit more nervous.
A little more cautious.
Connor's at the point where he's like, I think everything is fine. Everything will work out great. And of course, not learning the value of the dollar, as you would say yet. He is just focused on being the best driver he can.
Which, if you can, you should do.
And to be honest, you talk to Connor Falvey, he's such a well-rounded young man. He is like he's just a gentleman.
Interesting.
And he appreciates all of this, you know.
That's a good thing.
All of this opportunity he has, but also appreciates the audience, appreciates the whole thing.
You don't usually get to do this as an amateur driver in front of this many people.
No, and this is a huge crowd. This is the biggest crowd Connor Falvey will ever have driven in front of, so this is going to be pressure on.
This is really cool experience for these guys, and they are putting on an absolute show for us. As we come through, they are keeping it real. Here we go. Connor's looking a little bit more shaky than he was on the last couple of runs. I think this one may have a decision. Again, the window wipers are on, so track condition change is in order. Let's switch it up as they come around. That's the pressure we wanted to see from that whole run.
That is an incredible rescue from Connor Falvey.
I think came back.
I think he expected the car to wash a little more. It transitioned too soon, and he got stuck on the inside of the corner. But he recovered well and did a pretty good job of getting back into the battle as they roll up in front of the grandstand. Guys, one more time, get up all the way from Australia for Jason Ferron and our local boy, Connor Falvey. Grandstands starting to warm up. We've got 3 grandstands, so we want to hear a little bit of noise. We've got all the people on the banks. We're going to get them all warmed up as we go. This is what the fantasy battles are all about, getting people a little bit more used to having fun, which is what this event is all about. Drivers congratulate each other. We're going to have a quick look at our judges. They're analyzing this one for a winner, and I'm going to go to you, Kevin. Who's getting the win?
Another awesome battle, but Jason gets the win.
Jason Ferron gets the win in the fantasy battle. Guys, give it up all the way from Australia. Super cool bunch of people here this weekend. All the Keep It Read crew here. He's here with his wife. I'm going to go over to you, Adam. An Australian against an Irishman, and it's the Australian that gets the win.
Absolutely amazing. I can't believe
that I'd get lent such a weapon. So massive appreciation to the team Falvey, M Sport, and Connor and Tomas. What a weapon of a car, and that was so much fun. So cool, no doubt, watching that. Identical cars just door to door. That was absolute, that was a blast.
Connor, 15 years old, chasing your dad's car around. How does it feel in front of this amazing home crowd for you?
It's unbelievable. Jason's a very good driver, so I just threw it in as hard as I can. The track was very patchy, so it was hard to stay consistent, but I have another battle against Archie Harmer in a while, so hopefully I can put on a bit of a better show.
We look forward to seeing it, guys. Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. It is the Australian, the wily veteran that takes down the youngster in our fantasy battles. We're up here in the tower. I can see Hurt stepping up, checking things out. He's having a little watch.
It's good to see you, bud. Well, there you go.
Welcome. Hurt's been doing taxi rides all weekend in the big taxi.
Oh, look at this twin burnout contest. Now we're doing some stuff. You came up at the right time, man. You definitely came up at the right time.
How cool is that? Two identical S15s doing twin burnouts. Guys, give it up for Jason Ferron and Colin Falvey. We're putting on a show today. We started off a little bit wet today, but it's starting to heat up. There's going to be one big dry patch there where that burnout was, that's for sure. We get one roller around the whole track, we'll have a full dry track. That's going to work out. So we're going to move on to our next fantasy battle, and here's something that nobody in Ireland ever thought they would see again. The two men that started drifting in Ireland, the whole scene, Eric O'Sullivan and Darren McNamara.
This is fantastic.
These guys used to battle in an F20C Corolla versus a 20-valve Corolla at the top level. Both of these guys went to Formula Drift, and they set the bar for everyone who followed. They've been friends for over 20 years. They have battled in 11 years. And they're in a Solstice and a crazy PS13. Here we go.
I guess he did switch back. He was telling me it didn't work in the rain, but that thing is an absolute unit in the dry. And here we go. D-Mac's car is an absolute, it looks like a rocket ship. It's performing like a rocket ship. That thing technically is a rocket ship, holding all the speed and all the angle. O'Sullivan's having a little bit of an issue keeping up, and I can understand why. With that much of the rear end missing, I don't know where I'd be able to aim for when I'm tandeming with Mr. McNamara, but...
What's so funny is where they started in their two simple Corollas to what we're witnessing now, the most probably advanced PS13 in the world. And a Solstice, which is just, I don't think there definitely isn't another Solstice in the country. Nobody who arrived here knew even what this was.
And you can't even really say that that's a drift chassis. Nobody drifts those in the United States unless they were paid to build those cars. So it's not something you'd go out and be like, you know what, I really want a Solstice.
Exactly, and what's amazing is the lineage. Both of those guys finishing their Formula Drift careers, Darren choosing to build cars for other people to pass on his knowledge, and Eric setting up Club Loose to run practice days to train new drivers in. So they didn't quit the scene.
Two ways to support the sport.
They basically went back into the support either way. One from the building side for Darren, building the wildest cars anyone's ever
seen. I went over and checked them out. It was mind-blowing. So if you get a chance to see those over there in the pits, you can stand in front of the chain link fence and check those things out, because they are the most insane drift cars I have ever seen in my entire life.
And a little bit like Darren is building these cars to test the boundaries, not the competition. He's doing things, he says sometimes, that is less competitive just because it looks cool and no one's tried it before. I told you yesterday, all the switch panels in that PS13, all the buttons on the floor to bring the center of gravity down, everything's on the floor and balanced with his weight in that car. It is a wild machine. Two twin radiators in a V behind it, and he built the rear end of the car at the exact height. He came to Mondello and measured the wall so that it would go over the top of the wall. Crazy stuff.
Which is insane. And here we go. Sullivan chucking her on in that Solstice, one of the strangest looking cars out here. It looks like a kit car that nobody wanted, but he's out here making it work. Darren McNamara is saying, you know what? I built this car. I'm going to put it into your door. And that's exactly what he's doing, giving him a little bit of room on the transition as they round this last turn towards that wall that has been given some love over this weekend. And right up in his business, I'm going to tap your bumper off just for funsies.
These are the two guys, and I'll be honest, without these two guys, this event wouldn't exist. Without Darren McNamara and Eric O'Sullivan laying the foundation for Irish drifting, all of this wouldn't be possible. So especially from all the Irish audience that's here, he hasn't heard a cheer in front of the grandstand in over 11 years. Will you give it up for Darren McNamara and Eric O'Sullivan? If you're an old school Irish drift fan, you have no idea how special this moment is, because this is like Sam Hubinette and Tanner Faust coming back for a battle. That is what this is in Irish drifting. And these guys having a lot of fun, a little bit of damage between the two. And
that just means they were doing it the right way. They didn't hold back at all. And that's what makes me so happy about this battle.
And they've been good friends ever since. One more time, guys. Give it up for Eric O'Sullivan and Darren McNamara. We got to get a winner. We're going to our judges. Chelsea, who's getting the call?
Darren gets the win.
Darren McNamara gets the call. Eric O'Sullivan will have to come back in another 11 years to try again. And we're going to get Adam over to have a chat with these guys. It's been a moment because, Adam, they haven't been on track together in over 11 years. This is a special moment for Irish drifting.
Right, let's grab the boys over here with two of the most unique cars. Darren, come back, come back. Eric, how does it feel to be back out after 10 years of retirement?
Well, retirement's a harsh word, but yeah, I haven't been competing in a long, long time, but we've been here at the Bashes driving a lot. We have been in this car since 2019, and conditions this weekend have been really tough, trying to figure out left-hand drive again. It's been a few nervous runs there, but it's great to be back with these guys, like Darren, James, all the guys I drove with almost 20 years ago with this guy, actually. So yeah, it's great.
Wow, awesome. Well, you two have definitely got two of the most unique cars on the grid. Darren, how does your brain think up things like this?
I don't know. There's something wrong with me, I think. That was a lot of fun. I don't think this might never happen again. So I knew I was going to hit him. So I hit him there, and I hit him there, and I hit him there. And yeah, I don't think he was very impressed when we crossed the finish line. But
at least double the horsepower of this thing. So I was like, he hit me once, and I was like, all right. And then he hit me at the finish line. I was like, come on.
Yeah, I don't think you were very impressed. But by the time we got here, we were cool. Like.
No, it's not as bad as you thought. Maybe we can get a little UFC ring out here and have a little fight. Thank you, guys. Back to this hour.
Thanks, Adam. One more time, guys. Give it up for Darren McNamara and Eric O'Sullivan. What a moment for Irish drifting. The two legends of the game.
Legends here, but they're also legends in the U.S. They were doing it before anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, we had Eric O'Sullivan competing that Subaru, that Rockstar Subaru. Darren, of course, running multiple cars, including a Solstice. So he is very familiar with the Solstice on the Falcon colors when he was in Formula Drift. These are just an amazing, these are the moments we can dream up at this event that you would never see anywhere else in the world. You can have the old legends, the new school kids, you can have all the celebrities, all of the mix, and I absolutely love it.
Fantasy battles where it's not just a clever name. And there they go.
And of course, we will see Darren back out for the top 16 main event.
I am excited. I love seeing that thing out on the racetrack. It sounds like an absolute monster with that sprint car V8. You can see the thing covering the top so that it doesn't just soak in all the water. That's a bold move for a car that you drive in Ireland.
Never rains, though.
Yeah, never
rains here. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen rain in Ireland in years. So basically, Darren's car is back out in competition later on. It is a, as you said, sprint car V8 with revving over to 9,500, which is crazy. Now, this is going to be a nerve-wracking battle for Josh from Drift Games. Both his cars in the one battle, one driven by Chris Rudnick, is Josh's old car up against his new car, this NC with an SR20 and sequential gearbox. Josh has never driven this car in competition. It's only been finished 2 weeks ago after a very long build, and Chris Rudnick's been in the gravel a little bit this weekend. So we're going to call this one Kings of the Gravel. One's going in the gravel, one's getting around the track. Which way is it going to go? It is going to be Chris Rudnick versus Josh Holdsworth into the first corner in Mondello Park. Here we go.
All right, Chris has been on and off as he's been entering, coming down the hill. Again, these guys haven't driven on these conditions yet, and they're doing a fantastic job of navigating the perils of a patchy track. And Rudnick giving it some strain, and Josh doing everything he can to keep it drift, and he does. He is absolutely driving that Miata behind. Oh my goodness gracious, door comes open, don't know what's happening, we got a burnout. I was like, oh, he's opening the door to spin out, and I forgot that he's on the other side of the car.
Yeah, and it looks like he hit a patch of water just in front of the, which Darren also hit as well, but Darren with a little bit more experience than Josh, and it looks like Chris Rudnick gets it across. I mean, did he straighten up beforehand? Was it a zero? There was a lot of messiness there.
There's some things that happened that may or may not determine the battle that we're going to see. This next battle we hope is a little cleaner now that they know what the track kind of feels like. They're going to make things happen.
Yeah, it looked to me like Josh Holdsworth going on big angle towards the wall, and he was, first day out in the car, he might have put it in the wall, which wouldn't have been good. He hits a little bit of patchiness there, I think. Look at Chris Rudnick handles it better, and Josh Holdsworth goes, this is the wrong direction, I shouldn't be going in here. And then the door opens randomly, so he said, if it's going to, you know what? I expect nothing less from Josh and from Chris Rudnick right now. I expect nothing less but absolute hilarity.
Chaos and funny moments.
If you thought this was going to be a run-of-the-mill battle, then you came to the wrong show.
Yes, you did. And I'm excited to see what happens next. Both of the guys in there shaking their heads like, what just happened? Well, we don't even know what just happened.
We have mistakes from both drivers in the first run. Let's hope we get a clean run. And look at the smiles all around for Chris Rudnick.
Thumbs down.
Thumbs down. So he thinks he's made a big mistake. Josh nearly went into the wall. Both of them think they've had a terrible first run, and I'm likely to agree. So let's see if it gets better as we go from here, as they come up over the hill in Mondello Park.
And Josh has only had a few practice runs, only in the wet, so now it's dry. And let's see if he can adapt to the conditions. Chris Rudnick straining out again on that downhill section. Again, that's probably the most perilous part of the course. Josh having some problems with a 35-foot e-brake slide, and that's okay. We know the e-brake works, so he's testing that out currently as we come back towards the wall. Taking a kind of a weird line, but Rudnick staying on him, actually putting some drifting in here at Mondello Park.
Well, they made it. They made it around, and that is enough for an applause from the audience. Absolute carnage on track. Well, this is just something you don't see every day, Dan.
No, two cars owned by the same person, driven by two absolute maniacs.
We just saw that with Connor Falvey and Jason Ferron, so it's the second time we've seen it today. As they get out of the cars, two of the most smiley, fun, and interesting people in the whole drift scene. We give it up for Josh Holdsworth and Chris Rudnick.
I think both of those guys are getting out of the cars with giant question marks over their heads, like, what even just happened to both of us? But they're all smiles, and that's exactly what this event is about, especially these fantasy battles. These are my favorite part of this event.
There was so much shaking of heads there that there was nobody knows what's happened. We are going to go over to our judges. They're having a look at it. Are they having a look at a replay? They're not having a look at a replay. They're having a look at the decision. Kevin O'Connell, what is the call?
Well, I don't think we can find a winner from that, but the least terrible driver I think we'll go with was Josh Holdsworth.
Josh Holdsworth gets the win, beating Chris Rudnick in the fantasy battles, and a 0-0 on the first run, and then something or other happened on the second, and the judges said, look, there was a run.
We don't want to see that again.
So we're going to have a quick word. Adam, what a fun battle on track.
Josh, Chris, incredible MX-5 battle there. Josh, I want to start with you. Surprise battle of the day for you. How did it feel out there, man?
Well, I had no place here. I was only behind the fence with you guys only yesterday, and this is incredible. Even though I sucked, it was still incredible to be out there and to battle with you, two MX-5 guys in both my MX-5s. What an incredible day.
Chris, how do you feel, man?
All I gotta say is what an absolute disaster. Like, I know I can put on a better show, but for some reason this weekend I haven't been able to put it together and everything, and it is a bummer, but let's be honest, we're here to have fun, we're here to learn and everything, and that's all that matters. So, you know, we didn't do it, but hopefully you guys enjoyed the show.
You're going home with your world record though, man, so don't you worry.
Yeah.
Josh, congratulations. Chris, thank you very much, guys. Back to the tower.
Thanks, Adam. And you know what? Those two guys, they take the light-hearted approach to drifting, which I think is sometimes the correct approach. They do not care less. If the two of them skated on the roofs down in front of the grandstand, they would have been smiling and having fun.
Oh, then that was the only thing that was certain, was that one of Josh's cars was going to win. We just didn't know how it was going to be played out. And I know Josh is excited to just be out there driving, because again, just like some of the battles yesterday, he wasn't supposed to be doing this, but here we are.
No, and that's a 500 horsepower SR20 sequential Mazda NC. And this is his first shakedown this weekend, and he's happy it's just working. 3 years of a build, a lot of pain and heartache, and all for one moment. You know, it all pays off, and I'm sure everyone's having fun watching these guys have fun, right? And then we're going to go from, we'll just say, you know, the interesting characters in drifting to one that's a little bit more seasoned.
He's slightly good. He's got a few laps around
the
track.
He's had a few wins, and he's going up against his own girlfriend. So this is never going to happen again in drifting. So we've got James Dean going up against Becky Evans in a battle. You guys wanted to see it? Now you're seeing it. We've got Becky. She's in her brand new Piches S15. This thing looks amazing. SR powered, chasing in her boyfriend James Dean, who's a slightly more experienced in drifting. But this is going to be fun in a four-rotor.
Now here's the thing. As a professional, do you go easy on your girlfriend, or do you just put it on her like it looks like James is doing, like you should be doing a better job keeping up? I'm going to critique your runs.
Look at Becky getting up close and personal here.
But it does not look like James is holding back at all as they round this corner. Becky getting gripped up there at the end and kind of loses it a little bit. James is like, you know what? This is how you learn how to drive better.
I feel like James's brain says, I'll go easy, and then it goes, do not compute. The machine will not go easy. The machine must win everything. Guys, give it up for Becky Evans and James Dean as they come around. Two incredible cars. And James Dean's like, I just put these two cars together. I don't want to take both of them apart straight away.
Let's not do any more repairs than he's already had to do. It's like he gets this thing out here. He breaks it like first lap out. He has to fix it. But he's still out here doing it.
And it's for the audience, it's for the fans, it's for you guys at home to just watch some fun things happen before we get to a very, and I will say, it's a fun event. But there's some super serious battles coming later on in the top 16.
There are, indeed.
The main event, as we'll see, of course, James Dean go through into that. But right now, Becky's sitting at a disadvantage here, but James Dean is going to be like, I want to not go close because I've just built the two cars.
But then he's James Dean.
But then it's fighting his internal code. The machine is like, but we must win. Destroy. You can see the targeting system going over to his own girlfriend's face going, enemy, destroy. So
she's going to give him the eyeballs from across.
She's all smiles and thumbs up saying, we're having a great time, James. He's like, destroy. We will. So here we go as they come in over the hill. James Dean in the chase position, Becky Evans in the lead position. Nice entry from Becky there.
Very good. That was much better than we've seen. So she has learned the track conditions. James not giving her any room to make a mistake. She does have a little bit of a bobble there, and James is like, you know what? I'm going to get right back up in your business because that's kind of my job at this point. Big angle towards the wall. Let's see what they can do rounding out the last corner. I cannot hear myself think or breathe at this point.
Yeah, that was absolutely rubbish proximity from James Dean there. It was just absolutely terrible.
He must have gotten the memo.
He needs some practice, that guy, I think. He's just, but what a fun thing to see on track. We're having some fun up here in the tower. We hope you guys are having fun in the grandstands. Give it up for Becky Evans and James Dean leading the way. And I think, you know, James, such an inspiration to so many up-and-coming drifters. Becky, such an inspiration to females in motorsport, doing such good work everywhere to try and keep people so included. And the guys, give it up for Becky and James on track in Mondello Park. That's what it's all about.
I would hope they would give each other a hug. Everybody else has been hugging. If that wouldn't have happened and James was in full competition mode, no. But there it is. There's the love, and this is a rare thing. We have Adam and Colette that usually get to battle, so this is another couple that we have. So this is something unique to these events.
Absolutely love it, and we're going to get a decision off our judges. None of them will hear it because of the four-rotor. So, Kevin, who's getting the call? Oh, we got. Look.
I think you came to me for a decision, Dave, but James Dean gets the win.
We should put this for all the battles and see what happens.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Why did we not get this for Fink and Adam? I don't understand. So we have got a decision from our judges. Chelsea, who's getting the call?
James Dean gets the win.
James Dean gets the call and goes through to nothing. Else, to probably an argument. But James and Becky having some fun out there. Guys, if you're in the grandstand, make some noise for James Dean and Becky Evans, bringing an amazing set of cars to this event. They are well liked around here, and they're doing a phenomenal job of promoting this motorsport. And we're having some fun, and they're having some fun. I'm sure James will be getting locked and loaded for the top 16 later on. And it is James Dean getting the win. Adam, they must be having a lot of fun. Can you even hear what's going on down there with that four-rotor?
Becky, James, how does it feel to be in two brand new cars for yourselves in front of the Mondello crowd together on the track? Oh, Becky, I'll start with you.
I'm just happy that all the panels are still on the car. That was it. I was like, just keep it on track. And you can't hear your car. You can't hear anything when his car's next to you. So I was like, I went in second gear for the first run. I was like, it's too short. It's too short.
Well, the car looks amazing, Becky. I have to say, I absolutely love this new look. James, best sounding car I've ever heard in my life, by the way. I think the fans will agree. How does it feel to be out in front of everyone in your new car?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. That for me now just made my weekend because, I mean, the conditions right now are horrible. I've been driving Mondello Park for 15 years. There's like patches of wet, patches of dry, and for Becky to send it out there with almost no practice in the car, and it's been amazing. So I'm loving it. So happy we finished these two cars before this weekend. Huge thanks to all my family, my team, my best friends for working with me all during the week and over the last few weeks, every single day and night, so we could get the two cars here. I'm so proud. Having a great time with everyone. Love the car. It's not fully finished, but we're making it around. And thank you all for supporting drifting.
Let me get out your way and you guys can make some noise.
And noise they shall make.
Yeah.
Well, one of them more than the other.
It's coming. It's definitely coming. That was an emotional moment that we just had from those two, and an emotional battle, I think.
Everybody in the old school grandstand, cover your ears, because it's about to get very loud. One more time, guys. Give it up for James Dean and Becky Evans on track right now. No one can hear me. No one can hear anything.
Nothing. Even James Dean's donuts are calculated. There was nothing that wasn't calculated about anything that he just did there. That's insane.
The man does donuts better than anyone else.
Yes.
Krispy Kreme are in trouble.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you one thing that I just love seeing these fantasy battles, because this is warming us up for that top 16. We've got our last fantasy battle before we take a bit of a break before our top 16 intro. We're going to go to the main event today. And it's two guys that have had a huge impact on the Irish car scene over the last 2 years. One, Adam LZ, bringing this whole road show, this circus to Mondello Park. And Jimmy Oakes, who's been back here. I think Jimmy's been in Ireland more than I have in the last year, coming to bashes, hanging out with people. Jimmy Oakes and Adam LZ, did you ever think you'd see it in Mondello Park? Well, we're about to. Adam in that Corolla, as he said, it's got a little bit of clutch issues. Looks like there's some rain falling, and here we go.
Oh, conditions are going to get slippery again. There's a little bit of personality going on in this battle, and these guys are going to put it all on the line, even though both of them have tons of driving to do later on today. But we'll see what happens as they round out towards this wall. LZ putting it in all the places it needs to be. Jimmy's putting it on his door all the way through the exit of the turn. Here we go. That was the first half of the last battle of our fantasy battles.
That was pretty intense. There was definitely no holding back there. Adam going for that perfect qualifying line, and Jimmy getting right up in his business towards the end. If you're in Mondello Park right now, give these guys a big wave as they go through the and look at Adam LZ as driving through the puddle on purpose to try and cool down the clutch in the car and throw some.
That was an interesting tactic he just did there.
He drove through the puddle, put some cold water up on the gearbox and the clutch, hopefully to cool it down. That clutch on its last legs.
I don't know, man. That 350Z may be calling his name.
It's like the Top Gear car in the background when something breaks, the 350Z.
It just gets closer.
It gets closer and closer and closer. But Jimmy Oakes did a great job in the chase. He did go quite narrow there, but he kept up on his door. He did what he needed to do. And of course, these are just fun fantasy battles. We're not taking them too serious. We'll be definitely being more critical in the actual top 16.
Yes.
For the judges and everyone saying, this is getting us all warmed up for what is an incredible day here at Mondello Park. History being made. Jimmy Oakes will now go into the lead position. He's got the bigger tire, and definitely with a 265.18 against a 205.15. But that Corolla,
also a weight difference.
Yeah, Corolla, very light car with 1JZ and a 1JZ. So with the same power plant, roughly the same power, but two completely different chassis and two very different driving styles. It's the last run of our fantasy battles. Jimmy Oakes to lead in Adam LZ.
And Jimmy's probably got quite a few, I'd say double the laps that Adam has out in that thing. So he has been driving every single moment that he can, and it is absolutely showing as he's putting on a clinic out here, riding that outside line, swinging it outside, dipping into the rocks. Here we go. Adam's not giving him any room as they swing back towards the wall. Jimmy's deep in the outer zone. Adam is right up in his business, wants to bump him around the track, but being a little bit nice. That was reserved. That was very gentlemanlike of Adam.
That was pretty good. We got an 86 Corolla pushing around S14s in Mondello Park. This is good. This is good stuff.
Good vibes.
This
is good vibes.
Two huge superstars coming all the way to Ireland this weekend. It's great to have them. We love having all of these guys in Ireland, showing them our car scene, showing them our car culture, and that's why we got LZ and 86, because that's the car that started it all. And as they get out of their cars, we want the biggest cheer we can possibly get. Grandstand, I want you guys ready for this one. You know what, grandstands, can we get up on our feet a little bit just for one cheer to get this place moving a little bit today? Could everybody get up on their feet just one time? Everybody in the grandstand over there on your feet. Everybody on the grandstand here behind us up on your feet. All of you guys on the banks up on your feet. Let's get everybody up on their feet and give it up for Jimmy Oakes and Adam LZ. They love these guys around here.
Yeah, I would hope so, because this is why we're here.
The eyes of the world
are here
on Ireland this weekend, which is amazing to think. And if we're here in attendance, there's a nice goosebumps vibe coming through this event, which I'm really enjoying. And there's going to be a decision from our judges of who's going to get this win in the fantasy battle. We're going to go to Chelsea Denofa to make a difficult decision.
The man won his own event. Adam LZ
gets the win. Adam LZ gets the win against Jimmy Oakes. But that was an amazing battle both ways. Chelsea, that was some good driving in borrowed cars there.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really good. For us, it was really just off-track excursion over there that gave Adam LZ there. And also, Adam did an amazing job chasing that as well.
Awesome. Adam Ivel is down on the track with Adam LZ. A lot of Adams around here.
So many Adams.
That was a lot of fun, Adam. They looked like they're all smiles down there.
Stand.
Jimmy, Adam, from BMX into drifting in front of this huge crowd here in Mondello and the world watching online. Jimmy, I want to start with you. How does it feel, dude, to be here now?
Oh, dude, it's undescribable. Adam is one of my best friends, one of my oldest friends, and we've always had aligning hobbies our whole life, and to be here doing the things that we love together on the same track in front of everyone and people who support us, it is undescribable.
Yeah. It looked amazing. What a battle, boys. Adam, you said the car was on its last legs, dude. You managed to do it. How does it feel out there?
It was great. I thought, honestly, it was going to be a one more time. We both made some pretty big mistakes in the lead, but just put this out there, by the way, Jimmy taught me how to do donuts, which I think is pretty freaking cool. Now we're battling in Ireland.
Well, boys, you definitely put on a show. That was an incredible battle. Thank you so much.
Well, there you have it, Adam LZ and Jimmy Oakes, and the range is starting to drop. Maybe at the right time because we got a little bit. We got a little bit of a break now for about 1.5 hours before we kick off that top 16.
Grant's over there, like, keep going, keep going,
yeah.
keep going.
Grant is dancing in the pits, going, bring it down, bring it down. He's got all the voodoo dolls,
Yeah.
everything.
He's doing the rain dance. He's got the full headgear on. It's happening. Things are amazing today. Even though the conditions aren't as good as we would have liked them to do, there's still a gigantic crowd out here. It's giving me the good positive feelings.
Absolutely, Jimmy Oakes. We will send him out of the arena. Jimmy Oakes has been a big purveyor of putting the Irish car scene on the map in the last year or so. So guys, give it up for Jimmy Oakes as he leaves the arena. And of course, everyone in attendance gets to go check out the 400 show cars that are on display in the paddock here at Mondello Park. That is a lot of cars, and they're all beautiful.
Oh, they absolutely are. I went and walked around.
Hand selected. So
who selected? Did you?
Well, I didn't, but the boys around me did, and they were pretty harsh on things. And of course, a big shout out, we got a very special Ireland Stop t-shirt. It is now available at pre-order on driftgames.life.
Oh.
You can grab it on driftgames.life if you're in Europe. You can grab it on the LZMFG site if you're in the US. There's only a limited amount made. They are never going to be made again. These are going to be real collector's items from the tour. They are on sale right now. It looks so cool. Look, Adam LZ's car
shirt.
and James Dean's 4-rotor on the backdrop of Mondello. How cool is that, right? So that is pre-order only. They're flying out already. They were released last night on LZ's socials, and they're flying out. So right now, we got a break. You got the time. Grab yourself a t-shirt. It is going to be gone very soon, and it's one of the coolest designs I think I've ever seen. Josh from Like Hell doing an amazing job of making.
Fantastic.
He is just an artist, and he makes everything look so cool. And of course, guys, a reminder that we're back in 1 hour 30 to the battles, and the battles are getting a little bit spicy as we go.
I'm excited. We got a stacked bracket.
Absolutely. If you can see the bracket for what's coming later on, you're not going to believe this. So we've got Dwayne McKeever, the man currently whooping everyone in Europe in Drift Masters, going up against the stock 350Z,
which is a unit of a
in
car.
the rain. And Grant Anderson says, "I've got nothing to lose," and he does.
He's he's feeling confident. Yeah. He may be overly cocky in his car's ability to do things.
We have Connor Shannon against Jack Shannon, two brothers going against each other. The final of Drift Masters in Finland.
That's a fantasy battle right there.
It was the final of Finland 2 weeks ago in Drift Masters, but now they're in half the horsepower cars in the rain in Mondello Park. We got two of the men that bring the wildest cars to the event, Kevin Quinn and Sultan Al-Qasimi. We've got Northern Ireland versus the UAE, a classic matchup of all time. And then we have Chris Brady against Darren McNamara, two super drivers from Ireland that are going to put on a great show, R32 versus PS13. We got Sebastian Fontin all the way from Holland going up against Dean Carnage Carney. That's going to be interesting. Two guys who have battled for about 15 years against each other, good friends behind the scenes, Martin Richards and Bagsy, arguably the highest two ranked UK drivers of all time, going head to head in the top 16.
Another fantasy battle.
Then we've got 15-year-old Connor Falvey going up against, is he 15 or 16-year-old Archie Hammer? This is like, I think both of their ages don't Darren McNamara is more than
most of the cars here are older than both of those guys combined.
Absolutely. And then we finish with, you know, just a little throwaway battle to throw it away at the end.
That's a start battle.
That's James Dean against Adam LZ. So we've got James Dean against Adam LZ in the last battle of the top 16. And Adam LZ is saying, if this Corolla holds together, I'm going to beat him.
Ooh,
that was the
coming in with the confidence.
That was the phrase. You got to be confident. It's James Dean.
It's James Dean.
James Dean's back recharging in the pits. They plugged him back in. He's got an hour and a half of charge, and then he should be ready to go again. We're back at 3:30 local time, guys, at the LZ World Tour. We hope you've been enjoying the fun. We're heading into the paddock to check out some cars. We're going to have some fun ourselves off screen. We'll see you guys later on today. You don't want to miss it.
Do not miss it.
Do not.
Do not.
Drip Eliante, pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went hit from the back. Swing, pull like Jim, waves on swim, and a rock Timbs with the tap.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gusian.
I'm Matt Field. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Mashed potatoes. Yeah.
Welcome to Ireland. We landed about 30 minutes ago. First stop was this little cafe, and we got meat potatoes and mashed balls. I didn't sleep very much. Look, come look at this. They asked me in the rental place, do I want a stick shift? I said, of course, but they were in limited availability. So he goes, do you want a Ford Cuda? And I'm like, what? And I'm picturing like a Barracuda, which isn't a Ford. No, I don't think it is. I think it's a Plymouth Barracuda. Yeah. Anyway, this is what a Ford, oh, it's a Kuga.
Yes.
I thought it was Kuda.
Kuga.
Yeah, it's awful. I love Ford, but
this...
Mustangs are better than this for sure.
Yeah. You drive my Croissant.
You did. You get a Nissan Croissant, and I got a Ford Kuga. We're heading over to Drift Games. I got a new space that looks absolutely unbelievable. They have a full video tour of it, but I've intentionally not watched it because I want to see it in person for the first time. Made some poor financial decisions on the plane, but you guys will find out about that in a few months.
Is that a tweak or a wing?
I don't know.
That looks familiar.
No, yeah, look at that.
Bro, that trucker was laughing his ass off at you. He's like, this dude does not know what he's doing.
I didn't know what to do. I was like, I stopped, did they stop? I don't know what these signs mean.
Hey, is that Officer Dan?
Okay, we're at the right spot.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I thought that was it.
We're in the wrong goddamn side of the road.
He just
was. James, it was bad. He almost got offed by a few trucks.
Rookies.
How do you like my Ford Kuga?
It's old and attractive.
I knew that was a pond tutor. I didn't know you were recording.
Big Ford guy. What's up, dude? How you doing?
How are you?
Good to see you.
Hey,
hello. How are you?
Good.
Tired?
Yes.
Hello, Mike.
What's up?
How are you?
Snap.
Hello.
I didn't see him.
No, he was stealth mode back there.
Nice.
Any driving with Adam and Colette, man, but get me out of the car with James. This guy, there almost 14 accidents already about to happen, man.
Well, the one was pretty bad.
Yeah. We found out there's a used car sale lot at Drift Games.
No,
Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
They lied to him.
And there's cool stuff.
None of them are for sale.
What is this?
That's a Maserati.
All right, Kian, tell me.
Okay, so this
Tell me.
is the engine block.
All right.
Welcome. So this is our new home, but it's got like 5 or 6 different businesses. So it's centered around Dean Motors, which is here. So they sell like performance cars, classic cars, unique things. So basically they've got a showroom here and a lot of extra cars outside, as you've seen already. And then that's their showroom, that's their workshop. So as you can see, working on a random variety of things, from Subaru to Rolls-Royce. We're up here in our Drift Game studios. You've got a place that does wheel refurbs over here. You've got a detailer behind there, and then there's a place that fixes motorbikes behind here. So this is Car Central.
Loads of stuff going on. There is so much going on here. if any of you guys are from the Connecticut area, and I think it's called like maybe Industrial Plains Road. There's like one road in Wallingford where everybody's shops are, and it's like probably like a quarter mile. This is basically Wallingford in a parking lot.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah. There's so much going on here, and even we're still getting used to it because it's only open the last few weeks.
Yeah.
So it's only really operational now, and still getting used to like the variety of what's around, from like Alpina to AMG to 911, Bentley, whatever. Who knows? Who knows?
I love the variety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Adam's wallet does not love the variety.
Well, thankfully, I made a poor decision on the plane, so I can't make one here.
Nice.
Look at how small the wheels are.
Those are sticky too.
Yeah.
I didn't notice yesterday.
These are 10s.
All of that. There are 3 lugs. Imagine. It's crazy that full-size seats fit in here.
Mm-hmm.
Are they touching?
There's actually a bit of space between.
No. Wow.
I've seen these wheels probably like 24 times, but I've never seen an actual car.
Yeah, the front looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
I do like 3 videos a year. And
The car itself is sick.
How are you? What does something like this like typically go for?
Here, probably 16,000 euro. Like a really early good one is 50,000 euro now.
Wow.
Yeah. They're hard to get original ones. They've all been touched. Like there's no such thing as a completely unmolested one nowadays. They were just cheap cars. Everyone just thought it's an old Mini, put wheels on it, put a cage on it, change the engine. You could get engines
I love
really
that
cheap.
cages in Bond are so slow.
Yeah, I've never had one without a cage.
M4 don't do cage.
But like, you don't want to crash it. I understand. So, every single one I've had has had a cage.
Hey, Dave.
Hello, Adam.
I don't think we've said hello on video yet.
We've been running around. It's good to have everybody here. So we're in Simon Dean's classic and prestige car showroom.
Yeah.
This is something I don't think anyone in America has ever seen before. So this is an MG Metro underneath, which is the most boring, cheapest car you could buy ever. Rubbish. And for some reason they said, hey, we're going to go Group B rallying in the 80s. And they put the engine in the back, put a ridiculous wide body on it. And this is a complete replica of one that's road legal. So
I was going to ask, is this road legal?
The rally car is not road legal, but this guy built it specifically just so he could drive it on the road. And now it's for sale. Cool. This is like the most obnoxious front splitter, I think, from the Group B.
It looks like a 99 spec FD wing, just
turned upside down.
Yeah.
This car made no, even for the brand, it made no sense because they were the most boring, dull, old man's brand, and they just said, Group B rally, let's go. So they built one of these things. It's a 2-litre turbo in the back. Yeah, some guy in Northern Ireland just said, I want one of those, but I want to put a plate on it and drive it around to car shows, and he just built it literally from the ground up with a lot of the original parts from the rally car.
My kind of lad.
My kind of lad.
Yeah. Hit the diff and go have some fun. You know?
Lad.
Before we go check out the amazing new Drift Games studio, I wanted to remind you that the FD RX-7 giveaway is still live, where every $5 you spend on LZMFG or Drift HQ is going to get you entered for a chance to win. The merch is great. We got other stuff on LZMFG, and I also wanted to add, in addition to everything on the Drift HQ website, if you're getting a custom quote or placing an order with our amazing sales team, that will still be eligible for giveaway entries. So if you got a complicated build and you want help speccing out some turbo, engine stuff, body parts, whatever, we got you covered. It's an amazing car, and you're sleeping if you don't have it. It's legit.
Wow. This is a bit of a level up from the shed last year.
I wish we got the shot of the car coming up on the
ramp.
Call it the ramp.
Yeah.
That's so epic.
It's so epic to everyone until you're doing it 14 times in a row, and it's really slow.
Is that Sultan's car?
No, that is one of our friends' cars.
Oh, his looks so similar.
It's the same, same kit.
Really? Yeah. What does the car start off as?
That's a 996.
And his is a 996 as well?
His is a 997. So the reason people do it is because the 996 is the ugliest Porsche. They changed it to that, so it looks better. Then Sultan just bought 997 anyway and changed it. So like the 4th or 5th kit made, I think. And it's that's father and son. So Craig, who works with us, that's his car and that's his dad's car. And his dad, who owns the Porsche, built all this.
Wow.
He was the builder for this. So our builder was car guy, our electrician. Jimmy Oakes is driving his car at the weekend. Everybody who built it, because obviously you can't just go to a normal person and say I want to build a town in a warehouse on the 2nd floor in Dublin.
It's really. I almost feel like you would go to someone that like builds theme parks, right?
This is what. Do you know what? This actually is from your invitational, because we did a whole crazy event, and then Jess, my wife, and I went to Universal Studios for one day as a break in your Mustang, and I was standing in the middle of the Fast and the Furious ride, saying, this is weird because it looks like it's a little town and a little garage, but it's not a garage. I was like, that's mad. It must be cheap to build buildings inside because you don't need to do insulation, you don't do anything. Thus creating. Also, to be honest, it rains every day in Ireland, and we kind of said if we could make the outside inside and not have any rain, that would be ideal for the winter here. So June 15th, we decided to take the lease, and at that point we didn't even know we were doing this, and then 2 weeks ago we finished it.
That's crazy. have you discussed a cost on video? Is that something you share? Or
we had a budget. We took a loan, because we always do. That's our favourite thing to do. And a €100,000 cost, and we got in at 101.
Wow.
So it's really close.
Yeah. I feel like for what this place is, like to build something similar in the States, I think would be more than that, much more.
I'll put it this way, a lot of mates rates involved in this.
Yeah.
So basically the boys were so enthusiastic about actually building it that they just sent more people and more stuff, and they're like, no, we'll do that. No, what if we did this? No. So they were pumped on it too. The day we painted the whole place inside black was like, that was the day I thought we'd ruined the place, because it was, the floor was black, the roof was black, everything was black. It just looked like a black hole. But then when we started putting stuff in, it came together pretty good. But in Dublin, rents are so high that 2nd floor is obviously useless for a garage for somebody trying to bring cars in every day. And also we don't have the pillars like they have downstairs, so we have much more space. And because this was actually a meat processing plant where they used to literally grind meat here, they actually had all these drains which were for blood originally, which is a bit disgusting. But it's really good for washing cars, because you can wash your car inside and it all just flows outside.
Do you do that?
Yeah.
No way.
You can wash it, every single part of it's on a slant.
So do you have a hose?
Really?
We don't have it in here now, but we can do it, yeah. So you can literally power hose the whole place and it just flows down. Everything's on a slant.
Even the finish of like the ceiling, as like stupid of a detail as that is, like it looks so good.
Yeah, satin black, everything, painted all the wiring.
You know, it's not like there's like a bunch of speckles or whatever, like it's very smooth. And
it's not finished yet, but I'm
a cool atmosphere will make a cool car 10 times better.
Well, we had all these cars, but they all looked rubbish because they were just crushed into a corner with boxes on the roof. Now they're all kind of have their own space. And it also allows control, where I have to sell a car to buy a car now to have a space. That's my new rule. So we're like, well, we could squeeze a few more in. But we've still got a lot to finish. We're building this carcade, which is like a full arcade. So it's going to be all modern simulators built into like 2000 units.
Sick.
So it looks like an old arcade, but it's all like newest stuff, Fanatec, Accelero Corsa, all that stuff. Trying to do like an 8-link so everyone can sit down and race together. Because online stuff is cool, but I want to go back to the old school where your buddies would come around and play like in your house. We want to do that with just a little bit of flair on that. And then, and a workship, we've done very little work here because it's all too clean. We're at that point now where we're like, you know, when you
Is that the workshop?
This will be the workshop. We still have
your Corvette looks so crazy.
It's a bit different than it looked last year.
It looks like, I don't even know, it looks like a Mad Max type looking thing.
Yeah. Then the heartbreaking part was when I bought all the HDK carbon, which you guys sell in Drift HQ, and then Darren McNamara cuts 40% of it off on the floor instantaneously. But the idea was that basically we wanted to make a Corvette that didn't look like anyone else's Corvette, because when I built this car, it was like the third or fourth maybe like Drift Build Pro Corvette, and then obviously since then everyone's building Corvettes and it's very hard to be unique. So I sent it to Darren. I never saw the design, never knew anything about it, and every time he would ring me, he's like, I think I've gone too far now. And then he would say, oh, I've gone a bit more far, and he said, no, I just ran away with myself. So you know what he's like.
Yep.
So he's made a lot of funky bits and pieces. The fender's being very controversial, but he likes the fact that it's a McPherson strut, like a single-seater race car.
Yeah.
So he was like, I like the idea, and he's even cut this angle so that when the car is on full lock, it's perfectly in line with the car, so you can see the suspension working and everything. So, because we're obviously sponsored by BC and FDF, so for the first time ever, you can see it no matter where you're standing. He did a lot of work. I think it's always with his design. It's like he started by wanting to do barge boards like an F1 car, and then he was like, oh, but now they look stupid with this, and then it just gradually became all of that. And then we thought it looked a bit like a jet fighter, so we themed it like that.
I really want him to do something on my FC. The wing is my favorite.
Yeah. And then because the wing was so heavy, he had to refabricate the whole back of the car to support the weight. So all the fabrication was brand new again.
This is what Colette is going to be driving at Mondello. What's the deal with this thing?
This car, pain in the ass, was a 3-year build. So this is a Mazda Miata, or you guys, right? MX-5 for us. NC, so it's a 2000. Interesting story about this car was it's a pre-production car from Mazda that went as a hot lap car in Mondello Park. So it only had 4,000 kilometers on the shell, and it never saw like salt on the road for rust because it would never on the road. So we bought it when Mazda had finished their deal or whatever, put an SR20 in it, blew up, put an SR20 in it, blew up, and then we figured out that the sump and stuff was wrong with it. We then put a very fancy SR in it. So this is the man that built the engine on this car, is the same that built the one in your S15 last year.
Oh really?
DY engines in the UK, Dave Yandel. So she's a really fancy car. Super clean because it's done no full events, but now it is all good to go. Nearly 500 horsepower, 6-speed sequential, RX-8 suspension. It's good to go.
There's a lot with this car to unpack. Colette will be covering it more on her channel since she'll be driving it through the weekend. But I know this is a big moment for Josh to be able to...
3 years he's been building it, and he's almost happier to be looking at it from the outside than the inside because he just wants to see the thing drift.
Kind of like you with your car when she was driving it last year. That's what you kept saying.
I would say Colette's the easiest person to give a car to because she looks after them and she drives them hard. She does all the stress testing.
So this is my first time seeing this car, and also today I learned that not only am I going to be competing in this car this weekend, but Dave's actually going to be competing in the same car afterwards.
Yep.
So that's pretty cool.
Well, we're lucky we're the same height because
Yeah.
that was the biggest misery for the last week. Was the guy who built the car was quite short and had an unusual setup. So we got on to Ryan, who's our buddy, who actually did all the fab on the Corvette and the MX-5. And I said, I got like 5 days to make this thing work. So all that's been changed. So the cage had to be redone because your head would hit. So when you went to put the seat back, the harness bar wouldn't fit, so we had to redo the harness bar. Then the cage would hit here, so they refabbed the cage.
I want to sit in it.
Let's hope all of that was worth it, because if it wasn't, I'm going to be very, very, very tired for the next
I've never even sat in this car in person yet. So this is a lot to take in. Oh, there's plenty of headroom.
Yep,
that's great.
So we lowered the floor and the seat in the floor.
So there's like a pedestal for the feet.
Yes.
Can I? Oh wow, I've never had floor mounted pedals.
Yeah, they're a little bit to get used to.
Yeah, you almost gotta like rest your heel on this, huh?
Yes. So what's strange with this car is it has the electronic power steering on the column, which is really close to where the brake and the clutch were. So just to let you know how much of a rabbit hole this car went through for the last week, I said, can you just lower the seat? So unfortunately the water pipes for the rear rad went under the seat, so they all had to be completely rerouted. Then when he went to lower the seat, he realized the head would hit the cage, so we redid the cage there, and the harness bar, and then the electric power steering was hitting his feet, so we lowered the floor and put the pedals in there, had to put a new floor on the car, the handbrake was moved, and the handbrake itself wasn't working properly. And then when we pulled the handbrake, we had to realize it wasn't locking properly, so there were dual calipers on the back. And after all that, we now have on, not today, but when he gets to the track on Friday, a full carbon fiber dashboard for the car as well.
Jesus.
So you gotta have those onboard shots looking good, right?
This thing has
now, as much
so
as that
much.
sounds like I'm being very generous to Adam,
Yeah.
I'm driving the car afterwards, so obviously
Right.
I'm like, as long as he gets through the weekend, has a good time in it, he'll do all the stress testing for me, he'll give me some feedback on it, see how it goes. I used to compete in a Corolla, and they're so much fun to drive, especially when you almost have too much power for the grip, I think. This thing is going to be wild. 60 and high is 540. But, oh, and also from the update from the last video, Mike, because everyone will be saying, why are you running reps on the car, Adam? We now have, from Japan, 3-day shipping, works 001s all around.
I didn't even get to look at them. And we're running the reps as spares.
Approved.
We're running the reps as spared. Well, actually, it's funny. We couldn't find as good an offset in the real wheel as it was in the reps.
Right,
but,
that's funny.
Which is really funny. But they are proper jobs. So the reps are the spares.
Yeah.
Because buying 10 of them would have been pretty tough going. But yeah, we can adjusting. The only thing we're going to try and look at adjusting is the steering wheel.
So I think everything is pretty much perfect for me. I just need to, if I can move the seat closer somehow, I don't know how much of a pain in the ass that'll be. I'm like, if I'm sitting in the seat, I'm like...
You're stretching.
Full extension. Yeah. So if I could be just a little bit closer to the wheel, which like I could technically achieve with cushions, But if there was
basically, at the moment, there's two options we have. One is we can put a further spacer on the steering wheel to bring it closer, but I think the pedal is the problem then.
Well, it's both.
So basically, I think Ryan could be a little bit taller. So I basically said, Ryan, make it fit you because he's similar height to us. He's got long legs, so I think we can just push a little bit forward and probably solve the problem.
Can we start it?
In here, you can, but the fumes can get. We haven't got the extractor fan in here yet.
Can we start it for like 2 seconds?
Of course you can.
How do you do that?
No idea.
Let's
I've never
figure it
driven
out.
this car. I think that's it.
No idea.
No idea at all.
That's the first bit, yep. And then is it on the roof? No.
This might be a kill switch.
That's the kill switch, I'd say, which I think should be on. And then
You are in the line of fire.
this button maybe has to pop out.
Figuratively and
Notice
literally.
with the brakes. There we go. We're on the roof. Officially.
You found it?
It's on the roof. Where else would it be but on the roof?
Remember, it dumps out here.
Ready?
Yeah.
It makes big flames out the side too. Like 4-foot flames out the side of the car.
Does ALS need anti-lag?
Yes.
What does that do? Does it work?
Yeah.
Would you use it when you're drifting?
Yep.
And it just like keeps it in boost?
Keeps it in boost. And it just goes bang, 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 bang.
Cheater.
Cheater? You got an SR20, that's the God's motor.
That also has anti-lag as well.
Not a cheater. Totally fine now.
Yeah, this thing spits like 4-foot flames when it's hot out the side. Like,
Really?
It's really cool.
Is it super loud like in your face or it's not too bad?
The flames?
Yeah.
It's only when the anti-lag's on.
Got it.
So it's obviously dumping every time you let off the throttle, but if you don't put the anti-lag on, I don't think there's as much lag in it anyway, but again, we're both learning together, Adam, because I've never really driven it either, so
Yeah.
I'm watching it going, I don't know.
The door shut?
Be careful with
Should
that
do.
window, bro.
I guess
Something
I just gotta give it a good slam.
I'm not home. As you guys know, the event is Saturday and Sunday. That'll be the first time that I'm driving this thing. I'm super excited. I know that it's cool and it's going to be a lot of fun. And there are a lot of cars that are literally being built just for this event.
That's never happened before here, because usually we're like borrowing this and that, but the fact that we're actually putting cars together to fit the personalities of the people, we still have more to reveal. I think like Colette's car, your car really fit your whole vibe, and also just to see you in a Corolla in Ireland, because this chassis built the whole drift scene in Ireland. So even though we've come so far with Drift Masters and FDE, to come all the way back again to the start of what, and then see how your reaction to, I don't know, just you driving a Corolla over the hill in Mondello just feels like we're in 2008 again. So it's cool, like, and I think everyone's going to be pumped to see it. And because you don't know how you're going to do, I think it's like an unknown as well. We all know you can drive S-bodies, we all know you can drive like Mustangs and stuff, but this is totally like blank slate for you, so it's going to be a challenge. Like we have, for the first time ever in competition in Europe in about 10 years, 5 86s on the grid out of 29 drivers.
Because Luke's driving one too, right?
Yeah, and we got Sultan's one in there as well. We got a couple of them in there. It's gonna be fun.
And then we didn't announce what Hert's driving yet, did we?
We can say it though. Hert's driving our Verosa, so he's driving a big body, and we're building it as a bit of a replica of his car in the US. But nobody's seen it yet. Even I haven't seen it. It's currently being wrapped at the moment by Precision Graphics, same guys that did this. So a lot of panic. And everybody's rolling in, it's getting exciting.
There's a lot more to unpack and show in this video, but I'm excited to finally get to see this thing first. The wrap came out amazing. I'm glad that we kind of moved away from the yellow in the front, kept it orange. Believe it or not, this car was designed after the t-shirt that was made before the car was even wrapped.
Yep.
So Josh, who does all our art, we basically tasked him with making the event merch that was based around this car and what we thought it was going to look like. So when we came to wrap it, we were going through trying to make it look like the car on the t-shirt, which is kind of where...
Yeah, it went backwards to the t-shirt. From originally it was just going to be yellow to red, but I think the orange was the look. I think it came out really, really nice.
Saved us color and print too.
Yep. I was about to say, well, it's easier to change one wrap than a lot of t-shirts, so
Yeah.
there's a better way of doing it. It's rain.
That's normal here.
Doesn't bother us.
Sounds like the compound.
Yeah.
You know, the worst thing is I got to take your livery off, and I think it just suits the car so well. Like, how do I top that? It's very cool. I love the two-tone.
Yeah. No, it's
like the old school look of the two-tone with the new school kind of.
Yeah, I was worried if we went full body like color, which we'll put a photo of on the screen. It almost looks like two Drift Boy, two like Stance Boy, Drift Boy.
I would say
the black makes it feel.
I think it would still look good, And I was maybe leaning more that way, but then you went with this, and I actually agree now that I see it, that it's perfect.
A little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and she's a good little car. Like, it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be fun, and it sounds sick, and it's got flames, and it pops and bangs, and like, it's a proper like little rocket ship.
I'm gonna be giggling like a schoolgirl when I drive this. I'm still on like 3-4 hours of sleep, so my facial expressions don't let that misjudge my excitement for this thing.
Well, I think on Friday, like, you're gonna be woken up pretty quickly.
Do we get to test it on Friday?
Yeah.
Ah, sweet.
So when you throw it sideways at 75 miles an hour, then I think you'll be pretty woken
I'm
up.
going in at 95. 75, those are rookie numbers.
It'll do
Move
it.
the start line back.
I don't know, 15-inch tires and 500 horsepower. It's gonna be fun.
So do you think I'm going to be at a disadvantage because my wheels are smaller, or do you think the weight will offset that? Like, what's the tread width on this compared to like what other people will be running?
So you're running a 205, and they're running 255 or 265. But I don't think it's going to make any difference on that layout because that's a momentum layout. There's no hard pulls. So it's all firing into a first corner. Lightweight, generally in that track, works best because you can go faster through the first corner without washing off the track. So I think it's going to be the 205s. What do you run on your E36?
I heard Luke's on 265s. And
He is, but Corollas don't work on 265s. I'm just put it out there. They don't. A lot of people have tried. You've also got Driftworks 86, which is also on 18s, but I think this
265s.
Yeah, I think it's still be faster.
I'm wondering. So, do we already have tires ordered? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are the reps less wide, or are they the same width?
More wide.
Gotcha. And do you think we'll roll into the sidewall, or do you think we'll be aired up enough where that won't matter?
It's fine. Both are fine. We checked both. It's actually better stance with the reps.
Really?
Yeah, because actually they don't make these 3R ones really as wide as they do. But either way, it's fine. And to be honest with you, I think you're going to find on the first couple of laps that we have a video of this car chasing your S15 from last year in Mondello, and your old car is on semi-slicks and this car is on road tires, and it's staying with it the whole way. So I think the weight is the big difference. In that track it is.
I have a muffler on my fender exit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the coolest thing I've ever seen. I was worried it was going to blow my ears out. I didn't even know
Well, they had a couple of goes at it, obviously, because they went here at one point.
And they're like, oh,
and then
too
they went,
loud.
Nah, it's too loud, let's go that way.
I like it, though. It's neat. It seems like a simple car.
Yeah. It's not overkill in any shape or form. It's got the great combination of Toyota, Nissan, BMW and Volvo in the one car. There's some stuff on this, because we're still digging in, because we didn't build it. We're going like, it all works, so let's not change too much.
Right.
But then we're going, let's investigate as we go along what any of this is doing.
Maybe we can make this better or that better.
It's going to be a work in progress for us. But the one thing is that the guy who drove this came to our last few events, and all we did was sit on the pit wall going, that is a cool car. And it ran all weekend, no problems. So we were like, it's obviously a good car to drive. So I was like, it's a good starting point. And he put a lot of love and effort into the car. And the amazing thing is this car was built for Formula D. I was telling you that earlier off camera. So originally it was going to go to Formula D years and years ago. And it got abandoned as a shell, completely fabricated, and then it was picked up and finished. So the guy that's coming back drifting this weekend, Eric O'Sullivan, who was in FD, hasn't drifted in 10 years, and that was his car, and he's back at this event.
And so now he gets to compete against it?
He gets to compete against the car that he was building for FD this weekend. So there's a lot of little stories going on.
Yeah.
That's cool. I just noticed it has fire suppression too, that's cool.
Yep, that's legal here, you have to have a plug in.
I feel like the biggest thing is that it's rear radiator. That's not like, I feel like common for an 8.6 at least over in the States. Most people just try to cram it in the front and then have overheating issues.
I think when they put the 1JZ in, they went, well, that's the space gone there, so we'll have to put it somewhere else.
Pretty heavy, what do you call this, a boot?
Yeah, this is a booter, we call these Corollas.
Really?
You guys call them a Corolla. But we have to call them, distinguish them, because we got the coupe as the standard UK version, and we don't call it a coupe, we just call that an 86, and then we refer to these as a booter because they have a boot.
Not much of a boot. But
not much of a boot. And these are actually rarer here than the coupes, yeah.
What are you talking about?
Talking a boot and the coupe. We don't say coupe in Ireland either, for some reason. We're not posh enough to say coupe. Yeah, in the inside of the car for some reason.
When I use the brakes, it says, brakes, you mean the coward pedal? I love that. Man, everyone's gonna know when I'm left foot braking and before transitions, making people hit me.
Drive the car.
I'm just gonna kind of wrap up the video here. I feel like there's so much to cover, but we're all super tired and jet lagged. We basically like left at night, didn't sleep that much, and then it started a new morning here. I'm stoked to be able to get to see this thing in person. Way more stoked to drive it. But this is an amazing place, and I'm glad we were able to share a bit of it with you. Let me know what else you want to see on our Ireland adventure. We have the World Tour this weekend at Mondello Park. Looking forward to seeing you all there. All the homies flying tomorrow, so it's gonna be hectic, but it's gonna be a good time.
Mashed potatoes, mashed potatoes.
Bro, that trucker was laughing his ass off at you. He's like, this dude does not know what he's doing.
I didn't know what to do. I was like, I stopped, did they stop? I don't know what these signs mean. Any driving with Adam and Colette, man, but get me out of the car with James. This guy, there almost 14 accidents already about to happen, man.
Good morning. We've technically been in Ireland for 3 days now. We skipped a day when it comes to video and did some non-car related stuff. We have absolutely no excuse, but we are so tired and jet lagged, like 3 times worse than we would be going to Japan, even though it's like...
We have no excuse.
We don't have an excuse. It's like a 5-hour time difference.
We were up till 3 a.m. last night.
It's a product of the time change.
No, we were out and about.
Today we are going to the racetrack, and we are going to get to race the track with the cars for the first time on this trip here. And in addition to racing the track with our cars, we may race our track with other people's cars too. So stay tuned and find out what may happen in today's saga of being overconfident and driving in a confusing area, and somehow it all works out.
He might just run laps at the track too. You never know.
Foot race.
Hey Joey. Good to see you, bud. Rudnick, what are you driving?
I'm driving a 300 horsepower MX-5.
And what have you been practicing in?
1,000 horsepower MX-5 on a set of Corsa, dude. So get this, 200 laps, I've only crashed about 6 times.
Okay.
So like the odds there, they're good, you know? So the odds of me crashing into a wall, let's say we get 50 laps, maybe once. And it's a Miata, so I can afford it.
Good odds.
You know?
Yep.
If I was driving something like what you would drive, I'd probably cry, and I had to go to the casino and make it back, but I don't have to do that.
Ain't gonna do it. Ain't gonna do it.
Simple way this works is half one, half one. Amigo. So our car just makes a difference. On the rear, drifters can go. The more tarmac, if we put tarmac here,
We're about to go out with a brand new car on a track I haven't driven in a while. I kind of want to take a technical approach to this. quite often I find myself in a borrowed car or a rental car, and I want to show you guys the process that my brain goes through, trying to grasp a new chassis, new drivetrain, so that way I can make educated changes and communicate to whatever crew or team I'm on. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to look at the ECU. Dave's buddy Lloyd just tuned this, and I want to get an idea, because there's 2 different boost settings on this car, how it's mapped to know what changes we could make if, say, it feels like it has too much power up top, not enough power down low, figure out where the rev limit is. This car has a ZF 5-speed, which I'm pretty familiar with because I used to run it in the E36 for clutch kickers. I don't know what ratio is in the rear end, so because this car doesn't have a quick change, we're not really going to be able to make wheel speed changes, so we might need to play with RPM. First thing that I did, its rev limit is at 7,600, and I did just learn that it has stock valve springs, so we're probably not going to rev it any more than that. So ignore the fact that I even said that. But looking at the boost maps, what's interesting, this is the high boost and this is the low boost. You can see that, so you can see the boost curve is a little bit different than how a lot of my cars are set up, and it kind of adds boost, which could be because of a turbo or a gate that's bleeding up top, or it could just be to have a little bit more of like a flat torque curve. But with drift cars, what I like to do is slam the gate shut until the turbo comes on to make it as responsive as possible. We're on a street tire, so I don't know if that's going to be necessary, but even looking at these 2 maps, the high boost has a little bit of duty down here, which is going to get the turbo spooling faster. So it's a possibility, if I feel like I need more mid-range, we can merge these 2 tables, let it bleed over up top, and then add a little bit down low. And a pretty good indicator to know what a car is going to feel like before you drive it, you can look at the VE table, and unless you have like some sort of like fueling issue, that's pretty much going to tell you your torque curve for the car. So looking at this, it's pretty much got a flat torque curve, which tells me it's not just going to blow the tires off down low, and it's going to feel more like a big turbo car. So if we need to, we can always add more boost down low. The car could just be perfect right off rip, but at least now we know a starting point, so if we need to make any changes, I can communicate that better to the tuner.
You're in my shop,
Yo,
bro.
get
You're
out
in
of
my
the way.
shop.
What are you doing?
I'm filming.
The rear straight axle, so we're not doing any toe changes there. I don't know much about straight axles except for my Datsun that I drag race. Shocks are relatively neutral, a little bit stiffer in the rear, a little bit softer in the front. I've got my clicks written down in the notes so I know kind of what my window is. Then tire pressure wise, we're starting at 25 pounds in the front, 20 in the rear. Now I've got my mental baseline, so I can go drive, figure out how it feels, and now I know what adjustments I can make to make the car drive how I want. I have zero expectations for what it's going to feel like. The closest thing I ever drove was a stock SR 86 on Drift Week, and it felt insane, so I can't imagine how a JZ one's going to feel. I'm stoked.
Hello, can I get a cheese pizza, hold the
Dude,
bones?
I love the slide beds.
Yeah.
Every time I harness my fat ass in this thing. The floor box feels like I'm driving a Porsche. Well, sorry to interrupt the video here. A little teaser. This thing's on a flatbed, so maybe I sent it too hard. To find out, you're gonna need to get entered for a chance to win the FD-RX-7 and $15,000 cash. Head over to DriftHQ or LZMFG.com, spend $5 and get entered for a chance to win. It's an amazing car, and it could be yours.
see me in the burnout box. I was having a hard time getting the front to push, which tells me there might be a little bit too much front grip. I do think it could use a little bit more boost in the mid-range. Gearing's a tad bit short. I gotta play with my shift timing. But for a first time out in a new car at a track I haven't driven in a while, I'd say I probably would qualify. I got in the zones, not the smoothest, definitely could tighten up where I'm on throttle and off throttle. It's a good car. Weird though, when I get on the throttle, this thing slides open and I get all the exhaust gas in my eyes, so I had to close my visor down because it was burning my eyes. Sounds sick though, it's very responsive. A lot of leg work to floor it. Because of the way the pedal box is mounted, it'll have to be like fucking yay, yay. So that was the high boost setting with a little bit more commitment. I'm feeling pretty good. I gotta tighten up my shift points and my zones a little bit. I could be entering a little deeper. I think a hybrid between the high boost and the low boost is where I want the car to be. I want to change around a couple things on the dash because I'm having a hard time seeing my temps and stuff. But I feel like for having 2 laps in this car, I'm gonna be able to be pretty competitive in it. So big smile on my face. Chased me, and I did one of my best leads, so I'm stoked about that. He had a really good chase. He's hopping in the lead lane, I'm gonna chase him. It's my 4th lap out in the car. I feel like I'm starting to get a grip on it. Drop the tire pressure a little bit. I see him dropping his tire pressure. It's just testing day, and I can already, I don't want to say feel the competition because it's all fun, but like, we want to run each other down. Mom? Is that you? A solstice? There's a solstice here? What? And it looks cool? Epic. brakes because it was coming in a little hot, and the car dragged didn't drag the fronts because it had so much front grip, kind of pivoted me around the front and spun out. So I'm gonna loosen up the front so that's not a thing that happens. Adjust the handbrake a little bit because it's a little awkward in its current position. Seems like that might be the only dry testing we get because it's feeling like it's about to rain right now. This time I debeated. These wheels I think are just too wide, so we're gonna try to find some less wide ones. Thankfully, the real works that we got are less wide, but we only have one pair of them. These guys right here. So we can run these in the rear and we'll be fine. But we're gonna probably go on the hunt for another set, just because this debeated at 20 psi, which isn't even that low. We got new tires mounted, so we'll be good. My GoPro camera didn't die for my first chase with you. Bro, you rolled me so hard. Yeah? Dude, it was such a gangster run. Like, that was some pro level I was like hitting the wheel like so stoked, dude.
Thank you.
Shredding.
I've been pretty consistent. That last run, I don't know what happened. It was like that car drives so much with the back wheels that if I had to make any correction, like my brain gets a little weird. But
what happened was you had a little AE86 pushing you over, you know?
Yeah, I felt it. I felt the aura.
It was actually the exhaust gas pushing you from my fender.
Oh, that's right. That's a G code then, huh?
Yeah.
That's why it's not legal.
Yeah. Grant's driving a pretty sweet LS S14 over here. Big pink guy. How's this thing?
V8 guy.
You like it?
Yeah, it's good. I just don't know how to drive it, so I'm gonna let you take it for a lap. So see if you can do any better than I've been doing, because not doing great.
I wasn't even gonna put it on camera. I was just gonna go drive to see if it's. Honestly, I think the tire that you might be using, because Colette and a few other people are struggling. So it could very well be the tire, not you. Yeah. But I wasn't gonna put this in the video because I didn't want to like.
No, I don't care. I've been driving every weekend for the past month in a different car, right?
Grant World Tour.
Grant World Tour, yeah. It's like the Walmart version of LZ World Tour. So I feel good in different cars. so I'm concerned that it's not me, if that makes sense. So I'd rather have you take it down and go, it's fine, Grant, you just suck at driving.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then I'll figure it out. But I'd rather have someone that has driven way more cars than I have drive.
Hey, why don't you ride with me?
Am I allowed to?
We can do whatever we want, maybe.
Okay, let's go.
If it's... Mike, if we're not allowed to do it, don't put this in the video.
Can you turn up the brightness on the screen just so I can see it better?
Yeah, sorry, dude. It's a little dark. Just put your reading glasses on.
What kind of engines this thing got?
LS3, baby.
They have those here?
I guess.
Wow.
Rare commodity.
What was that?
I said, oh wow.
No, you did it.
Far away. Just to get away. The front end feels like it's pretty good now.
Yeah?
Yeah. I wish this was your car so I could drive in with pile tires.
Adam!
Woo! It's a little grippy in front, I feel like, maybe.
What?
The grip is grippy.
You're lying.
No, the front might have a little bit much grip.
It's at 60!
Yeah, it's a good way to stay in shape, I think, of course. Yeah, it's definitely looser than the A6, that's for sure.
Is it?
I'll take it slow.
I don't care what, I mean, yeah, you're fine. slow you go through there?
Yeah, so it's definitely not easy to drive.
Dude.
A lot of clutch work to like kind of really feel grip, but it's drivable.
Well, that makes me feel better. I still like, dude, it's so hard to drive.
Yeah, I mean, even coming in the entry, I felt like I was going a little fast, but I just kind of like give it a little maintenance throttle to kind of plant the rear end.
Okay.
Because if I was off throttle there, I felt like it probably would have wrapped around.
Yeah.
But you can't over wheel speed it. And I think third gear's got a lot of wheel speed, so you have to be really, really patient and just wait.
So what, do you think I should try to change anything on it, or just?
You're just gonna have to drive it like this and drive patient. Just, you made note, that last corner has a lot more grip.
Yeah, I did, because you were going into it fast, and then the car hooked.
Yeah, that last corner is like twice as much grip, so you can actually drive pretty committed there.
Coming out of the big sweeper, though, we're going like 3 miles an hour.
Yep.
Is that how it is in your car also?
Yep.
Really? Okay. I'll give it another try then. I forgot to mention something.
Yeah, the car is definitely better on paper than when you drove it.
Yeah.
I think you had too low of pressure in the rear and too high, or too low in the front too.
Yeah.
So we aired up both, and I think that'll loosen the front a little bit and it'll loosen the rear. Raise grip to the rear.
Yeah, we aired the front up from, they were at 34. I thought they were at 40. They were at 34 to 60.
Yeah, because this R-Comp is a sticky.
Yeah.
Yep, and now in the rear we went up from like 15 to 20.
To 20, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause the problem is with rain, if you go too low, you start to run on the sidewalls and you actually lose the water dispersion from the tire. Yeah,
okay.
People argue about that, whether it's a thing or not. I feel like some tires react differently, but like the cheaper street tires, I feel like tend to like a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, thank you for driving the car, dude. Makes me feel a little bit better about driving it. Let's go.
Not too bad in the rain. Feels pretty good. Good enough angle. Just gotta kind of be careful not to over wheel speed it, but feels like a good, solid first practice today. Start to do some more tandem tomorrow.
Measuring tape. This thing sounds sick. I need to measure some things and see if I can make my things the same size as his things. This is literally first time driving. It sounds awesome. I want to know what he has to say about it, but there's a lot of people. This is a huge deal right now. I'm so happy for him.
Cheating.
30 the 2, minus the 1. 2-inch.
Yeah, I wish it was dry so you could lean on it.
Yeah.
It's just so wet and no grip. Yeah, man.
That's amazing.
That was such a push over the last few nights. No sleep, no nothing. But
I got my measurements.
different.
So I knew that my primaries are a little bit big on my motor, but we're redoing my intake right now for the same diameter runners that you have. Mine are a little small, so I think we had a restriction there. So that might be why my motor rolls over so hard. It's his power graph. You'll have to check out his video to see it. It doesn't roll over. Mine rolls over hard. That's why I don't spin mine that
My
hard.
tuner was thinking there's still more in this if I go bigger with the exhaust again.
Yeah.
So.
Because you're 3.5 inch?
Yeah.
I'm 4 inch there, so I feel like I've got a ton of exhaust flow, but my intake's like super restricted.
Yeah.
So I think we have the same throttles.
Yeah.
Those are 2 inch?
They're the EFI hardware.
Yeah, same ones. We're probably going to wrap up here a little early, get a good night's rest. The big event is tomorrow. Obviously, if you can come out, please come out. It's going to be a blast, a day that you will not forget. The fact that we have all the homies out here, such incredible cars, like it's wild. There will be a free live stream. Come over to the channel. It will be live tomorrow. I don't know what time it is because of the whole time change and everything, but there'll be a link that's probably already live now, and it'll have like a countdown. Look how cool this thing looks on the trailer.
Yeah, it looks sick. That's so dope.
One thing I wanted to do, my last chase run that you guys saw, I was following a super cool Corvette, carbon Kevlar 3-rotor. We're gonna go talk with Axel real quick, have him show us the car, and then we'll wrap up the video and then jump into what is tomorrow, which is the event. Yeah. Are you filming?
I'm filming.
This is Axel.
Hi.
So, you had this car here last year, correct?
Yes, yes.
And for whatever reason, like I knew this car existed and I knew it was a rotary, but hearing it today, for some reason I was like, oh, that's gotta be a JZ. You know, like 3 rotors that kind of sound like 1Js?
Yeah, definitely with the turbo, it kind of chops that rotary noise up a little bit, especially on the rev limits that kind of sound similar, you get that from the JZ.
Well, but more than anything, I just wanted you to like, literally, if you could take a minute and just kind of show us the car, maybe tell the story behind it. Best wheels in the world on front.
Yeah, they've been difficult to buy for some reason. Someone made those really hard to get hold of. So.
Yeah, that guy.
But yeah, so I've been drifting for like 7-8 years maybe now. I've got an S14 with an RB25. It's what I use in competition. It drives really, really well. But we wanted to make something different. We're a motorsport parts supplier and kind of to build something that represents the company a bit more. Didn't want to do the same as somebody else has already done. So we decided on the Corvette, I'd seen Dave's when it turned up BC. It's like, God, I'd been thinking about it and somebody went and did it during COVID. I saw it come, I was like, yeah, it's perfect. That's what I want to do. But seeing all the people put V8s into their chassis and RX-7s, I thought, oh, well, if we do the opposite, that's going to be cool. It's going to get a lot of people to look at the car, see our sponsors and the brands that we do. So that was where the idea came from, to make like a Japanese-American car and balance out all those other engine swaps that have happened. And the original idea was to put a RB25 in. Seeing as I've had good success with that, I like the way they sound. And bought the car, stripped it, put the block in. There's not enough room.
Looking at this, like it looks like it's almost in line with the shock towers.
Yeah, and you've got the steering, all the steering parts here, the steering rack, literally quite high up in a Corvette, so that's where the RB was touching, and it was also touching on the height as well. So I know you guys at Drift HQ put an RB into an older one,
yeah.
but I think that must be a bit longer.
It was still really tight.
Yeah,
like it probably not ideal for a drift car.
No.
But this looks like the center of gravity is low. It's like kind of right where you'd want it.
We had to run a dry sump to get the kind of height in there, and it literally sits on the standard Corvette subframe on hockey pucks onto the sump pan, which has got little wings out on it to support it. So yeah, it sits there. We put the gearbox in the front, which you see a lot of people in America doing now as well. With a 6-speed sequential, and then the winters set up in the back with FTS very sharp steering kit and all the bits on the back. Because that really helped, especially on the differential, making a custom mount for us. I think they do one now for the Corvette and the winters, and we got it. He actually made it. I needed it to be 5 inches higher just to bring it in line with the way the engine sat. And yeah, he did that and did it super quick, so that really helped us. But yeah, other than that, it's.
How do you like how it drives?
It drives great. We've had like a year of kind of teething problems and stuff, and now I'm probably getting some seat time in there. I could do with a little bit more lock. Probably some narrow wheels would make that better because I could get the tie rods.
Holy the brake clearance is insane. That's wild.
Yeah, we had to do a little bit of sanding on there, but it was surprisingly perfect fit with those wheels.
That's crazy. Yeah, wow.
They came up on Marketplace at the right time, and I was like, I reckon they'd be thick on there. And yeah, they fit perfectly. Couldn't find a better wheel.
Nah, super cool car. I'm stoked to see it out there more. I know I got to chase you on my last lap.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
It's great driving, and hope you do well tomorrow.
Yeah, and let's hope some dry weather and we can have more fun.
Even though it's a little wet, it's still great to be back here. I'll close out the video here, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Eliante pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went from the back. Swing, pull like Jim, waves on swim, Anorak Tims with the tech.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gucci.
I'm Matfield. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable EC around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Mashed potatoes.
Yeah. Welcome to Ireland. We landed about 30 minutes ago. First stop was this little cafe, and we got meat, potatoes, and mashed balls. I didn't sleep very much. Look, come look at this. They asked me in the rental place, do I want a stick shift? I said, of course, but they were in limited availability. So he goes, do you want a Ford Cuda? And I'm like, what? And I'm picturing like a Barracuda, which isn't a Ford. No, I don't think it is. I think it's a Plymouth Barracuda. Anyway, this is what a Ford, oh, it's a Kuga.
Yes.
I thought it was Cuda.
Kuga.
Yeah, it's awful. I love Ford, but
This-
Mustangs are better than this for sure.
Yeah.
You drive my croissant.
You did. You got a Nissan Croissant, and I got a Ford Kuga. We're heading over to Drift Games. I got a new space that looks absolutely unbelievable. They have a full video tour of it, but I've intentionally not watched it because I want to see it in person for the first time. Made some poor financial decisions on the plane, but you guys will find out about that in a few months.
Is that a tweak or a wing?
I don't know.
That looks familiar.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Bro, that trucker was laughing his ass off at you. He's like, this dude does not know what he's doing.
I didn't know what to do. I was like, I stopped, did they stop? I don't know what these signs mean.
Hey, is that Officer Dan?
Okay, we're at the right spot.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I thought that was it.
We're in the wrong goddamn side of the road.
He just
That
was.
was James. It was bad. He almost got offed by a few trucks.
Rookies.
How do you like my Ford Kuga?
It's old and attractive.
I knew that was a pond tutor. I didn't know you were recording.
Big Ford guy. What's up, dude? How you doing? How are you? Good to see you.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Tired?
Yes.
Hello, Mike.
What's up?
How are you?
Snap.
Hello.
See him.
No, he was stealth mode back there.
Nice.
Any driving with Adam and Colette, man, but get me out of the car with James. This guy, there almost 14 accidents already about to happen, man.
Well, the one was pretty bad.
Yeah.
We found out there's a used car sale lot at
there's
Drift
not.
Games.
No,
Yes,
they-
there is.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
They lied to him.
And
They're
there's cool
not.
stuff.
None of them are for sale.
What is this?
That's a Maserati.
All right, Kian, tell me.
Okay, so this
Tell me.
is the engine block.
All right.
Welcome. So this is our new home, but it's got like 5 or 6 different businesses. So it's centered around Dean Motors, which is here. So they sell like performance cars, classic cars, unique things. So basically, they've got a showroom here and a lot of extra cars outside, as you've seen already. And then that's their showroom, that's their workshop. So as you can see, working on a random variety of things, from Subaru to Rolls-Royce. We're up here in our Drift Game studios. You've got a place that does wheel refurbs over here. You've got a detailer behind there, and then there's a place that fixes motorbikes behind here.
So this is Car Central.
Loads of stuff going on. There is so much going on here.
If any of you guys are from the Connecticut area, and you know, I think it's called like maybe Industrial Plains Road. There's like one road in Wallingford where everybody's shops are, and it's like probably like a quarter mile. This is basically Wallingford in a parking lot.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah.
There's so much going on here, and even we're still getting used to it because it's only open the last few weeks.
Yeah.
So it's only really operational now, and still getting used to like the variety of what's around, from like Alpina to AMG to 911, Bentley, whatever. Who knows? Who knows?
I love the variety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Adam's wallet does not love the variety.
Well, thankfully, I made a poor decision on the plane, so I can't make one here.
Nice.
Look at how small the wheels are.
Those are sticky too.
Yeah.
I didn't notice yesterday.
These are 10s.
All of that. There are 3 lugs. Imagine. It's crazy that full-size seats fit in here.
Mm-hmm.
Are they touching?
There's actually a bit of space between.
No. Wow.
I've seen these wheels probably like 2 dozen times, but I've never seen an actual car.
That looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
I do like 3 videos a year.
The car itself is sick.
How are you? What does something like this like typically go for?
Here, probably 15, 16,000 euro. Like a really early good one is 40, 50,000 euro now.
Wow.
Yeah. They're hard to get original ones. They've all been touched. Like there's no such thing as a completely unmolested one nowadays. They were just cheap cars. Everyone just thought it's an old Mini, put wheels on it, put a cage on it. change the engine. You could get engines
I love
really
that
cheap.
cages in the they're so slow.
Yeah, I've never had one without a cage.
M4 don't need a cage.
But like, you don't want to crash it. I understand. So, every single one I've had has had a cage.
Hey, Dave.
Hello, Adam.
I don't think we've said hello on video yet.
We've been running around. It's good to have everybody here. So we're in Simon Dean's classic and prestige car showroom.
Yeah.
This is something I don't think anyone in America has ever seen before. So this is an MG Metro underneath, which is the most boring, cheapest car you could buy ever. Rubbish. And for some reason they said, hey, we're going to go Group B rallying in the 80s. And they put the engine in the back, put a ridiculous wide body on it. And this is a complete replica of one that's road legal. So
I was going to ask, is this road legal?
The rally car is not road legal, but this guy built it specifically just so he could drive it on the road. And now it's for sale. Cool. This is like the most obnoxious front splitter, I think, from the Group B.
It looks like a 99 spec FD wing,
just turned upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah, this car made no, even for the brand, it made no sense because they were the most boring, dull, old man's brand, and they just said, Group B rally, let's go. So they built one of these things, a 2-litre turbo in the back. Yeah, some guy in Northern Ireland just said, I want one of those, but I want to put a plate on it and drive it around to car shows, and he just built it literally from the ground up with a lot of the original parts from the rally car.
My kind of lad.
My kind of lad.
Yeah. Hit the diff and go have some fun. You know?
Lad.
Before we go check out the amazing new Drift Game studio, I wanted to remind you that the FD RX-7 giveaway is still live, where every $5 you spend on LZMFG or Drift HQ is going to get you entered for a chance to win. The merch is great. We got other stuff on LZMFG, and I also wanted to add, in addition to everything on the Drift HQ website, if you're getting a custom quote or placing an order with our amazing sales team, that will still be eligible for giveaway entries. So if you got a complicated build and you want help speccing out some turbo, engine stuff, body parts, whatever, we got you covered. It's an amazing car, and you're sleeping if you don't have it. It's legit.
Wow.
Pretty different.
This is a bit of a level up from the shed last year.
I wish we got the shot of the car coming up on the ramp. Call it the ramp.
Yeah.
That's so epic.
It's so epic to everyone until you're doing it 14 times in a row, and it's really slow.
Is that Sultan's car?
No, that is one of our friends' cars.
Oh, his looks so similar.
It's the same, same kit.
Really? Yeah. What does the car start off as?
That's a 996.
And his is a 996 as well?
His is a 997. So the reason people do it is because the 996 is the ugliest Porsche. It changed it to that, so it looks better. Then Sultan just bought 997 anyway and changed it. So like the 4th or 5th kit made, I think. And it's that's father and son. So Craig, who works with us, that's his car and that's his dad's car. And his dad, who owns the Porsche, built all this.
Wow.
He was the builder for this. So our builder was car guy, our electrician. Jimmy Oakes is driving his car at the weekend. Everybody who built it, because obviously you can't just go to a normal person and say I want to build a town in a warehouse on the 2nd floor in Dublin.
It's really cool. I almost feel like you would go to someone that like builds theme parks, right?
This is what, do you know what? This actually is from your invitational, because we did a whole crazy event, and then Jess, my wife, and I went to Universal Studios for one day as a break in your Mustang, and I was standing in the middle of the Fast and the Furious ride saying, this is weird because it looks like it's a little town, a little garage, but it's not a garage. And I was like, that's mad. It must be cheap to build buildings inside because you don't need to do insulation, you don't do anything, thus creating. Also, to be honest, it rains every day in Ireland, and we kind of said if we could make the outside inside and not have any rain, that would be ideal for the winter here. So June 15th, we decided to take the lease, and at that point we didn't even know we were doing this, and then 2 weeks ago we finished it.
That's crazy. Have you discussed a cost on video? Is that something you share? Or
we had a budget. We took a loan, because we always do. That's our favourite thing to do. And a €100,000 cost, and we got in at 101.
Wow.
So it's really close.
I feel like for what this place is, like to build something similar in the States, I think would be more than that, much more.
I'll put it this way, a lot of mates rates involved in this.
Yeah.
So basically the boys were so enthusiastic about actually building it that they just sent more people and more stuff. And they're like, no, we'll do that. No, what if we did this?
Yeah.
No. So they were pumped on it too. The day we painted the whole place inside black was like, that was the day I thought we ruined the place because it was the floor was black, the roof was black, everything was black. It just looked like a black hole. But then when we started putting stuff in, it came together pretty good. But in Dublin, rents are so high that second floor is obviously useless for a garage for somebody trying to bring cars in every day. And also we don't have the pillars like they have downstairs. So we have much more space. And because this was actually a meat processing plant where they used to literally grind meat here, they actually had all these drains which were for blood originally, which is a bit disgusting. But it's really good for washing cars because you can wash your car inside and it all just flows outside.
You do that?
Yeah.
No way.
You can wash it, every single part of it on a slant.
So do you have a hose?
Really?
We don't have it in here now, but we can do it, yeah. So you can literally power hose the whole place and it just flows down. Everything's on a slant.
Even the finish of like the ceiling is like stupid of a detail as that is, like it looks so good.
Yeah, satin black, everything, painted all the wiring.
You know, it's not like there's like a bunch of speckles or whatever, like it's very smooth and
it's not finished yet, but I'm
A
really
cool atmosphere will make a cool car 10 times better.
Well, we had all these cars, but they all looked rubbish because they were just crushed into a corner with boxes on the roof. Now they're all kind of have their own space. And it also allows control where I have to sell a car to buy a car now to have a space. That's my new rule. So we're like, well, we could squeeze a few more in. But we've still got a lot to finish. We're building this carcade, which is like a full arcade. So it's going to be all modern simulators built into like 2000s units.
Sick.
So it looks like an old arcade, but it's all like newest stuff, Fanatec, Accelero Corsa, all that stuff. Trying to do like an 8-link so everyone can sit down and race together. Because online stuff is cool, but I want to go back to the old school where your buddies come around and play like in your house. We want to do that with just a little bit of flair on that. And then, yeah, on a workshop, we've done very little work here because it's all too clean. We're at that point now where we're like, you know when you think...
Is that the workshop?
This will be the workshop. We still
God, your Corvette looks so crazy.
It's a bit different than it looked last year.
I love it.
It looks like, I don't even know, it looks like a Mad Max type looking thing.
Yeah. Now the heartbreaking part was when I bought all the HDK carbon, which you guys sell in Rift HQ, and then Darren McNamara cuts 40% of it off on the floor instantaneously. But the idea was that basically we wanted to make a Corvette that didn't look like anyone else's Corvette, because when I built this car, it was like the third or fourth maybe like drift build pro Corvette, and then obviously since then everyone's building Corvettes and it's very hard to be unique. So I sent it to Darren. I never saw the design, never knew anything about it, and every time he would ring me, he's like, I think I've gone too far now. And then he would say, oh, I've gone a bit more far, and he said, no, I just ran away with myself. So you know what he's like. Yep. So he's made a lot of funky bits and pieces. The fender is being very controversial, but he likes the fact that it's a McPherson strut, like a single-seater race car.
Yeah.
So he was like, I like the idea, and he's even cut this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Stop 2 of the LZ World Tour here in Mondello Park. My name is Dave Egan. I'm going to be talking you through all the action with my good friend, Officer Dan Brockett, all the way from the Americas here in Ireland.
From the Nuevo Mexico.
And we are having some fun this weekend. We've had the craziest matchups, the craziest fantasy battles. We had a wild day in the last chance top 16 yesterday. Totally unprecedented stuff happening on track, and you guys are sitting back ready for all the action. The kickoff here is what we're here to do. Top 16 main event. This is where all the marbles are on the table, all the chips are on the table.
All the skateboard decks going to be in somebody's hands by the end of today.
Absolutely, and this is going to be a conventional top 16 format. We have got incredible battles ahead of us here in Mondello Park. Thanking all of our amazing Irish fans and fans from all over Europe for coming to this event. It's been an absolute pleasure. The rain and weather hasn't quite played ball all weekend, but then again, as advertised, Ireland, you know, it's July.
And I've learned a lot of things about the rain here. There's different types, which I didn't know. In
We
New
got
Mexico,
wet rain.
we get rain or it's not raining.
We got wet rain and dry rain.
Yeah, that's crazy. Never knew that was a thing.
When you've got that much rain in your country that you've different variations of it and names, then you know it's a bad thing. But we're going to get heating up on track very, very quickly as we have got some massive battles ahead of us. The track still holding some water. It's still patchy and damp out there, but it dries super quick. This is how the battles are going to roll for the rest of the day. Each driver will take a turn at lead and chase. The lead driver must run the qualifying line and aim to run as close to a 100-point run as possible. The chase driver must mirror the lead driver and try and gain as much proximity as possible. Our judges will determine who is the better driver over the 2 runs combined and determine the winner. If scoring results in a draw, we will have a one more time battle to determine the winner. Our judges this weekend are Kieran Hines. He's old school. He's been around since 1905 judging drifting. We also have head drift masters judge Kevin O'Connell, and we got all the way from the USA, Chelsea Denofa, who's going to be making all the calls today. This is the track these guys are going for. It's going to be a clipping zone 1 in the wet, in the patchy conditions. This is the scariest part of the track. 1 to zone 2 with the inside of the front bumper, and then zone 3, which is trying hard not to stay into the grass, get it transitioned into outer zone 4, stay on the throttle, leave outer zone 4 pretty early to get that whip into zone 4, then it's up against the wall, and zone 6 starts with a wall, it finishes with a wall, and if you get by the second part of the wall, you go to zone 7, sighing a little bit, and that's where we're going to see these cars get real close towards the end of the run. And we are going to have our top 16 drivers come out onto the track to get a look at what the matchups are ahead of us, and it is a stacked top 16. Here's how it looks. Dwayne McKeever against Grant Anderson will kick us off, but we have got Mr. LZ leading out the parade in that 86 Corolla, the clutch holding on by a thread at the moment.
By dear life. But he's still putting on the runs. He did his fantasy battles. Hopefully it holds on enough for him to get through, but he's got a tough battle.
We also have a lot of surprises for you guys watching. So a normal conventional top 16 will not include surprises, but we have some fun and stuff happening throughout, so you don't take your eyes off it. LZ will go up against James Dean. 2 very crazy cars here. James Dean in the 4-rotor RX-7, Adam LZ in the 1JZ 86. And if you're here in Mondello, give them a big round of applause as they roll in front of you. Adam LZ leading it out. Grant Anderson up against Dwayne McKeever. Whoever thought a stock 350Z and Dwayne McKeever would be going up against each other in the top 16. The 2 Shanahan brothers, Connor and Jack, in 2 borrowed cars with 400
against each other.
Against each other with 400 horse, but the 2 wildest machines here. An LS-powered Corolla of Sultan Al-Qasimi going up against Kevin Quinn. We got Darren McNamara taking on Lucky Day Competitions, Chris Brady. Dean Carney coming back from the US this weekend in that big Mark II, going up against Sebastian Fonten from Holland. The pride of the UK on the line as 2 of the highest ranked drivers in UK history and most successful, Martin Richards and Bagsy, go head to head. We got the 2 young guns. We got Connor Falvey and Archie Hammer going head to head. And finally at that right end of the grid, we've got James Dean's 4-rotor RX-7. Have you ever seen a sight like this before, Dan? But we have LZ in a Corolla leading at the parade and a 4-rotor backing it up with James Dean. This is amazing.
We got burnouts, but they're probably also testing for track conditions. This is a little bit of a strategic advantage, I think, for some of these guys. And hey guys, there's James. Don't know if you saw him out there in that 4-rotor monster that they just put together for this weekend for you guys in the stands. This is you don't see this mix of cars in drifting. This is unprecedented. This doesn't happen. This isn't normal. This is the LZ World Tour.
This is what it's all about. Making things happen that shouldn't happen. Probably are half nonsense, but here they are. We can barely hear ourselves in the tower with the noise of these 16 machines revving up to get the crowd going. If you guys are in attendance, make some noise for your top 16 as they head up to the start line. We want to put your hands together. Give them a cheer as they head up. They're ready to put a show on this evening. And it is absolute chaos out there on the track. As burnouts, we got some testing the wet and dry conditions on the track. And don't get me wrong, it's a fun competition. These guys are going out there to have fun.
It's fun until they're on the line. Until you're ready to go. Then it's real serious, real quick.
I mean, look at this. We've got 4-rotor RX-7 following a Datsun SR20 up the hill. This is going to be a wild top 16. A lot of pride on the line, Dan.
Yeah, look at this parade of cars. This you just don't see this. This is still blowing my mind. We've got top pros, we have amateurs, we have personalities, we have a broad range of drivers. Some of them just competing this year.
And what's incredible to think, the reason that you can see so many of these cars, and if you're an avid drift fan, you're going to say, well, he's got more horsepower, or he's got this, or he's got that. All these guys running the same tires. So the tires, whether they're big or they're small, they're all the same compound, they're all the same type, which means there's no advantage of grip. So if you've got 700 horsepower, or in Grant Anderson's case, 14 horsepower, you still have a chance, especially when the track is a little damp. And that is the first battle we're going to have here today, which is going to be Grant Anderson going up against Dwayne McKeever.
And Grant, you know what he did yesterday in that stock 350Z? He was out there slaying giants all day long, got onto the podium.
And he's still in the competition in the car that I said, the man is waiting to take this away. I sold this car on Thursday, and it's still here. Whether the price goes up or down from here, well, we're about to find out. Dwayne McKeever, he's taken home a win this year in the Drift Masters Championship, and there's another reminder of your bracket. Look at those names on that bracket. We are in for an evening's entertainment for sure here in Mondello Park. Right now, the rain holding off a little bit. The track dries super quick here. You'll expect to see smoke within no time with the amount of temperature that's quite high here for Ireland. Low for you.
This is hot.
This is high. I'm shorts and t-shirt right now.
I have a jacket on right now with a sweatshirt underneath.
I am in shorts and t-shirts because this is a beautiful day if you're undercover.
I like your definition of hot.
But the fans are all basically, you know, everyone's toughing it out here.
They seem used to it. I think they're very seasoned veterans for coming to events like this, where the rain may or may not be there many times a day.
And you know, they're here to watch history in the making, because some of these things that are going to happen in this top 16 are what drift fans, if you're a true drift fan, you just always think, what would happen if this guy, what if Grant Anderson went up against Dwayne McKeever? Like, that's like almost, it's like you're on a computer game picking Street Fighter characters. Yeah. It's not real life, and it is real life.
You put in the cheat code and you get to do it.
Grant Anderson making the call to use the 350 and not the Kai truck this time, because he said the Kai truck just not enough power for him.
Really?
Yeah, the Kai truck has about 90, so I think his 250 is just enough for this.
Enough. So he was worried. He was worried. We had a conversation earlier. He was praying for rain. He did a rain dance. It worked for a little while, but it looks like he may have not done it for long enough.
And it's tough to catch Dwayne McKeever regardless of the conditions. He drives super fast.
I've heard he's pretty quick.
He's a fast man. And the only reason he's fast is because that right foot goes down in about March of the year, and then in October he takes it off the accelerator.
And that's the end of the run.
Yeah, and that's the end of the run. So we're going to see the first battle. I hope you guys are ready in Mondello Park. You're ready at home. It is stop 2 of the LZ World Tour as Dwayne McKeever from Northern Ireland, the Northern Smoke Machine as we call him, Drift Masters. He's in the top 5 of the Drift Masters European Championship. Goes up against Grant Anderson, who hasn't done a whole lot of competitions, but has done a ton of driving all over the world. And he has a lot of experience in these 350Zs. You can see the wipers are on, which means there may be still drops of rain as they come off the line. It will be Dwayne McKeever to lead in Grant Anderson in the first battle of our top 16.
Absolutely excited to see exactly how this unfolds. Again, these guys haven't driven for a little bit, and as you can see, Grant having some trouble keeping that car in drift. So it does look like there is a little bit of a inconsistency there as they round this first outer zone. Dwayne doing what he does, just absolutely railing right up on that wall. He's not afraid of the moisture, obviously. And Grant finally catching up and saying, hey man, I'm still here. We're still doing things. We're ready to party.
I'll tell you what looks to have happened for me there is that Grant expected that entry to be much slicker than it was.
Yes.
He initiated far earlier than any man in the stock 350Z should do. And he realized very quickly that he was off, up and on throttle, but he wasn't at the corner. Watch how early he transitions. Thinking it's wet here.
It's not wet. It's not wet.
It's not wet. And he's got to get back on it. It's just good to save it, to get the car back in momentum, but Dwayne McKeever's like, see you later, buddy. I'm just going to go over here. And Grant's obviously trying to catch him up through the run. He does a good job. He's cutting down the corners, but he's off the racing, or the correct line that the drivers are told to stay as wide as you can. He cuts in inside here, and he does pretty good. I mean, remember, he's given away about half the horsepower here to Dwayne McKeever and all of the experience, because Dwayne has done so many events on this track. So it's a very tough ask for Grant Anderson. And as Grant said, I have nothing to lose. He's one of the best in the world. I'm in a stock 350Z. All the pressure's on him, and I kind of agree, right?
I 100% agree, and he's super stoked to be there. He is just absolutely thrilled. He said, I don't think I'm going to make it tomorrow. And then he made it all the way through the top 16, onto the podium, and here he is in the highest horsepower car on the grid.
Yeah, so if there was no other cars on the grid, he would have
if nobody showed up,
he would have the highest horsepower car. I get what you're saying. Dan, we are ready to go. Second half of the run. Wipers on, into gear, and up over the hill they go, as it is going to be
Grant Anderson taken off, and a much better entry, as you can see, and Dwayne giving him no room. I absolutely love what I'm seeing here as they come into the first outer zone. Dwayne is reeling him in, saying, hey bud, I'm still here, I'm knocking on your door, I'm not gonna let you win in a stock powered 350Z versus this absolute monster that I'm borrowing. I know we're both borrowing cars, but oh my goodness gracious, he is surging. He found a little bit of grip there, it looks like, right at the end, because that was aggressive.
Wow, Dwayne McKeever's transition along the wall was just ridiculous.
That was manly.
Like, that was, you don't get away with that, you know, 1 out of 10 times you get away with something like that, and he's such a good driver, he got away with it. Grant Anderson and Dwayne McKeever, two drivers that you'd never think you would see, and you check it out here on the replay or in your screens in attendance. Watch Dwayne on the wall. Everything else was really good. Grant Anderson's lead was exceptional. He tidied up all those mistakes from the first run. Watch Dwayne's front of his car as they come to the wall. He gets caught in here on the inside. Look at this. just perfectly timed underneath the back of that 350Z, guys. Give it up for Grant Anderson and Dwayne McKeever. Wow. Well, we got to get a decision. The judges have had a good look at it, and it's going to be a spot in the top 8 up for grabs. We're going to go over to you, Chelsea. Who's getting the win?
Dwayne gets the win.
Dwayne McKeever gets the win, and I can see Adam Ivel's down on track to get an interview. What a dream weekend for both of these guys. And Adam, what a battle between two incredibly different machines. I think Adam was trying to interview them, but they're now going to do some donuts, I think. That's what's going to happen. He backed away pretty quickly there. So
okay,
we're not going to get an interview.
No, we don't need an interview. Those guys are nice guys. Look at Grant. He's waving to the crowd. You guys can wave back if you want. You don't have to. I'm not forcing you to do anything you don't want to do.
I will. I will make them stand later. I'll make them wave
at Grant.
They need to be enthusiastic. This is fun times. But I think that's the thing. Now we've got, well, here's a battle that if you are an Irish Drift fan, you've seen quite a few times. Connor Shanahan versus Jack Shanahan. What you haven't seen is both of them in equalized cars. 400 horsepower RB25 for Jack Shanahan and 400 horsepower SR for Connor Shanahan. Same tires, same power, two brothers. And this is going to be a nightmare for both of the guys that own these cars, because this is going to be personal. These guys are trading paint all the way through their career. Another treat in store here at the LZ World Tour as Jack Shanahan chases in Connor Shanahan.
Brother on brother, here we go. This is the thing that we in the U.S. would only see on the internet, and here we are live at the World Tour as these guys are chucking it in. Let's see what they can do around the outside. Jack is absolutely putting it on him right now. He was lackluster at the beginning, but he is bringing it all back. Look at those transitions. That is absolutely dialed timing for those guys as they come around the last outer zone and across the finish line. I don't know. I think that he gave up a little bit at the beginning.
I think Connor just got the run on him off the start line.
He gave him the beans and could not keep up.
And then when Jack transitioned, he said, okay, here we go. And then he absolutely pushed him around the rest of the track. You see, it was just a run-up. Jack enters very early, kind of in the middle of the track, and he doesn't have the momentum in that car to get there. Connor is an expert in the rain and the patchy conditions.
I'm gonna chalk that one up to the weight differences between the SR20 and the boat anchor that is in Jack's car.
Absolutely, and you can see it here as Connor Shanahan. This is where Jack, look at the transitions here. Look at the timing from Jack Shanahan. Boom.
Perfect.
Mimic of the front car. And again, these guys know each other's driving style better than anybody on the grid. So they know that even though they're this close around the whole track, not one piece of contact, not one bumper flexing. They're just trying to mind these cars.
Being very nice to their mechanics' cars.
Yeah, because they got to go, they're going to Drift Masters in Riga next week. Those mechanics may not turn up if there's bad things happening here on track. They may say, oh no, you were on your own.
Hey, remember that one time?
Yeah, remember the time you brought our cars out and you wrecked them? Well, that's the end of that. So here we go. It's going to be Jack Shanahan now in the lead. He's got an RB under the bonnet of that S14, and the other S14, the purple one, that's Connor Shanahan, SR20, God's engine. And
there it is.
It's doing pretty good right now.
I think I'd like to see another SR20 on the podium. That seems to be the theme here at the LZ World Tour. So let's keep that theme going if we can. We'll see. It depends on how this run goes.
Yeah, we got Jack Shanahan now in the lead. You can see Connor Shanahan, a little straight line entry. O'Connor shuts it down. Something's gone wrong with Connor Shanahan's car. Oh, something's falling off the back of the car.
Definitely a part of a half shaft, it looks like, maybe?
Yeah, some part of the car has just come off on the track over the far side, so I'm not sure what that is. But Connor Shanahan shuts it down. Something went wrong on entry, and Jack Shanahan, well, he's not going to have anyone for company here as he finishes out the run. And there is pieces of half shaft on the track.
There was a large chunk that came out the back of his car. That was unfortunate. That's not what you want to see. That's not the way that you want to be taken out by a mechanical. You never want to see something come out the back of your car while you're moving forward still.
No, and there's a half shaft just on the corner on tipping point zone 2, so that's not good either. So we're going to have to get a decision. I think it's going to be one that we didn't want to see. We wanted to see
some clean driving, better battles.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to hear what happens, and we're going to get a decision from the judges. Kevin, who's going through?
Jack Shanahan gets the win.
And Jack Shanahan gets the win and goes through to, well, Connor got the win in Finland 2 weeks ago. Now Jack gets the win, but Connor breaking down on the track. Adam Ivel's down there. Adam, can we have a talk of the Shanahan brothers? Not a clean run. We didn't get anything to finish up with.
Jack Shanahan, I'm back with you again. Second time in 2 weeks we've seen you and your brother Connor battle it out. This time you take the win. I'm sure it's not where you would have wanted to win, but how do you feel, man?
Oh yeah, not too bad. He would have absolutely beat the hell out of me if he didn't break down, so I'm quite happy. But yeah, bit of luck is after coming my way, I think, so I'm quite happy. I'll take it, like, you know. So It's no, we had a good fun trying to put on a show.
Brilliant. Well, through to the next round for you, Connor. Can I get a quick word? Like I said, second time in 2 weeks I've seen you two battle it out. Unfortunately, it looked like something came off your car at clip 3. How did it feel in the car for you?
Yeah, I think I'm a bit sore. I'm sore man on the SRs, you know. I broke a shaft off the line. Quite annoyed actually. I was having so much fun in this thing, and it was an animal in the rain. It was so fast on the run up, but you know, it doesn't matter. It's back to real work next week. I'm glad to be here, that I got to be a part of this event. And yeah, I wish I could have put on a better show for everybody here, but it's pretty incredible to see this place packed again, and such a special event. I'm glad to be a part of it.
The Shanahans, thank you for putting on a show for us, guys.
There you have it. So Jack Shanahan goes through. We're going to see Jack Shanahan against Dwayne McKeever in the top 8. That's just the first battle of the top 8.
This is nuts.
As we now move on, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in the next one either. These are all incredibly unusual battles. We got robbed a little bit of that one. I think we're going to see some really...
that was disappointing. But, you know, that happens. It's a mechanical thing. Sometimes you can't get away with it. And he was launching that car pretty hard, and I think maybe it just gripped up and...
Exactly. Well, a man that is very sympathetic on the drivetrain is Kevin Quinn.
Speaking of.
And Sultan Al-Qasimi. These two guys are definitely going to put their cars through the paces. Here's another amazing battle. 2JZ 700 horsepower S15. Again, LS-powered A86 Corolla. An incredible looking car from Sultan Al-Qasimi, built by Group D here in Ireland. Look at Sultan leaving the line pretty quick on those 15s.
Like, I will not let you get away from me as they come in to the initiation. Here it is. And we've heard him on limiter all day, but in the wet, it's a little bit different. As they come out to the first outer, there's that limiter that I was missing. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Sultan is absolutely doing everything he can to keep up with that car. Maybe he's a little phased by how loud that thing actually is as they come around. Got that yellow tint on the windows, gleaming, putting the pressure on right at the very, very end. Not a bad run.
What a run. Sultan Al-Qasimi, of course, he's given away a lot of grip here. He's on 15s, but the thing about it is he hasn't driven this Corolla since last year at this event. So he actually just left it here in Ireland, and he came back and he said, oh, I think I left a car here. But I was like, oh, we have that for you. Here you go, sir. And then basically he's back out in competition. So not an easy thing to jump back in. Kevin Quinn doing a little bit more driving.
Two-time-a-year car. You know, those normal things that happen.
Yeah. But this is good. He kind of throws caution to the wind on the second corner, throws it up on Kevin Quinn's door. Kevin doing a good big angle from Kevin Quinn, allowing Sultan to do this along the wall run. And again, he gets back in this inside last corner, kind of a good way of catching up. Kevin Quinn just dropping out of the outer zone there. Could have been a little deeper, but the patchy conditions making that particular part of the track very treacherous, because of course it's kind of a different surface change there, and it grips the car up quite dramatically. So we're going to turn him around. It will be Sultan Al-Qasimi in the lead, and it will be Kevin Quinn in the chase. And how cool does that 86 look?
That thing looks like a machine. It looks like a mech warrior. It's all of D-Mech's stuff. It's like art. It's not just a car anymore.
Yeah, the great thing is that
project.
It's a constant work of art, because pieces of it fall off as the event goes on. So Sultan Al-Qasimi, I love that light bar on the back of that Corolla. And now Kevin Quinn. Kevin Quinn has, I think, got a little bit of advantage here. Can he go real close? And I guarantee you, he's going to have absolutely no sympathy for how beautiful that 86 is. Here comes an S15 right up in your wing mirror.
And here we go. Two of the biggest wings on the track coming down into the downhill section as they come around. Sultan putting on an absolute banger of a lead run, hops into the dirt just a little bit, but not phased as Kevin, as he transitions right back onto his door, looking through those yellow tinted windows saying, I will destroy you right now. Here we go around the last outer. Little bit more proximity, I think, than Sultan had, but overall a very, very solid run from both of those guys.
I just can't believe how varied the machinery is.
It's insane.
You've got an LS power. You've got a guy from the UAE driving an LS powered Corolla on 15s, and then you got a guy from Northern Ireland in a Japanese car with a Japanese engine, but he's got 700 horsepower, absolutely screaming the limiter off that car the whole way around the track. There's a nice dive from Kevin Quinn here. He got right back up in his business. He balanced it very well, and it's a good chase run from Kevin as he fires the car left and right as they go through the last section of the course. And there's a bit sketchy there from both drivers, and Sultan dropping way outside of that outside zone, and that's that change from the new tarmac to the old tarmac, just gripping the cars up. But guys, if you're in attendance, give it up for Kevin Quinn and Sultan Al-Qasimi. Coming all the way from the United Arab Emirates and all the way from Dungannon.
Slight difference there.
Yeah, that's about 2 hours away.
Yeah, no big deal.
They're having a good time, having a good fun behind the scenes, good friends behind the scenes, and let's see which way the judges go. Kevin O'Connell, who's getting the call and going to the top 8.
Kevin Quinn gets the win.
And Kevin Quinn indeed does get the win and go through to our top 8. Adam, you're down on track. The boys look pumped up.
Sultan, I'd love to have a chat with you quickly, sir. Lunatic by nature, lunatic in the way you build your cars. How does it feel to be out in front of this amazing Mondello audience in this AE86?
Honestly, it was such a blast. As usual, I love coming here, love seeing the Irish crowd. And Kevin gave you such a nice line and a good battle. Had such a good time.
It was fantastic to watch. Kevin, can I grab you for a second? Designer of beautiful cars, and you drive them like a madman. How does it feel to be out here at the LZ World Tour?
It's amazing, all these people here, but it's all a bit of crack. Like, I just love bashing this thing in the limiter. I'm going to just keep doing it here now.
Yeah, well, we can't wait to see you, man. Good luck in the next round. Take it easy, guys.
Thank you. Do I need to translate that for you, Dan?
That will need a translation. I don't think I understand a word he said.
He said, I like bashing the limiter and I'm having a bit of crack. And crack here means fun. So that's...
Oh, because, yeah, that's not what that means in the U.S.
No, it's quite different and quite a different result. Here it's fun. It's an Irish word and we use it quite a bit.
Okay, good. I'm learning. Again, this is a learning experience for me and I'm absolutely loving every moment of it.
Yeah, and again, this is a clash of cultures. It's a clash of everything. But what we have now is a clash of the Titans up on the star line, as we have Darren McNamara in that absolutely just incredibly ridiculous looking S13 going up against a 700 horsepower RB25 powered R32 of Chris Brady, two guys who have been at the pro level of Irish drifting for quite some time. Chris Brady, a phenomenal driver. He's been in a number of different chassis over the years, and it doesn't matter what he's driving, he's always competitive. This one is going to be tough for either driver to come out on top. It is Brady to lead in McNamara.
And McNamara's been on fire on the follow run, so let's see if he can keep that up. He's been bumping cars around the track for most of the time, and there's bits of his car coming off as he runs into the back and continues transitioning.
What is happening right now?
I don't even know how to explain that.
How did he get through it? He actually crashed again. Darren McNamara pushing Chris Brady around the track, running the wings off the wall. There's pieces of Darren McNamara's car flying all over the track. That was ridiculous from Darren McNamara. How they both stayed in that. That is pushing beyond the limits here in Mondello Park, and the grandstands and the banks here appreciating how much Darren McNamara is willing to destroy his own car for your entertainment. How they stayed in that one, I will never know.
They may be picking up pieces for the next 3 years. Just even on entry, his side skirt blew up, and then his car blew up over here 3 times. And
first of all, he goes across the grass on the entry, 2 wheels over the grass, then he comes through, and he doesn't slow down, smashes under the back,
and then
stays on throttle, somehow gets out of it, doesn't go in the gravel, and then stays in, and then said, you know what, this is working great, I'm going to hit him again. As they transition, boom, smashes into the back of him again, and then they transition onto the wall, the wing goes over the wall. Chris Brady's like, will you just leave me alone? Let me get to the end of the run. And Darren's like, no, I'm going to destroy you. And that is what we wanted to see. Entertainment from start to finish from Darren McNamara. And he's one of the most entertaining drivers in not only the way he builds the cars, but he also understands that it's a show and it's all about why are we all being so cautious, Darren was saying earlier on. We're here to have fun. Don't stop being, cautious wasn't the word he used. It was ruder than that. But he's out there proving a point. And Chris Brady's like, well, at least he's in front of me this time.
And I've never seen a transition like that. That doesn't happen in real life either.
No.
Just like the rest of this event.
Exactly. This is just silly things happening in your eyes, and you're trying to take it in. We're trying to commentate. We're trying to announce on it, and it doesn't make sense either. So Darren McNamara to leading Chris Brady up over the hill over 65 miles an hour. And look at this.
Big gap do you see from Darren. Darren's like, you know what? I pushed you around the track, and I'm not going to let you do the same to me, and absolutely put the beans on him. And here we go. It's not even a tandem battle at this point, unfortunately, for Chris Brady. Darren McNamara has just put 10 school buses on him right now as he rounds out the last of the course. That car is a tank. It looks fragile. Like, the body kit on that thing looks fragile. Obviously, it is not. He pushed an R chassis.
Well, it looks to me, watch Chris Brady's car. Look at the black smoke out the back on the run-up. I think he's had a mechanical issue there, Chris Brady, on the run-in. Black smoke out the back to me would suggest that he has an issue with that car. We'll know more when we have a chat with them, but it seems to me like Darren getting himself back in the mix very, very, it could be an inactive chase from Chris Brady there, and that'll bring it back to the first run to see basically what happened there. Now, Darren stayed on the track, but he kind of hit him, and there was a lot of crashing and stuff going on. And I'll tell you one thing, guys, give it up for Darren McNamara and Chris Brady out here putting on a show for all the fans. And Darren saying to him, look, international signals. I was here, you were there. I think it was in the gravel at one point. Then I was underneath your car, and then I hit you a few times, and it was fun. And then Chris is like, you just kept hitting me all the time. What do you want me to do? So, yeah, they're having a little conversation there. The judges having a little conversation up here in the tower. If you're in attendance, I'm just saying, these are very, very expensive cars. These guys are smashing to pieces for
to bits for a skateboard
to
deck.
win a skateboard deck, just for fun. So, guys, give it up one more time for Darren McNamara and Chris Brady. So, Dan, I don't know if we can... I think we would need a full...
Dan,
oh, we got Adam
I'll borrow
there.
you both for a second. One of the craziest and most entertaining battles so far of the day. How was that, chasing around there, man?
Yeah, I tried to put on a show. We made a little change. I thought it'd be wetter. So once I hit the throttle, it just jumped forward and I ran into him. I didn't mean it the first time. I kind of meant it the second time and stuff, but it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Chris, how did it feel in car?
He's actually telling a lot of lies. He told me at the start line he was going to ruin the back of the car. No, that was a really, really good battle. We couldn't just keep at the pace of Darren up to the start line there, like. But the first run was good. Like, I got all the clips, so I was happy. Brilliant. We didn't know the conditions. We thought maybe it'd be a bit patchy, and so yeah. Look, I'm happy. I'm so glad to be here. Such an amazing crowd here. So many people. It's an amazing event. I'm just so happy to be here.
D-Mac, I found this. I think this is yours. Take it easy, guys.
So I love it. I didn't mean it the first time. I did mean it the second time. That's a good
Words to live by.
Yeah. He's so honest, Darren, at least in his event. So we're going to go over to our judges. We're going to go over to Chelsea Denofa. Chelsea, do we have a winner? Who's going through to the Great 8?
He may not have meant it the first time. He meant it the second time, but they're going one more time.
We are going one more time. One more time between Chris Brady and Darren McNamara. Chelsea, I just want to have a talk with you. Never seen a transition like that and stay on the track in my life. I don't know what happened over there.
Yeah, we were really impressed with that contact for Chris still doing a good lead run, even though he was getting pushed around the whole track. And then also Darren being able to get back in line at outer zone 3 and 4 through there was pretty impressive as well. So we just wanted to go one more time, mainly because
he stayed on the track and stayed in the battle. We're going one more time between both of those guys. We have not got a winner yet between Chris Brady and Darren McNamara. And I'll tell you, for me right now, that was one of the moments of the day so far.
I absolutely loved everything about that battle. The things that I have seen on this racetrack is just unbelievable. You wouldn't even think to even think that.
And I think the thing about Darren is he's got so much experience as a driver. He's probably 20 years drifting now. He's probably been in all these situations before. Something different every time. So he can react super quick, and that car is super quick too. And I don't know, Chris Brady's going to have to dial something into that car to catch up with him.
That thing was a rocket ship and a tank at the same time, which is a hard thing to do in a drift car.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like the track is drying slightly. We're seeing some smoke now, which is what we didn't expect today. The conditions are a little bit better, and one man that's going to be happy about that is Sebastian Fonten, one of the most stylish drivers from Europe, all the way from Holland. He goes up against Dean Carnage Carney, the Formula D driver, in a big old Mark II chaser with a massive turbo bolted on, ex-Daigo Saito car, and he was looking very strong and very fast yesterday in this. So this is an interesting one. Both of these guys very confident yesterday. Fonten got the job done in qualifying, getting straight through. Carney battled his way through all of the grid to get here. This is going to be a good one.
I'm absolutely excited. He was one of my favorite drivers to watch in practice, actually scraping his taillight off on the wall, one of the first to do so. Got the wipers on. You can see him as they come down the hill. Darren putting all the pressure on, going underneath his bumper and surging forward in that gigantic car. This is an absolute banger of a run so far, and the conditions are changing again as they're going through this run, getting slipperier and slipperier as they get onto the different surface, bringing it all the way out to the wall. It was a pretty exciting run. Not as exciting as the last run, but still exciting nonetheless.
Well, that's because there was no crashes.
Yeah, there was no pushing through the inside of his car.
So Sebastian in the lead, you could tell both drivers initiating a little too early, thinking that was going to wash in. It didn't. Look, Sebastian had to kind of adjust here, stay on the handbrake quite a bit to get the car to move. It allowed Dean in, and Dean did a good job on proximity as he came through here. This is where Dean made a little bit of an error. He kind of just had to back off, and right here kind of over-rotates.
Very lazy transition.
And then kind of straightens up a little bit in the chase position, makes that error, and then you can see Sebastian Fonten having no such issues in the lead position. But it's weird, it's smoke, but then the wipers are on, and there's a lot of very interesting things going on right now on the track when it comes to conditioning.
Not the cleanest run, but it was a good run nonetheless.
This track, I mean, I say it all the time, it's a really tough track in patchy conditions because you've got that downhill, off camber, blind entry. I mean, it looks like for us, who's got the cameras up high and you're high in the grandstand, it just looks like a straight line. But when you're in the car, you go down a dip, you actually can't see the grandstand, you initiate, and then the whole track appears in front of you. It's crazy. And then it's off camber, downhill with a big dip, and then trying to stay out of the grass, and then slow down for the next corner. So there's a lot going on, especially in cars that you're not used to driving driving all the time. Like Dean Carney wouldn't have driven this car, I think, probably 4 or 5 years.
That's exactly what he said. He's like, I have not touched this. They didn't even change the oil in it before this event.
Wow, that's last minute. That's a classic Carney move. Just came back, turned it on, it worked perfect, came to the event, says, I'll let my driver do the talking, I don't need to overly set up the car. And he's been looking great in that car all weekend. Now, Sebastian Fonten, this is his ex-Drift Masters car, so he knows this inside out.
He should know that.
He is ready to go. Expect some tire marks on the side of that gray Mark II as Sebastian Fonten reels in Dean Carney.
And we know they have kind of figured out the track surface conditions as they chuck in. And here we are going into the first outer zone, and a gigantic surge from Sebastian, putting it right into his, he's got doors to choose from, but he put it into the back door for that one as they transition into the outer and then back towards the wall. That giant wing sticking up over the top. Let's see if they can get that proximity that we want to see. And there it is, just surging. The grip is coming back.
My goodness.
We're getting the smoke. I'm loving this.
My goodness. I have watched probably 400 runs on the far side of this track, and it's one of the best transitions at Clipping Zone 3 I've ever seen. Watch this from Sebastian Fonten. He's a little bit behind, and boom, surges up onto the door. And I've never seen anyone attempt that move here and get away with it without contact or going in the gravel, but he made it work. And watch how much he has to wait for Dean Carney to transition here. He's like, whoa, and then he goes back at it again. And then this proximity here at the end of the run is absolutely sensational as they get out of their cars. Guys, you give it up for Dean Carney and Sebastian Fonten. Sebastian said, I'm here. Put on a show.
He definitely let him know he was there.
He definitely put on a show this time.
He was on his door about 30 feet before most people are even transitioning.
That was incredible. Absolutely loved it. And we got to go over to our judges. Do we have a decision, Kieran? Who's getting the call and going to the Great 8?
Sebastian gets the win.
Sebastian Fonten gets the win. Sebastian Fonten goes through to the Great 8. And these are quite tall gentlemen down there having a...
They are very tall. Look how tall they are. Look at them. Then they're great human beings. I actually met Sebastian for the first time. We had a nice conversation. I told him I liked his driving style. He is a gem of a human being.
Yeah, and he's back. He loves the style. Guys, give it up for Sebastian Fonten and Dean Carnage Carney. You know what? I've never seen those transitions on the between Darren McNamara and between Sebastian Fonten. I have never seen anything quite like that before. That is incredible. So we have the decision in. It is Sebastian Fonten who gets the win, and it is going to be a win for him. And you know what? That's what he came here to do this weekend. Come here and put on a show.
He is doing that indeed.
So Adam is down on track. Adam Ivel. Adam, how are the drivers feeling after that one? Probably just both feeling pretty tall right now.
Guys, a quick word. Dean, I'd like to start with you. Usually drifting over in America at the moment. Yeah. How's it feel to be back competing in front of an Irish crowd?
Man, it's absolutely fantastic. The last time I was back here was 2018, I think was the last time I was actually driving here. And just the Irish fans are absolutely incredible. For such horrendous, like dreadful weather all weekend, they've in here all the way through it, and absolutely amazing support. It's fantastic to be home.
Amazing. Thank you for being a part of the show, man. You've certainly put it on. Thank you. Sebastian, what a run. How do you feel?
I feel awesome. It is a pleasure to be here, and thanks to you guys that I can be here. Thanks to all of you guys that are like packed out the whole track here, and it's amazing. It's amazing, and I'm having fun. So
through the top 8, we'll see you there.
So there you have it, Sebastian Fonten moving on. Dean Carney out of the competition. Fonten looking strong in this competition so far. Looks probably like one of the better, I would say, comfortable drivers on the edge, if there's such a thing as being comfortable on the edge. But Dean Carney goes out, and now we've got another big battle sitting up on the start line. It is going to be Martin Richards going up against Bagsy. This is going to be a grudge match. These guys have battled year after year. Remember last year at the LZ Festival that Martin Richards' boot lid came off the car, smashed LZ's windscreen, and they kept in it, which was just another crazy moment. But right now we have got Steve Bagsy Biagioni, one of the most aggressive chase drivers in the history of drifting if he's on his day, and he's on his day today. I was watching practice. Expect a lot of tire marks, a lot of bumping, and these two guys know each other's style very well. It's pride in the UK, both from the United Kingdom. Bagsy in that Monster Energy S13, chasing in the Driftworks 32 of Martin Richards, and here we go.
If you have some fish and chips, hold them up, because this battle is going to be intense. As that 32 popping and banging all the way down the hill. Look at the speed that these guys have coming into that first outer zone. Bagsy putting all that proximity on. That R32 is real nice looking. He say, hey, let me put some marks on that door as they come back through outside towards the wall, not holding back an ounce as they come around. Here we go with that proximity. proximity. He's not giving him any chances. That was a fantastic lead and a fantastic follow.
Unbelievable from Steve Bagsy Biaggioni. He was on edge. He knows how good Martin Richards is. He knows how talented he is. He couldn't allow him to get away, and he didn't. He was with him the whole way down. There wasn't an inch in some of those transitions. Look at Bagsy's transition here. Big wild flick into the corner, but he handles it on the brake, and he gets back on the throttle. Is there a little bump here? It looked to me like a little bump between the two cars on the switch, and they stay in it. Beautiful work wheels on that R32, get a little bit of a scrape. And then Bagsy right here just starts reeling them in. Look at this, front wheel to front wheel, nothing between them, smiles all around. And even though this is a fun exhibition,
this is two professionals at an exhibition professionally drifting.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what the exhibition part is relative here. But
we just dipped into Drift Masters, and then we're going to dip back out for the next battle. But this one,
this is a full-on Drift Masters battle that you're seeing in the middle. But they're on.
It's a freebie. You get this one
without the sticky tires. So this is just driver v driver. Bagsy's put in a great second run, but I think Martin Richards now is coming. He's going to come for it here. He has only said he hasn't drifted much this year, and he said, you know what I want to do? I just want to beat Bagsy. Because he said
he's straight calling him out.
Bagsy will hold it over me. He'll keep reminding me. So here we go. Martin Richards off the line. Steve Bagsy Biaggioni through the gears and up over the hill. They will go as Bagsy puts a big flick. Martin Richards right up onto the back bumper as they come through the first corner. Martin Richards starting to turn the screw. And look at this for Martin Richards. Inches between these guys. Up onto the door is Martin Richards. This is a ridiculous chase run from Martin Richards. Pulling it all out of the bag here as he transitions. Getting dangerous as they fire to the wall. Richards times it perfectly. And this is as good as it gets for pro-level drifting. Bagsy and Richards blowing the roof off Mondello Park.
There was absolutely no distinguishable difference between an absolute pro competition with everything on the line, with money on the line, or a skateboard deck. They were throwing caution to the wind on that one. That was a treat.
As good a battle as I have ever witnessed in Mondello Park, and I've been here a while, and that was phenomenal. Martin Richards, it was just death-defying. Grandstand, that's as good as it gets. Give it up for Steve Bagsy Biaggioni and Martin Richards. That was some cars on the line in that one, Dan.
That was all on the line. I mean, that could have been for $100,000, but it's not.
It's not, but it's for pride.
Well, if you're calling it out before it even happens, yeah, you got to put it all on the line.
I'm going to need some more noise from the banks in the grandstand. Give it up for Bagsy and Martin Richards, guys. What a run that was. That is as good as it gets. That's enough. That's enough for the day.
Got us both standing. We're pumped.
We were sitting down. Now we're standing. That's how good that battle was. And there's a good discussion going on in the judging panel right now.
That was actual drifting, so there's going to have to be some real actual judging on this one.
We got Chelsea Denofa and we got Kevin O'Connell having a conversation. Things that should never really happen are happening right now, and they're having a good conversation about it. And we're waiting for a decision to drop in. And do we have a decision, guys? We do. Kevin O'Connell, who's getting the win? Is it Bagsy or is it Martin Richards?
It's a complete split decision in the tower. There's one vote for Bagsy, one vote for Richards, and one vote for one more time.
We are going one more time between Bagsy and Martin Richards. And there may not be any more cars left after this one more time. We just about got away with that one. They're checking some tires. Guys, give them a big round of applause as they head back in the cars to go even crazier than that first run.
I don't even know what to expect. After seeing that and what's going to happen, I am ecstatic that this is a one more time. I didn't have to pay the judges to see this again. So that's a good thing.
They're both checking the tires, seeing are they going to go straight back up to the star line or are they going to go back into grid order? They have got the option to change some tires, but the smiles on both faces turned to laser focus when they were told it was a one more time. These guys have driven together for probably 10, 15 years, and they travel all over Europe together. They travel all over the world together. And now they're going straight back up to the start line. No fuel, no tires. They're going back at it again.
Well, I love this.
This is going to be exciting. I am the goosebumps. I've never been this excited for one more time. And I know these guys may be new faces to some people across the water and across the world.
I've been watching them on the internet.
But this is what the LZ World Tour is all about. It's the familiar faces you know, and then the new stars that you may not even know exist and how good they're.
Now you do.
Now you know. Now you've been learned.
This is serious business. These guys are treating this as serious business.
I'll be honest, that is a better battle than we watched at many events here over the years. Professional, top quality.
Absolutely.
That is phenomenal.
Fantastic.
Now, I'm going to be honest. What happens in a one more time between these two guys that, if maybe you're new in attendance, it's your first drift event, you've never seen it before. The judges are basically saying you need to be closer and better than you just did. And I'm not sure if that is just a big crash waiting to happen, because that was probably as good as it gets for these guys. And now they've got to push even more, because what that one more time tells you is I put in phenomenal runs and it wasn't enough to win.
Yeah.
So I've got to go to an uncomfortable place of being a little bit on the edge and a bit scary. And let's see where we are with Martin Richards and Bags. We got Martin Richards just heading up towards the line. Maybe he's letting the car cool down a little bit. And we got Bagsy ready to go. So he's got that very crisp V8.
Crispy V8.
And then we have the 2JZ in the R32 for Martin Richards.
Oh, that's why it's running so well.
Yeah, 700 horsepower 2JZ. So this thing is all the horsepurs.
Yes.
And let's see where Martin Richards just seems to be having a little communication with, not sure what's happening up there at the moment.
So taking a small break.
Just taking a small break, just saying, hey,
soaking it in.
Settle.
He's
putting on his race gloves and his harness. That's what he's doing. And you know what he's doing? He might be psyching out Steve Bagsy Biaggioni a little bit, because he's allowed to wait. And they said, do you know what? Let's let Bagsy sweat up on the line a little bit. let him get all nervous on the start line while I put my gloves on, one finger at a time, slowly. And then I'm allowed to do this. And then Bagsy's like, well, you just come on. The adrenaline's up. I'm ready to go. And
he's icing him, just straight up icing him.
Now, to be honest, I've watched both of these guys win events over the years in Europe, and I've watched both of them dominate events. This is two heavyweights of European drifting, the history of European drifting, and in the best cars they've ever competed in, going head to head. And what happens next, Dan? Well, we're about to find out.
Tingling right now. This is amazing.
They're pumped up in the cars. They are pumped up in those cars.
Look at that. We are getting treated to a one more time full-on professional battle here at the LZ World Tour.
And it's patchy out there, but there is grip to go a little bit crazy as we go through the cones, and it's going to be Martin Richards in the lead position, Bagsy in the chase, and look at Bagsy's right on the back bumper of Martin Richards as they come through. This is ridiculous through the first corner from Steve Bagsy Biaggioni. Fires through up onto the door, and look at this. Bagsy is inches away from Martin Richards. Contact through the corner, contact again, pushing him through the corner. Onto the back bumper he goes. Bagsy with a big late dive onto Richards as they fire through, screaming up onto the door, and smashes in the door across the finish line.
Absolutely unbelievable.
This is incredible. Wow.
This is drifting, folks. This is getting your money's worth.
If you have a friend that has never seen drifting before, this is what you show them.
They should be here. They should already be
Guys,
here.
give them a big round of applause as they come by. That is incredible driving. And remember, it's all for your entertainment, folks, here in Mondello Park and at home. That's all it's for. No big championships, no big checks. This is just for the sport.
Not even a trophy.
Just for the sport, just for the showcase. Just to show what they're all about. And that is poetry in motion from Martin Richards and from Steve Bagsy Biaggioni.
Again, not envying the judges in their position right now, because they have a tough choice to make if the next run is anywhere near as crisp as that one.
Here's the thing now, Dan. What does Richards have to do? Because that is pretty much a win for Bagsy, unless Richards is in the most incredible form of his whole career. Because right now he's got to do the most ridiculous chase run ever to stay in this battle. And he put his hands up in the air and said, what have I got to do? Well, Martin, you've got to do everything. So Bagsy looking like he's got it in his corner right now, but here comes Martin Richards to retaliate. Has he got it in him? Has he got what it takes? Well, he's definitely getting very close on entry as they come through. Check this out. Richards almost goes backwards in the chase position. Bagsy puts the foot down. Richards on a big transition.
There it is
Richards
again.
goes to the door, smashes Bagsy through the corner.
Can't even believe this right now. These guys are absolutely
contact
ripping.
between both Richards with a huge dive along the wall up onto Bagsy as they go around the last corner. That is absolutely bananas here in Mondello Park.
How do you judge that? How?
That is, you know what? Mondello Park, the two grandstands in front of them, everybody up on your feet. That is as good a run as you'll ever see in Mondello Park. Everybody up on your feet in the grandstands to represent these two guys who put their machines on the line. Everybody up's going to hit them with a wall of sound, because that is what drifting is all about. Give it up for Bagsy and Martin Richards. I don't even know. How can you even judge that? That was absolutely ridiculous.
Flawless. That was two runs of that amazing driving back to back.
I don't know. I'm going to have to call a doctor if we have another one more time. I think there's going to be a cardiac arrest up here. We have to have a decision, though, from our judges, and we're going to go to you, Chelsea Denofa. Who is going through to our top 8?
Bagsy gets the win.
Bagsy gets the win and goes through, and that is what it's all about. But guys, give it up for Martin Richards. What a show. Adam Ivel is down there somewhere. Adam, that is one of the best battles I've ever seen.
One of the best battles I have ever seen too, Dave. Boys, don't disappear. I want to talk to you both. Martin first, quickly. Bagsy too. I just want to quickly say we had 2 English boys have the whole of Mondello Park on their feet. That's how good that was. How was that from inside the car? That was 2 of the best battles I've ever seen. Martin, you first, please.
Bagsy and I battle a lot, and a lot of times we end up hitting each other so much. I've driven over his bonnet here on that hill in Mondello before. But finally we had 2 sets of clean battles, and honestly I'm quite happy to lose to him with that, because looking at that little video I saw, he was just that bit closer on the entry, so well done, mate.
Bagsy. Wow. Wow. Honestly, right, I'm not going to lie to you. I am Martin Richards' biggest fan. I swear to God, like, if I don't win this event, I wanted him to win it for sure. And we both said on the start line, whatever happens next, it's just going to be amazing. I'm going to have the best time. And I hope we put on a good show for everybody at home watching and everyone here live at Mondello. Thank you, guys. You hope? You hope? Did you just see what you got? Guys!
We hope you put on a good show. There's no more show to give.
That was the show.
That was the show.
You did the show.
So we just heard the police sirens behind us because somebody stole the show, and it was Bagsy and Martin Richards. I'm going to point them out. I'm going to say there they are. They're the guys that stole the show. They're over there. Give it back.
Continuing to steal right now as we speak.
If you could give it back at any point, it would be really nice. Unbelievable stuff. Bagsy moves on. Martin Richards, we just love having him over here every year because he never fails to excite. Last year, he threw a boot lid at LZ's bonnet, or at windscreen, and this year, he does the shots.
Some of the best tandems that I've seen personally, ever.
Yeah. Unbelievable stuff, and we're not even through the top 16, Dan. This is ridiculous.
And how do you follow that up? How would you take such a crazy set of individuals with crazy set of cars and follow up with that?
Well, I'm going to tell you how, Dan, because right next up we have got a 15-year-old child who's behind the wheel of a 700 horsepower car. Beside him is another child behind the wheel of a car that wasn't even supposed to be in the competition. It's a show car from the show that he just jumped in and ended up winning yesterday. It is Archie Hammer in the Datsun from Auto Finesse going up against Team Falvey's Connor Falvey. Ireland versus the UK, and I have no idea what's about to happen next. Archie Hammer says it's not even really a drift car, and he's still out there in the top 16 of a pro event. Here we go, Dan.
I'm so glad you cleared that up because I would have been very confused as a normal person coming into this. And look at them go. Archie was absolutely slaying it in the wet, and he's doing the same thing in the dry, driving through the smoke, surging up on a very, very high horsepower car. That's not something you normally see, and Archie losing it through the back section. That is an unfortunate accident right there. Connor is going to be coming through, making clouds all the way through the finish line. Archie putting it all on the line. Man, what a hero story that was yesterday.
Have a look at Connor Falvey's car as it passes you. How is he even seeing out of that car? There's so much smoke, he couldn't even see out the window. Just 15 years of age from Cork in Ireland in that S15. And Archie said, Archie was just like, it's not even really a drift car. Like, it has no lock. It's not really aligned. It doesn't have any adjustable arms. And he's still in the competition. But we love seeing it. And you notice the boot lid on the car looks like it's open. It is. It has a pneumatic ram that opens when the temperatures rise in the car because the radiator's in the back. And it lets in more air.
That's more tech in that car than it ever came with from the factory.
Yeah, it had probably no radio, nothing.
4 wires.
Yeah, and now it has a pneumatic boot lid.
And an SR. It's got God's
It's got an SR, so I mean, we're rooting for it secretly underneath all of this. But it is going to be Archie Hammer now in the lead position. He's at a weekend. He was supposed to come out and do some donuts in this car just for your entertainment.
Here we are.
And he's been
Last
through
chance qualifier number 1 yesterday.
He's been through like 11 battles now in this car.
He's got a little bit of experience. It's seasoned now.
He's got half of Dean Carney's car all along the side of it, he says.
He got Dean Carney a bunch of times.
He did say that Dean Carney only hit the UK flag on the car and rubbed it out. So it was, I'm just saying. Here we go. It is going to be Connor Falvey to chase in the little Datsun that could of Archie Hammer.
And chucking it in. Archie kind of lacking on angle as he goes down the hill. This other car behind him, driven by Connor, is absolutely pushing him around the track, not giving him any inches. Already coming in at an advantage as they round out back towards the wall. Archie putting it all on the line for everybody. Had a little incident with that wall earlier, but he is back with a vengeance. I don't think that there was anything you could take away from Connor on that one.
Man, we're watching a star being born here on both sides of the bracket because Archie Hammer and Connor Falvey remember those names. I'm telling you, in 5 years' time, these are the guys that are going to represent Ireland and the UK all over the world, and they are unbelievable. These are two kids going back to school on Monday, ladies and gentlemen, and they are here putting on a show. Give it up, everybody, for Connor Falvey and Archie Hammer. When they pop out of the car, give them a big pop of sound because they deserve it.
They absolutely deserve it. This is a tough thing to do as anybody, but coming in as a new driver, and oh man, they are absolutely excited. Big hugs all around.
You know what? They're still going through the growth spurts. New race suit every 2 months. That's where these guys are at. What an amazing thing. Archie Hammer and Connor Falvey putting on a show. We go over to our judges. Who's getting the call and who's going through to the Great 8? Kieran.
Connor Falvey gets the win.
Connor Falvey gets the win. Connor is going through to the Great 8. But guys, can we give it up for Archie Hammer? What a weekend he's had in that little auto finesse Datsun. Incredible stuff. Adam, he must be over the moon with his results. Incredible.
Let's go catch up with the two boys that legally cannot drive home. What a show you two have put on. Come over here, Connor. Archie, how does it feel to have been out competing in the main show when yesterday you didn't even know you'd be driving at all?
Oh, honestly, I'm over the moon. All the fans out here, all the love everyone's been showing, I can't believe it. It's been ecstatic. Honestly, I'm just so proud to be here, honestly.
You've done so well, and Connor, man, well done. How does it feel once again in front of your home crowd?
Oh, it feels unbelievable. Myself and Archie are very good friends, so it was nice to have a battle with him after all the talk. But I'm delighted. I have James Dean or Adam LZ in my next battle, so I'm going to have to pull my socks up for that one. So hopefully we can pull through, and I'm just happy to be here. I can't thank all the crew of LZ Fest and Dave Egan enough for the entry. It's just a dream, to be honest.
Well, these two have got a huge future in this sport. Remember the names. Good luck, guys.
Absolutely. I'm now going to leave my position in drifting and become a scout. I'm going to become a scout.
You're calling it right now as it is. And these guys right now, they've got a shoe budget because they're going to have to be driving shoes as well, as much as Chelsea has a bumper budget.
Exactly. Well, I'll tell you one thing. There ain't much bumper left of that Datsun. And I don't know, Karen. Auto Finesse have some incredible cleaning products, but they're going to need quite a bit of polishing on that thing after this weekend.
They put a nice, very strategically placed piece of duct tape on it to make it look like it didn't happen.
Fantastic. Well, look at this. Two youngsters out on the track. Children, just children.
Having a good time.
Having a great time. I mean, they're going to go to school tomorrow, and they're.
What'd you bring to show and tell? Here's a piece of.
Yeah. Hi. Here is my. This is what happened at the weekend to me. And
what did you do today?
And everyone in the class is like, "Oh my God, we had such a boring weekend. I just watched a bit of Netflix, and you were out here." Racing Datsuns. Winning. So we're moving it back to the one more time. Oh, more crashing to come. Here comes Darren McNamara and Chris Brady with their, I don't know what happened in the first battle. We had crazy transitions and everything was absolutely insane. And now we have got the battle, then the one battle left in the top 16, then it's just a little throwaway one. I don't know if anyone's paying attention. It's just James Dean and Adam LZ, so it's not a big deal. But, you know, it's not a big deal.
To look forward to.
In a Corolla, you know, and James just jumped into his Driftmaster's car. He's got two cars down there at the
he
start
had
line.
to get serious, I see.
He said that Corolla's very fast.
Oh my goodness.
So here we go. It's going to be Chris Brady in the R32 to lead and Darren McNamara. Darren said, didn't mean to hit you the first time, definitely meant to hit you the second time. Let's see how much blame he's going to put on himself at the end of this one, as Darren does not know how to go anywhere else but 11.
But inside of his car.
Yeah, he says, look at the back.
Can I be a passenger?
Darren doesn't even have the back of a car. It's just it's a spider web of panels and bars, and here we go. Huge wings and huge expectations as they come off the line. It's Chris Brady in the lead position. Look at Darren McNamara. This is a ridiculous entry from Darren McNamara in the chase position as he goes up onto the door of Chris Brady, and this is where the transition went wrong last time. A little bit more tentative this time, but he's up onto the back bumper. Exactly what he wanted to do, and look at Darren McNamara turning the screw in the chase position. Brady getting a lot more pace in that car as they transition. A big dive from Darren McNamara, tagging on the wall and up onto the door. This is getting hot and heavy in Mondello Park.
Contact all the way through the end as well. Chelsea, what'd you think about his wing dancing up and down there? I don't know, man. That might have been a loose body panel.
It was a bit distracting, I thought. It distracted me. The whole run distracted me from whatever else I was trying to look. Darren, I mean, one of the great things about Darren is he's not only a very good driver, but he's a good gardener. He likes to go over the grass on the first corner. He's got that splitter. And when they come to mow the grass, they're like, why do we never have to mow this part of the grass? Well, that's Darren chopping down some grass on the first corner.
Sharpens his splitter, gets the grass nice and,
but you know what?
Nice and even.
A beautiful run from both drivers. Chris Brady with an exceptional lead run and Darren with an exceptional chase run. And two of Irish, very talented drivers showing you how good it can be in Mondello.
good is a word for it. I think this is exceptional. This is what dreams are made of. This is what drifting is to people.
And you know what, Dan? I love that you're here beside me to see what we've been seeing for many years in this country and to experience it. I know there's a lot of people watching it online that may not have watched much of Irish drifting in the past. I'm sure plenty of people here have in Mondello Park.
I would hope so.
But the eyes of the world this weekend brought to this event, and these guys know that this is such a huge showcase that they want to show how good they are, so they don't care about the cars. They don't care if they break. They're here to put on. Look at Chris Brady. Look at the run-in he's taken in the chase position. He is about 50 feet back because Darren's car is such a rocket ship. And look at this. Here we go.
Oh, my goodness. As they blast down the hill, some of the fastest entries we've seen, and way early is Darren McNamara, and absolutely spooling out. That is a fast car. How do you even try to compete with that, as he is reeling him in just a little bit as we come back through the last section. Darren's car is an absolute weapon as he left foot brakes around that. Kind of getting in, kind of not getting in, but Darren is absolutely on fire right now.
The moves that car makes look so violent. Everything just pivots and moves. The suspension has so much travel in the back. That is a ridiculous run from Darren McNamara in the lead position, and Chris Brady as they line up. Guys, give them some noise from the grandstands. D-Mac and Chris Brady. Good job. Brady got back into that one halfway through, and Darren, look at this violent swing he takes to the wall. Look, whap, just up on the wall. And it almost looks like he's on the edge of control at times, but he kept it together.
That's
he kept
what you
it together.
want to see. I bet both of those cars are about 15.5 pounds less than they did when they started the first battles.
Absolutely. So we need a decision from our judges, and we're going to go to Kevin. Kevin, who's getting the call after the one more time battle? Oh, they're still discussing it, Dan. They're still having a little chat about it.
JK? I thought they had a decision.
I thought they had a decision.
They had that look in their eyes.
So we have a decision. Kevin, a little discussion going on, but we have a winner.
Yeah, the winner is Darren McNamara.
Darren McNamara gets the win and goes through to the top 8, which is going to see him go up against the winner of James Dean or Adam LZ. So
that should be a very boring battle.
Yeah, everything's just going to be real slow and easy from here. We've peaked too soon. Darren McNamara goes back into his car. He'll be back in the top 8. And that's D-Max true. There you go. Chris Brady going to do some donuts, send it home. Obviously, Lucky Day Competitions sponsoring both Chris Brady and Luke Fink's car this time around. And this is nice to see a little bit of Darren's like, just get out of my way. I'm going to...
It'd be funny if he actually did hit him. I didn't mean to hit you the first time, but I meant to hit you the 4 other times around and while I was doing a donut.
If Chris Brady just T-boned him in front of the grandstand, Darren would have said, I deserve that. I deserve that.
That was all me. Proving he can also go both directions, which is nice.
Exactly.
Swings both ways, as
Absolutely.
it were.
And then we are now heading to the start line for what is the most anticipated battle of our top 16. It is going to be Adam LZ to take on James Dean in Mondello Park. Did you ever think you would ever see anything like this? You can buy the official t-shirt on Drift Games and on the LZ MFG shop. It's got Adam LZ. That's the t-shirt. They said, wouldn't it be fun if it happened? It's actually happening. Adam LZ on 15-inch tires in a 1JZ Corolla going up against the Driftmaster spec S14 of James Dean. But remember, the tires are equaled a little bit here. Who knows what's going to happen? And the clutch slipping in the Corolla. And James says he hasn't done too much practice in the S14, but it's kind of not an excuse.
He's kind of comfortable in that
Here
car.
we go. As they come up the straight, James Dean enters. Adam LZ in the chase position. As they come in over the hill, James Dean puts foot to floor as Adam LZ fires through the smoke cloud from the Falcon.
Yes.
Look at this. Adam LZ up onto the door. Goes LZ.
Gracious.
LZ pushing James Dean. Contact between both drivers as they fire down. Adam LZ fires up onto the door of James Dean. Can you believe what you're seeing in Mondello Park right now?
Clutch issue? I don't know. If there's a clutch issue in that car, man, he is absolutely railing right now.
LZ just pushed James Dean around on 15-inch tires.
In a pro car. A fully pro car.
That is a Pro Driftmasters car against, well, it is a 500 horsepower Corolla, but look at that dive from Adam LZ. And I thought he was going to get left behind. And look at this again, through the smoke cloud. He comes firing through onto the outside zone, gets up onto James Dean's door. And look at this for a moment as you see Dean and LZ door to door across the line in just... It's just poetry in motion. I love it.
It was beautiful. And if you've obviously never driven through smoke, it is a very difficult thing to do, especially when you're vastly approaching somebody else's door.
Well, now the little Corolla will be in the lead position, as I said before. The clutch, let's just say some temporary repairs made. Probably a little sketchy.
Bubblegum.
Yeah.
Bubblegum.
Some Coca-Cola on the old clutch disc kind of stuff.
Oh, boy.
To keep it together. And it is going to be James Dean now in the chase position where he wants to be. This is where James Dean wants to be. Now, remember a couple of weeks ago in Formula Drift, it was LZ that took out Dean.
Yes, it was.
Dean now wants to get a little bit of revenge here.
Revenge. And they're teammates, technically. So this is... And again, this is a fun battle. This is the first skateboard.
It's fun.
deck.
It's fun. Everybody's fun. It's fun.
It's just fun.
It's not serious. It's not
fun.
serious. It's very serious. Here we go.
it's
LZ
serious.
in the lead position. James Dean. Look at James Dean right in on top of Adam LZ as they go through the first corner. This is again a crazy. Look at James Dean surging forward into the. And LZ goes to that perfect white line. And look at this. James Dean up onto the door of that little 86 as they transition back. Smoke clouds from both cars as they transition back. Adam LZ with a wild flick and James Dean up onto the door as they go across the line. That is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen.
What is even happening right now? How are these battles so good? Is it just because we're in Ireland? Is it because you guys are just that good of drivers?
Well, we bring great drivers to Ireland to face great drivers in Ireland. This is what you get. Woo. Adam LZ and James Dean. Grandstand, these are two of the biggest names in the sport, two of the biggest ambassadors for the sport, and they make events like this possible here in our little country. Guys, will you please make some noise for James Dean and Adam LZ. Well, I needed a moment there because
I think we all need
just
a moment.
take a snapshot of what you're seeing in front of the grandstand right now. Adam LZ in an 8-6 against James Dean on home soil. This is what it's all about. That was a ridiculous battle by both of these guys. And you know what? There's no losers in that. That was phenomenal. But of course, the judges will disagree and say there's always going to be a loser in a battle. So we are going to have a decision from our judges of who goes through to the Grade 8. Chelsea, who's getting the call?
My teammate gets the win.
Oh, that doesn't narrow it down at all.
James Dean gets the win.
James Dean gets the win, goes through. Adam Ivel is down there. Adam, talk us through that. For those guys, that must have been crazy in the cars.
James, run off, don't run off. That was, I feel like I'm dreaming. What are we seeing, Adam, James, from FD to here? How does it feel? About once again. Adam, we'll start with you, man. How was it?
I mean, it's an honor to get to drive here again and to do it in a good old twin cam and be going against this guy. Like, I knew it was going to be a real tough battle, and I'm happy with my run, but you sealed the deal, man. Thank you very much, man. Yeah.
James, payback was served in Ireland this weekend. How does it feel?
I was nervous jumping back into this at the line because we didn't know that was my first chase run in the dry. And yeah, it was so much fun just jumping back into this car and just hoping that it's all going to work out. And yeah, I loved it. Awesome driving with Adam. He did a sick lead run. Pleasure as always, and we're all delighted that you're here.
Boys, I genuinely feel like I'm dreaming. This is amazing. Well done, guys. Thank you so much.
Yet another fantasy battle in the midst of our normal battles here.
I'm done. I've seen all I want to see.
I've seen all I want to see. That was just the beginning battles of the top 16. We have more to go.
You know what? Even though James Dean was picture perfect as always, I could see that go one more. I would have watched a couple of runs of that. It was phenomenal.
I wouldn't have complained. Not one single bit if we had to see those guys go. Adam's clutch probably wouldn't have survived, but
it's just about surviving this set of donuts in front of the grandstand. What a phenomenal just scene.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just incredible for drifting. And absolutely bananas as Adam lights the 15s up on the Corolla, leaves it. Give it up for Adam LZ and James Dean, ladies and gentlemen.
Still going.
Whoa. Oh, hold on. We just got to remind everyone that this is a limited edition T-shirt, which we didn't make this happen. This just happened naturally, but the T-shirt was made weeks ago of Adam LZ and James Dean on the one T-shirt. It is available online only, limited order. You can pre-order it now at driftgames.life if you're in Europe. You can also pre-order it on LZMFG if you're in the US. Limited order, and this is James Dean and Adam LZ in 86. This is going to fly off the shelves. This is crazy with the Mondello backdrop. But I'm hearing news in my ear, Dan.
Ooh. What do we got?
We got something exciting for everybody here because at the end of the top 16, James said he brought both cars to the start line, but he only used the S14.
Okay.
So he says, I've got to get the other car back to the pits, so maybe can I do a run? So does anyone want to see that 4-rotor RX-7 back out again? This kid in front of me here, he just jumped over the fence. So James Dean is going to jump out of one car into his 4-rotor RX-7, and he says, The gloves are off. We're going to see what this baby can do.
Oh, they're going to let it eat, huh? Like he hasn't been at 12,000 million RPM for this whole time.
So a 4-rotor RX-7. If you're new to drifting, if you're not a big technical car guy, I'm going to explain what this is. So an RX-7 came with a 2-rotor. So that's an engine, right? And then if you take a 2-rotor and you put another RX-7 engine on the end of it, you get 2 engines in one car, and it sounds kind of like a crazy motorbike.
Or a Formula 1 car.
Or a Formula 1 car. And this car, it actually revs today to 11,000 RPM. 11,000 RPM. They're taking the leash off it, they said today.
Uncorked.
And this car was because his favorite car in the world was the Le Mans car, the 787B, which of course was a 4-rotor. Strong Wheels replicated the wheels from that Le Mans car, and put it on this car, on the RX-7. So it's got a little homage back to that car, which James Dean used to play in Gran Turismo. And he said sometimes he'd go to sleep at night listening to it idle and just leave it in the corner. Again. Well, here he is in the real deal 4-rotor RX-7. It is the loudest car that will ever make a pass of Mondello Park, because it'll definitely be banned after today. And you guys, there's too many people here to disappoint, so it's absolutely fine. And he's going to do a run. Are you guys ready to see James Dean's 4-rotor RX-7 attack Mondello Park? You ready? Oh, I'm going to need a little bit more than that. I need everybody here to make some noise. Okay, because they didn't make enough noise, James is going to do a little bit more noise. James Dean in the 4-rotor RX-7. This thing is going to blitz the track into the top 16, and here we go.
Rip to those headphones. This James Bocci all the way down. Times it perfectly, dropping down into the hill. Let's just listen to this and soak it in. Oh my goodness gracious.
This car is absolutely just ignorant in how it sounds. Wow. That is deafening. Absolutely deafening. James Dean has just lost his mind and gone crazy around Mondello Park.
And now he's going to go backwards, because you know why not?
Doing the track in reverse in a 4-rotor RX-7. We told you there'd be some surprises along the way. Look at this thing absolutely eat those rear tires off. Wow. Absolutely wow. Guys, give it up for James the Machine Dean.
Just shredding the tires off of that thing.
Wow. There is nothing more to add. Guys, give it up in attendance here at Mondello Park for the machine. James Dean bringing up the 4-rotor RX-7, spitting like 8-foot flames at the back.
I'm wondering what the temperature of that thing is at right now, because rotaries usually run at about the temperature of the sun.
I can imagine the temperature in that car, it should be Fahrenheit, but it's now Celsius. That's how frightening it is. That was ridiculous. Tires everywhere. We told you guys to be a show here at Mondello Park. We had a wet start to the day, but we got to dry when it mattered when we sent out the 4-rotor. LZ versus James Dean, door on door. And we're moving forward to our top 8. 8 drivers remaining. And boy, have we got some battles coming up. Dan, the first one, that's just a casual Dwayne McKeever, Jack Shannon affair.
Again, it's looking like a professional drifting competition once again.
Well, I'll tell you what, before we do, take a breath, take a moment. We're going to run some messages from our partners.
Ooh.
We're going to take ourselves a little drink of water, Dan, because it's going to get very exciting
We're
very
going to be
fast.
yelling.
We're going to be yelling. We're back soon, guys.
Eliante, pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went from the back. Swing, pull like Jim, waves on swim, and a rock Timbs with the tap.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here. I'm Dylan Hughes. I'm Travis Reeder. I'm Ken Gucci. I'm Matt Field. I drive Link. They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver. Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it. Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want. They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at performance.com.
Mondello Park, it is the top 8, and we have 8 drivers ready for 3 steps on the podium today. In the first battle, we'll see a time-old battle in Ireland.
Yeah.
Dwayne McKeever against Jack Shannon. They cut their teeth in the Irish Drift Championship, then they went off to have a fight in the British Drift Championship, and now they fight in the Drift Masters Championship. And again, this weekend, both in borrowed cars. Jack Shannon says he's giving away a little bit of horsepower to Dwayne McKeever, but he says, I'm not using that as an excuse. That's why he's taking a big old run in here, as it is going to be Dwayne McKeever to lead in Jack Shannon in the top 8. First battle, and away we go.
Dwayne McKeever coming in. He's been the fastest car on entry, and Jack is absolutely glued to his doors. They come around a little too glued, pushes him maybe off track. There's a little bit of a dirt drop there, but they are still in it. Nobody's given up. There were no soccer flops. This is what dreams are made of right here. Pushing all the way to the end of the run, no matter what happened at the beginning. They made it through.
I'm not too sure. I'm thinking it's either going to be contact to cause understeer, or McKeever has understeer all on his own.
It's going to be one of those
Let's
two.
have a look at this one again, Dan. And look, watch McKeever here in the lead position. He comes through the first corner. Is there contact? No. McKeever straightens up completely to me.
That's what it was.
And it looks like he loses power or has understeer, or something went wrong, which Jack Shanahan right now is looking pretty strong and comfortable in that one. And you know what? They came in at an almighty pace, as we'd say here in Ireland.
That was real quick.
Very fast. And 2 guys that are definitely not afraid of coming in upside down into that first corner here in Mondello Park.
Doing backflips and stuff. You know,
Absolutely.
No big deal.
So Jack Shannon heads back up to the start line. Dwayne McKeever, big deficit here. Not a place that Dwayne McKeever's used to be.
Yeah. From what I've heard, he's a pretty fantastic driver. Just rumors and speculation, though.
And quite a few trophies. Both of these guys have won Drift Masters events. They're always fighting for the championship. And I'll tell you what, there's a little rivalry there. So if you guys aren't familiar, north of the country, you got Dwayne McKeever. South of the country, you got Jack Shanahan. And they've been trading championships for about 8 years now, all over Ireland, the UK, and Europe. Now they're in borrowed cars. And Jack Shannon's like, yeah, it's just a bit of fun, but I'm still going to beat him.
You mean 8 years? Like the 15-year-olds were...
Yes.
How old?
The car that Dwayne McKeever's in, he actually won in a raffle, in a giveaway, when he was 13.
This car?
This car. Not this car. The car he usually competes in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this is the borrowed car. And he's been in borrowed cars quite a bit over the years, and it never seemed to stop him. So I think you're going to see a very good chase run here from Dwayne McKeever as Jack Shanahan leads them through the chicane. And look at Dwayne McKeever. He knows he's at a deficit. This is going to be wild.
This is exactly what we wanted to see on this entry. Again, glued to the door. Let's see if Jack can actually maintain all the way through, and he does, as the big surge from Dwayne coming back up. Dwayne knows he needs to push him around the track, and he is absolutely doing that right now, mimicking every single move that Jack is making all the way through the end of the track. That was a fabulous end of run from Dwayne, but is it going to be enough?
What a finish from Dwayne McKeever. Unbelievable stuff as he pushes Jack Shannon around the track. But I think Dwayne is long enough in the game to know that that might not be enough here after a big error on the first run. Jack Shannon, thumbs up to the judges. Dwayne McKeever, thumbs up to the judges. And I'll tell you what, this has been fun to watch 2 guys jump into borrowed cars this weekend they've never driven before and absolutely shred. And of course, if you're an Irish fan and you're in attendance, they represent you all over Europe. Give it for Dwayne McKeever and Jack Shanahan. Big names in the game.
In the game.
And in borrowed cars, on street tires, and it's very fun to watch.
That was fantastic.
That was
driving.
exceptional. So we're going to get a quick jump back over to our judges. I think it's going to be an obvious call. Kevin, who is going through to the final 4?
Jack Shanahan gets the win.
And Jack Shanahan gets the win and goes through to the final 4.
Just a little bit too much of a mistake there.
Oh, absolutely. What I love about this is that Jack Shanahan's normal race suit is somewhere in a truck on the way to Latvia at the moment, along with his car. So he's had to borrow his suit, borrow a car, borrow the boots, borrow the helmet. And you know what? He's not on borrowed time because he's into the top 4.
No, he has made it. He's in. He has a chance.
You know what? He's into the final 4. He'll take that one. And we move on to it. This battle on the line right now is going to be a grudge match. 2 guys that talk more smack than anybody else in this competition is Darren McNamara and Kevin Quinn. Kevin Quinn reckons his car is the best on the grid. Darren McNamara reckons his car is the best on the grid. And they were having a lot of talk last night. I'm not going to say there may have been some alcohol involved. There was
Probably not.
There definitely was. They were having a good old debate about which car was better. Well, we're about to find out because Darren reckons he's reinvented the wheel. Kevin says you can't reinvent the wheel. This is the wheel. This is the wheel. And they're about to go face to face in the top 8. It's going to be Kevin Quinn with Darren McNamara chasing him in. Darren McNamara's hit every single competitor today. Will he hit Kevin Quinn? Look at the entry from Darren McNamara in the chase position.
Goodness. I can't even see him when they came over the hill. Oh, big into the dirt.
Big hit from Darren McNamara.
High that dirt went up into the air. That's 300 feet.
Absolutely smashed the rear end off the car as it comes in way too hot behind Kevin Quinn.
That was nuts.
Oh, and there is a lot of dirt everywhere in the grandstands, on top of the media, on top of everybody. That was a huge hit from Darren McNamara to the edge of the track, which has been obviously dug out a little bit due to the rain earlier on, and it's almost like it hit him to a dead stop.
Yeah, that was a pretty hard hit. I wouldn't want to be inside the car when that was happening. I've never seen somebody hit dirt so hard.
Yeah, I think that's broken suspension arms on the back of that car. That is crazy what happened there. As Darren is in the car.
D-beaded a tire as well.
Yeah.
I can't believe it didn't D-bead the entire wheel.
I told you. Look at this. Comes through the corner. Darren's like, uh-oh, there's the edge of the track. Bang.
Oof. 300 feet dirt plume.
Oh, my goodness.
Piece of side skirt.
Canards everywhere. And Darren is going to limp this car probably back to the pits. And yeah, it looks like there's a D-bead. It looks like there might be some suspension damage. But he was pushing super hard, ladies and gentlemen, to try and get up on the door of Kevin Quinn. And that beautiful S13, once again, has been absolutely destroyed. Guys, give it up for Darren McNamara coming out here, putting an amazing show on for everybody. And all he wants is a big cheer from that grandstand. So give it to him as he comes through.
Limp. This poor car, man. It has been beat up. It has been ripped to shreds. It has shot dirt 400 feet up into the air. And it still drove off the racetrack. He didn't need the tow truck that is kindly following him back to the pits.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what. Darren McNamara could call a 5-minute rule here and try and get a tire back on that rim and come back out for the second run. And if he can, you know he will.
Oh, absolutely.
Because we want to see it.
I would love to see it.
And Darren McNamara said, I'm not leaving here. I'm limping out of the place. I want to go out there on my, on my feet. I want to have a good battle. This is a good angle. Look at this from behind. Look at Darren McNamara right here. If you see it on your screens, he hits this like it's a brick wall in the ground. Look at this. Watch the mud. Boom.
It is way above where the camera was.
That
is insane.
There is going to be cameramen picking dust and dirt out of their lenses for weeks after that. It rained, and then it really rained mud, and then our marshals are going out onto the track.
Hey, that's a new type of rain.
Yeah.
You guys have mud rain, apparently, thanks to DMAC.
So we're going to have to move ahead with our. We'll get back to the Darren thing. He's going back to the pits. He's going to assess the damage.
See if it's repairable,
within 5 minutes, and we'll know soon enough. We've got our marshals on the track now, just doing a little bit of a cleanup on aisle 9. There's quite a little bit of a.
We've got some spillage.
Yeah.
That's a lot of dirt.
I know it's Ireland, but we didn't want to see plowing on the track.
No.
You know we're very competitive here at plowing.
Are you?
It is the biggest event in the country, the plowing championships. So they have fields and people in tractors, and they judge them on
who's the straightest?
Yeah, who's the straightest, all that stuff. And then Darren McNamara has never entered, but I think he should.
I mean, from keeping the grass mowed to now trimming the hedges.
Yeah, he's pretty good at a bit of gardening around here. Well, he took a lot of the grass to the first corner. He put mud all over the second corner. And it's going to make it a little bit slippy out there.
I think he needs to practice his tractoring.
A little bit, yeah. So you can see just a little bit of a cleanup on the track. Luckily, the track is wet, so it's not too bad. But they're going to have a little bit of a cleanup on it just to make sure everything is okay for the drivers.
Yeah, that's not something you want to drive through. You don't want to drive through mud. You don't want to drive through sand. You don't want to drive through anything other than the track's surface.
No, but you might have to. That's the thing.
At this point, I don't know if we have a choice.
We might just have to keep sending them. And we're looking forward to some incredible battles. I mean, I'm just looking a little bit forward to Sebastian Fontin and Bagsy. Two of the most incredible chase runs of the day so far, going head-to-head. What about that one?
I'm thinking that Sebastian's going to have one of those lead runs that just allows Bagsy just to be in his business the entire way around the track. There will be no question.
And then we got 15-year-old Connor Falvey going up against James Dean. So, I'm just saying, a 15-year-old against James Dean, that's a big moment.
That's a huge moment. You talk about a career changer.
If you go out there and even put it up to James Dean, with the level of driver that he is, and you're 15 years of age, the story and the essay you're creating in school tomorrow is just getting more ridiculous, and the teacher's going to be like, we told you, Connor, to put truth into your essay. No, seriously, I went to Mondello, there was like 20,000 people, I went up against the world champion, and it was so exciting, and my dad was at a wedding, but these Australians took his car, and they're like, Connor, relax. This is the real world. It's not a fiction.
You're currently not living in that world.
Yeah, so we got and of course, the tractor is back out just to give it a little bit of a sweeperoo there.
Is Darren driving that?
Darren McNamara is driving the sweeper now. He's actually cleaning the track up after himself.
What a nice guy.
He's a great guy. And you know what? This is probably a better line than he took in the first half of the battle, to be fair. So it looks like we have a Darren McNamara that is saying that I'm just going to get confirmation from the pits. What is that?
Do you think he's going to be able? Do you think
Maybe
it's just a wheel and tire?
I think it might just be a wheel and tire.
That would be fantastic, because that was a hard hit.
So Adam's down in the pits.
Crazy. Darren, are you okay, first of all?
Even my hat got dirty, and that was inside the car.
So is there much damage on the car? Are these boys going to be able to fix it?
I don't know. They're well enough, good enough to do it, so I'll leave them do their job. Just DB'd it on the entry, that was it. Passenger for a little bit. Yeah, I just felt it going. Just miss Kevin and end up where you end up.
Yeah, it was a spectacular little crash, right? Yeah, it was great.
I stopped and there was still dirt falling all around me. I was like, all right, pretty cool.
Let me just make sure. Yep, hat's pretty much okay. I think
you can buy a hat. You can buy a hat over
from the Group D spec. Right, back to you boys in the tower.
Yeah, well, there you have it. So there's many burly men trying to fix that car there in the pits. Darren's going, what's happened? Well, you went into the grass, Darren, so look what happened.
And it's a burly car. I mean, you got to have burly men to fix it. There's no other way around that.
No, for sure, and they're having a little look around it. If Darren says that they can't fix it, they will go back out. I'm hearing word in my ear of another couple of surprises that we have coming up, and I can't say them right now because I want them to be a surprise, but in one of them I'm excited, and in the other I'm really worried.
Terrified.
Terrified.
I could see it in your eyes.
So we're going to go up to the cars on the line right now. And we're going to leave Darren to put. Look at that. I think that's going to be okay. I think he'll drive it either way, to be honest.
Yeah, I know he will.
So we're moving on to this battle, which is going to be Sebastian Fontaine against Steve Baggsy Biagioni. I rarely say this in drifting, right? I rarely say this, but I have a feeling that this is going to be a highlight reel. I know
this whole event has been a highlight.
I know, Dan, but we're getting better as it goes. I'm thinking, we've had good events so far. We've had a great yesterday. We've had so much fun today. Great battles, great driving. I'm feeling that we're going to step up now.
Oh, God.
I have a feeling that by now till the end, to the final podium, this will be the silliest, wildest, coolest drift event we've ever seen, because I have two surprises for you, Dan. I'm not telling you what they are.
Oh, God.
But they're coming.
I'm excited.
I'm, as I said, very worried about one of them personally, and then the other one I'm not so worried about, but it's very exciting. You'll see what I mean later. But what we have right now, I'm a little worried too about these two guys, Sebastian Fontaine and Steve Baggsy Biagioni. Now, these guys, easily two of the wildest, most crazy chase drivers in European drifting. Never faced each other before.
Oh, this is new.
We've always said, wouldn't it be crazy if Baggsy and Fontaine had a battle?
Really?
Yep.
And here they are.
And it's not Drift Masters. It's here in the LZ World Tour. And right now, with the confidence both are carrying into this battle, with the maybe unhinged nature they've been driving with, this could be phenomenal.
Getting a lot of heat in those tires. He is not going to leave anything on the table as these two line up. Two totally different cars. Absolutely, in every way.
Yeah, 2JZ E36 against V8 PS13. We call it PS13 over here, but S13 240, what you guys got?
240
SX.
That's all we got.
That's
all 240
we get the
SX.
S13s from Japan over here. Right-hand drive. So here we go. Sebastian's in the lead. Look at Baggsy off the line. Wow,
like,
he jumped him massively there. As Fontaine now goes through the gears in that first corner. Steve Baggsy Biagioni right on the back bumper as they come through. I can't even see Baggsy right now.
They are absolutely glued to each other, right in that dangerous line on the outside. I do believe he DB'd a tire. That same thing just happened right there. A couple of bumpers are now hanging off in different places where they should be.
Yeah. It looked to me like Sebastian Fontaine debeating a tire on initiation, the same as Darren McNamara. So these guys try to drop pressures, but they're on street radials that can only do so much.
You don't want to ask an all-season to do what they're doing to it.
Exactly. So what happened? Sebastian comes in. I could see the rim and I could see no tire, and then all of a sudden the back end goes, and there was a bit of a hit.
Yeah,
that
could
have been way worse. Could have been much worse.
So good save on Bagsy's point, diving down on the inside and actually using Sebastian.
Look, Sebastian's rear of the car gone. The tire's gone at this point.
Already gone.
And its car's slowing down dramatically, and then it bounces to Bagsy. Look at that transition. How does he get away with it?
And then just uses the car as an outer zone. Inches, bud. Inches. That was
very close,
save.
Stephen. Very close, Stephen. He went up to the judges and said, whew. I'm not sure what that was about. And the back of Bagsy's car just falling off from a little hit. Sebastian has a D-bead and he's got a bumper off on the front as well. So not what he wanted in the first half of this battle. But I'll tell you one thing, it was pretty exciting to watch.
That was very exciting. I'm absolutely stoked to see that. But I don't want them to end this way. I wish it would have been a clean battle. But, again, it was exciting. And there they go, putting the rest of whatever is left of Bagsy's bumper. There's not much back there to begin with, but that little 4-inch strip that he called a bumper, his taillights hanging down all sad now. Those are expensive. Sorry about that, bud. Those look like, are those stickers also on the tail?
Yes, stickers on taillights.
You guys, come on.
Well, look at what they're doing, Dan. Why would you put real taillights or headlights in any of these cars when they're smashing into each other every 20 seconds?
No, I think it's a wise thing. I just don't know why it doesn't exist in the United States.
I know. Jimmy Oakes had this conversation with me before. I was like, you are buying taillights and headlights for these cars still? Come on, we have this like 10 years ago. Put a sticker on it, put a strip of LED on it, let it hang off the car every 20 seconds. They're falling off every run here at Usual. So it's a clever way of doing it because if you know the price of headlights and taillights right now.
Oh, I do very well. I broke a set of bricks and it broke my heart and my wallet.
Bricks are now more expensive than bricks and mortar at this stage.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Very much
so what we have now is a recovery on the track. We've had the tractor out. If you're a fan of large machinery, this has been the 20 minutes you've enjoyed the most of this event.
Clarkson's Farm.
Clarkson's Farm. We have got the recovery truck. We got the tractor out here. And we have Darren McNamara on a 5-minute rule, and now Sebastian Fontaine on a 5-minute rule. For the same reason. They can't keep
10 minutes worth of 5 minutes.
They can't keep tires on the car. And we are getting to, we might be jumping ahead to another grade 8 battle. This is what I'm looking forward to. James Dean and Conor Falvey. I mean, if you're a 15-year-old Conor Falvey and you're here, you were physically born because your dad's a big James Dean fan.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm not going to get into the whole biology of it, but it's a long time, right?
Yes, very
it's a long time. So he's been out here having a blast, but he wants that moment.
And so for Conor, how much competition does he actually have under his belt?
So he's done,
which is not a very big belt because he's 15.
Exactly, and the belt, just keeps growing. I mean, when I first saw Conor, he was like very small. So he's been growing and watching his dad compete. So his dad has about, I would say, 15 years of drifting.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
His whole life since he was born, his dad has been his drifting. And then Conor's been competing for probably the last 2 years.
So still basically
new.
new.
So in Ireland it's 13. That's the time you can, it's a ridiculous thing, but you can start drifting professionally at 13 years of age.
Really?
Yeah, Conor Shanahan beat James Dean in Drift Masters in a stadium in Poland.
I believe I saw that video.
On his 14th birthday. So that was a thing that happened. And then probably one of the most watched battles in drifting history. And
including me. I was one of those.
And this is another story. You got Conor Falvey coming through, a very capable driver, and he's been watching James Dean and his dad drift for years, and he's learned and he watched every run, since he was a kid. He's now in the moment that he dreamed about when he was a little kid, still a kid, and now he goes up against his hero, James Dean. That's his hero.
That's pretty amazing.
When you don't go like, I like basketball, can I just play with Michael Jordan someday? That doesn't happen.
You jump in the ring with Ali.
You just
immediately.
Like while you're a child. So it's very strange when you think about it logically. But Conor is not going to be intimidated because he's going to see this as an opportunity.
Yeah. I will take down the giant, the literal giant.
Hey, guess what James Dean's driving?
What?
He's driving an S-body with 700 horsepower.
Yep.
Guess what Conor Falvey's driving?
What?
An S-body with 700 horsepower.
You're telling me.
Same car.
Same car.
Same car, 2J, YS5, same thing.
Now we're going to have to go up to who weighs less.
Definitely Conor. James is slim, but he's tall. He's got a little bit more real estate up top. But I will say that James Dean has gone around. James Dean also has won so many times here and says he still hates this track.
Oh, nice.
He says that it's such an uncomfortable track for him, even though he's won so many times, which makes everyone else feel really bad. But also at the same time, it shows that he can make mistakes. We've seen James Dean go off in the grass here. We've seen him make mistakes. Conor Falvey, we've seen him make mistakes. But Conor Falvey's nothing to lose.
No, nothing. Absolutely. He's everything to gain.
LZ Festival last year, James Dean won. Can he win it again? It's all, James is going in as the favorite.
Is James a skater? Does he skate?
No, I feel James Dean would, with 4 wheels, the only thing he can't do is skateboard. Everything else he's pretty good at. But skateboarding, I haven't seen him skateboard. I'm not saying
That'd be a tall fall.
Yeah, like if he did an ollie, the leg to height, it's just a whole thing going on there.
That man could kickflip those grandstands.
He could. And I'd like to see him try. So we have got James Dean in the S14.9, he calls it.
Why is it a 9?
Because an S14.5 has an S15 front, but he also has an S15 rear. So it's almost an S15. So it's an
Basically.
It's S14.9.
That makes sense.
Just 0.1
I
off.
like his math.
The 0.1 is the doors.
Yes.
There you go, Sebastian Fonten leaving the track. It's going to be up to the start line to see James Dean and Connor Falvey. They're getting warmed up. Oh no,
Hey, look at that.
no, look at this guy. He's back. Darren McNamara is back up on the start line. He got the wheel, suspension, and tire fixed on the car.
5 minutes.
5 minutes to fix the suspension, and his team got it done. And Darren said, I'm definitely...
I guess I'm here.
I guess I'm back on the line. I've got a 10-0 disadvantage. Kevin Quinn's like, I thought I got rid of you. What are you doing here? I got rid of you the last time. You went off in the grass. Made a mess of the place. Now I got to go chase you around the place. Kevin Quinn, big thumbs up to the window. And here we go. It's the second half of this one. Darren McNamara, 10-0 disadvantage. Kevin Quinn, though, wants to put a show on for the fans. Here we go.
They're going to do it. Be prepared for some limiter. Be prepared for some speed. Let's see. Although Darren's car may not be 100%, he's going to send it in like it is, and they blast down the hill. That is quick. Look at the pace that these guys have. And Kevin getting right up into his business as soon as he can. Darren McNamara's car is an absolute rocket ship. That is a tall order as they flick back towards the wall and head through that last outer zone. Kevin Quinn struggling through that intersection. I don't know if that was a grip thing. I don't know if he just made a mistake, but he dove way to the inside on that one.
Yeah, and I think, you know what, it doesn't really matter. I think what Kevin Quinn does, because Darren went off doing a bit of plowing. Oh, here we go.
There's that limiter you were talking about earlier. Jeez.
How he doesn't blow this car up. I mean, there's people out there with 1.6 MX-5s blowing them up, and he's out here with a 700 horsepower 2J, and he's almost trying to blow it up every single time. Guys, give it up one more time for Darren McNamara and Kevin Quinn.
Pretty excited to see who actually wins this one. I cannot fathom. I mean, both battles were so even.
Yeah.
There was no dirt shot into the air. I
think Darren's chase run was phenomenal. I like the way he went into the grass. That was a good one. So we're going to go over to you, Chelsea. Who's getting the win and going through to the final four?
Kevin Quinn gets the win.
Kevin Quinn gets the win and goes through to the final four. Darren McNamara picks up a few more bits of his car.
More pieces. They're like, here, can you please take this off the racetrack?
And there you have it. The two boys who have a lot of fun behind the scenes, both on and off track. They're guys that like to party, I'll be honest with you.
Yes, they do.
And,
yes, they do.
I'm surprised they're still standing after the long night they had last night. But anyway, they're still here. Darren McNamara goes out in competition in top 8. And Kevin Quinn ready for the top 4 later on.
His rev limiter still works. It's still there. His right foot may be broken at this point. I think it's permanently pressed down.
These are some expert rings, as we would say in Ireland.
Expert rings.
Yes, these are expert rings.
Those are great rings. Look at the precision, ladies and gentlemen. That's actually much harder than it looks to do. If you've ever tried to do that, it's really hard to get that timing.
That's it. In Ireland, we love a good donut. We love a good ring, as we say, doing some rings. And Darren McNamara leaves in a plume of smoke. What a show he's put on for everyone this weekend. Absolutely phenomenal.
Nobody let him know that Kevin left already.
Yeah. Hey, Kevin, where are you? Where are you, Kevin? Oh, he's gone. Oh, okay. I'm still here. That's when you get left at the party dancing on your own at the end. You're like, oh, no.
Shut the music
Everyone
off.
left.
It's just you.
So, yeah, there you have it. Darren McNamara. Kevin Quinn goes through. And this is the one we've been building up. 15-year-old Connor Falvey. He's getting close to bedtime.
Oh boy, curfew's
coming
about
up
to kick
against
in. Street
James.
lights are coming on.
Yeah, he's got to come in at 6 o'clock. Come on, Connor.
Mom, can I stay out later?
I've got this battle with I've got to battle the best in the world. Just give me 5 more minutes.
Even
5 more minutes.
Mom's not going to believe it.
Exactly. So here we go. Connor Falvey in the Team Falvey Motorsport S50. James Dean in the S14.9. I have no idea what's about to happen here. And Connor Falvey's the higher qualifier here, ladies and gentlemen.
He is. So he's going to put down a hell of a run for Dean to follow, and they are. Look at that speed all the way on throttle through that outer zone. Just a small e-brake checkup. James like, you know what? I'm still here. Connor is putting it all on the line. He knows he needs to put down 100.1. And James is not going to let him out of his sight.
Leaving something in this one.
There's that weight difference I was mentioning. I'm telling you, man, if it's the same car.
Give him a big round of applause as they head back to the start line. Connor Falvey's in this one.
Well, he
is in this one.
He has a chance.
Connor Falvey's lead run was exceptional. James Dean, of course, always exceptional. But just towards the end, James Dean not able to get up on the door of Connor Falvey. And to me, leaving something out there.
that could be the determining
Look,
factor.
I know we're all putting huge expectation on this little 15-year-old to come along and do something no one else seems to be able to do and beat James Dean. But just maybe on this day, in this moment, something special could happen. Let's not put too much pressure on him.
No
I don't want to
pressure at
curse him. He's doing brilliantly just to do what he's doing. But he's definitely looking a little competitive because he's staggering in the car back behind James Dean.
Learning.
He is getting a run at James Dean here. He's going back about 2 car lengths. I'm nervous. I'm nervous for this one.
I know, I got the shakes.
I got a little shake there. I was like, Connor.
Is great.
Hold it together, Connor. Hold it together. As they come off the start line, James Dean goes through the gears and through the chicane. Connor Falvey now using all the pace he has on the run-up, and he's right with James Dean here as they come into the first car. Look at the entry from Connor Falvey in the chase position. He's all over James Dean.
Oh my goodness gracious. That
through
was
the grass he went,
glorious.
and he almost made it work.
Wow.
Tried his best, just didn't pull it off.
Gets right back up
onto
there.
it, and look at this, up onto the door of James Dean's car as he pushes him across the line. That was almost sensational.
That was insane. That to not have that much experience, have 2 years of competitive drifting experience, and to dive through the smoke like that was absolutely unbelievable.
But that's what you do. That is what you do when you try and throw it all on the line. He went closer than anybody tried to ever go on that corner. He knew he had to be sensational to beat James Dean. And as they get out of their cars, Mondello Park, will you please put your hands together for the machine, James Dean. And will you give it up for Connor Falvey? Gave it everything. Gave it absolutely everything.
He will learn from that, and that will be a weapon that he uses in the future.
The proximity on that first corner was ridiculous from Connor Falvey. Oh, he just got lost in the smoke. Didn't know where he was. Just got lost in the smoke. Oh, anyway, we got to make a decision. No losers in this battle, in my opinion.
That was fantastic. That was a learning experience that most people will never get.
Yeah. Definitely the best story at school tomorrow. Definitely. So we are going to get a decision from our judges. Kevin, who's going through to the final 4 to face... We haven't decided that one yet, so we're going to go back to that.
Yeah.
So, who's going through to the final 4, Kev?
James Dean gets the win.
James Dean gets the win, and Connor Falvey goes out. Guys, give it up for Connor Falvey on the biggest stage of them all, throwing all caution to the wind. And he did it all, but he just couldn't match the machine.
That was insane. If he had been 5 feet.
I want to hear from Connor Falvey on this one and James Dean. Adam, you're down on track. These boys must be pumped.
I think we might have witnessed something we're going to look back on in a few years as something very special. Connor battling James Dean on Mondello Park in front of the world who are watching online. How did that feel?
I've watched James drifting all my life. You know, he's an idol to everyone who drifts, so having the chance to battle him was unbelievable. I gave my all. I got a spot but lost in the smoke there, but I'm happy with the outcome from today and looking forward to the next out.
It was amazing to watch, and James, you get to drive with the next generation of Irish drift superstars. That must make you proud.
It's amazing because I remember being exactly in your shoes, driving with these old men, and yeah, it's awesome to see young talent coming up like you. You have a very bright future, and pleasure to battle. Awesome driving.
It was beautiful to watch, boys. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Guys, give it up for Connor Falvey and James Dean.
What a touching moment that just was right there.
You look at Darren, you got the past, the present, and the future all on track of Irish drifting, and it's great to see it. And Connor Falvey, just remember the name. Write it on your phone in your notes area.
Yeah.
Say, I saw that guy. I saw him battle James Dean back in the day. And look at this, guys. Give it up one more time. Putting a show on for the fans here at Mondello Park. These are some tidy hoops.
This is, they were, and James is hanging halfway out his car, which is about 8 feet. So that was pretty fantastic.
You know what? It's just been one of those events where smiles on faces, right? That's what it's all about. That's what drifting is. Everybody gets all so nitty-gritty and decisions and judges and rules and blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, it's a stupid sport for having fun, and that's what it should be.
This is ice skating.
This is what we're doing. We're having fun, and that's what the LZ World Tour is all about. Good times, smiles on faces, and having the fans in it, and there's a lot of them here, and we appreciate every.
There's a few. Yes.
We appreciate every single one of you guys coming out this weekend. And I know it's not been the perfect weather weekend, but you guys stuck with it, and boy, was it worth it for battles like we're seeing now.
We got smoke, we got noise, we got insane cars, we got insane driving. We have 15-year-olds almost taking out a champion. That was nutty.
Well, I'll tell you what's going to get nutty as well is if Sebastian Fonte can keep some tires on the car, he might give Bagsy a run here. It looks to me Like if Bagsy wins this, we could get a Bagsy James Dean semifinal. I'm just putting it out there. But Sebastian, never count him out. He's probably the most. If he was any more laid back, he'd be asleep in the car.
Yeah.
Sebastian Fontaine.
He was pretty casual.
He was very. He's Dutch. They just don't know how to get too excited about everything.
Casual?
They're very casual.
Oh, he
very
was
casual.
cash.
Yeah, two things are stereotypically a lot of windmills, very casual, very relaxed.
Love windmills.
Yep.
Big windmill guy.
So I'll tell you one thing. Well, definitely we saw windmills on the first because Sebastian was spinning around on the track. We had an impact between the two cars. Bagsy's in the lead position. Sebastian Fontaine in the chase position. What happens next? You've got an angry.
Nobody knows.
You've got an angry Sebastian. If there is even such a thing as an angry Sebastian Fontaine, who knows that the only way to leave this venue with everybody here chanting his name is to absolutely smash the doors of Steve Bagsy Biagioni's car. And ladies and gentlemen, you're just about to see exactly that.
And I'm so excited. Here we go. As they come blasting down. Look at Bagsy with that almost backwards engine, but Sebastian is absolutely on his door. Let's see if we can get through this transition. And he does, and surges right up into his business. Look at that proximity. He is mere inches away from Bagsy as they come back towards the wall, not letting him do anything right now. He's like, I am reeling you in. I have hooked onto your car. You are not getting away. Giving him a little love tap right there at the end. That was, if you were going to do it, that was the way to make it happen.
That's outrageous. That is an outrageous chase run to pull out of the bag. He had nothing to lose, but my God, he tapped him through the dangerous part of the track. Like, people are struggling to even get proximity there, and he's pushing him around the track.
Oh my
That
goodness.
is phenomenal traffic from Sebastian
Well, that's
Fontaine.
what happens when you keep a tire on your car.
Unbelievable. Again, Mondello Park, as they exit the cars, we want to hear your appreciation. The guys are putting it all on the line. This is just for your entertainment. These are very expensive cars, and they will need to be fixed at the end of this. And these guys are doing it just to put smiles on your faces here in attendance or at home on the live stream. Guys, give it up for Steve Bagsy Biagioni.
What an absolute treat to watch what just happened.
And after that chase run, we need some big noise for Sebastian Fontaine.
Got us clapping up here in the booth. Man, those guys.
I'm going to need a good, strong sit down after this top 16.
My heart cannot handle
I'm
this.
actually, my heart rate right now, I think my iWatch just exploded. It was like, please see a doctor. Okay, we got to get a decision. It's going to be for a top 4 place. The winner gets the beautiful prize of James Dean in the top 4. And we got Kevin. Who's going through to that top 4?
Bagsy gets the win.
And Bagsy gets the win and goes through to the final 4. Sebastian Fontaine, he left it all on the track, most of it E36 parts, and he had a phenomenal weekend. And what a time to, I want to listen to what these guys have to say. Adam, what a phenomenal run.
The LZ World Tour is delivering today. Sebastian, the first run didn't go to plan, but what an incredible chase to finish off your run here on the LZ World Tour.
I tried to put on a show, and I think I did a bit. Becky said, like, put some marks on my door. So I did. But we already debated a tire in the burnout box. We thought it was like a day for an Axel, but we debated a tire in the burnout box already on the first run. I had no idea. I was like, what's happening? But yeah, that's the sport. And I want to thank all my family, my friends, my sponsors, everybody. And all of you guys, you're amazing. And you guys as well.
Sebastian, you've been fantastic. Now, Bagsy, my Essex brother, well done. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm having a great day. Who knew we just needed cheap tyres to put on a great show, eh?
It is definitely putting on a show, man. James Dean in the next round. How are you feeling going into that?
Oh, I've actually got James, have I?
Yeah, that's the prize for being so good today.
All right, well, yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. I'm just having a lot of fun. If this is it for us, then I've had a great day. It's been a great weekend, and yeah, it's an awesome event. It's amazing to come back to Mondello and see so many fans coming out to support this event, and as long as they keep inviting me, I'll keep coming back.
Well, go do what you've been doing today, sir, and I think the next round is going to be amazing. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, well, we've got Bagsy moving through to take on James Dean in the top 4, and I mean, just, you know, take a moment. And we also have Jack Shanahan against Kevin Quinn. So this is a very stacked top 4. But we have got some interesting things.
All right, later. I've been
Remember
waiting with bated
I talked
breath.
to you about the surprises. You wanted some surprises because the LZ World Tour doesn't have to follow any rules or formats.
It's its own entity.
It's its own entity. So Sebastian Fontaine is going to leave the last of his tires here in front of the grandstand and put on a last bit of smoke show for the fans. That's a car and a half, that thing.
That thing rips.
Wow. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what was. I got a message earlier on my phone. It's from a driver that got eliminated earlier in the competition. He's from Australia. His name is Fink.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, remember Luke? He was here earlier on.
Yeah, I love Luke.
So Luke said that, hey, and I'm not going to do an impression because it would be terrible. He said, Luke, he said, could I come out? The fans are having a great time. I want to do the craziest lap of Mondello Park that anyone's ever seen. He says, I'm going to try and do a 1080 entry and a 720 down the straight. And I said, this sounds like there's skateboard decks on the line, but none of this stuff should be possible in a car. So Luke Fink reckons that because he's got used to this little Corolla, he said, you've had so many Corollas do laps, he's going to try and do the craziest entry anyone's ever done in Mondello Park in an 86. Do you guys want to see that?
I want to see that. I want to hear more enthusiasm.
I think we need more enthusiasm than that. Grandstands all along the banks. Do you want to see Luke Fink try and do a 720 or 1080 entry in Mondello Park?
And here he comes blasting down.
Hold on to your hats. Luke Fink into the first corner. Whoa, there goes one. That is a 360. That's almost a 712.
That was half.
That was half of a 720.
Can he do it again?
He's going to do it again into this corner, and he does keep it going. Another 360.
That's 2 in a row.
Well, he's not going to do it against the wall. That would be absolutely ridiculous.
That would be bonkers.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my goodness gracious! What just happened? That was the stupidest thing that I've ever seen in my
There
entire
is something
life.
very wrong with that man. Something very. He's still going.
He is not well.
He's not going to. He can't do it again. Just stop. The car, just stop it, Luke. Everybody give it up for Luke Fink. Wow, that was a thing.
That was nuts.
I've never seen a 360 wall run. Have you ever seen a 360 wall run?
And he scraped the bumper off the car.
That
doesn't
can we
happen.
just Luke, stop.
Luke.
It's pretty crazy. Well, that's all the excitement from that. And here you go. You can see it. We're catching up. This is our top 4. Jack Shanahan, Kevin Quinn will go head-to-head. Bagsy and James Dean will go head-to-head, and that's pretty crazy.
So it's looking like the European drivers have a slight advantage at this here event.
Exactly. Quick. It's only going to be a 30-second break because we need it.
Oh,
and then we are into the top 4, and we've got a big surprise for you as well. Mr. LZ is cooking something up. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, my goodness. There are more surprises.
More surprises. If you want to see 360 wall runs, there may be, yeah. We'll get to that in a
We'll
second.
get Luke back out.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. We're back in a couple of seconds' time with the top 4 here at the LZ World Tour Round 2. Woohoo!
Drip Eliante, pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went from the back. Swing, pull like Jim, waves on swim, and a rock Timbs with the tap.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder. I'm Ken Gushkin. I'm Matt Field. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable EC around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it. Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want. They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the final 4 here at the Stop 2 of the LZ World Tour. And this is just Stop 2. What is Toronto going to be like? What is Australia going to be like? Englishtown was wild with a 4-rotor in the podium, and Nate Hamilton won it. Now we've got 2 Irish legends in Kevin Quinn and Jack Shanahan on the line. Jack Shanahan giving away probably half the horsepower here, as Kevin Quinn will be in the lead position. It's for a spot in the final. Semi-final number 1, here we go.
As they dip down over the hill, over the crest, Jack Shanahan kind of getting left in the dust. Obviously, that power discrepancy was a little bit much for that RB-powered S14 to overcome, but absolutely ripping through the course, using that limiter, using it. He has caught back up, Jack Shanahan, trying to put it on his door, trying to surge. That's not quite the same as his professional car, but he was making it work nonetheless.
You know what? It's tough for Jack Shanahan because he's used to having all the grip and the pace. Now he doesn't. And Kevin Quinn, you know what? Even he's just using. He's out powering the tires. He's just limiting the car. Yeah. He's making it work. And Jack Shanahan, again, it's a borrowed car. It's his mechanic's car.
That's crazy.
Who now packs his bag.
I hope his mechanic gets a raise. If he's not getting paid, I hope he gets a sandwich.
You know what? The Shanahans, great at sandwiches. They feed pretty much the whole Driftmasters.
I know, because they gave me one. That's why I said that.
Yeah, their budget for sandwiches is much higher than tires.
Oh, perfect.
That's how it works.
That's my kind of drift family.
Exactly. Then they are a drift family, and you can see Jack Shanahan not having the pace for Kevin Quinn there in the final 4 battle. But give him a big wave as he goes by, guys. Come on, Jack Shanahan. He's up against it here today. And Kevin Quinn feeling pretty smug about himself right now.
Yeah, he's sitting pretty, as we say, in the biz. He's got a little bit of an advantage, just a little bit of a gap. He did catch up at the end, but he was a little bit offline doing it, so that's unfortunate for Jack. So we'll see what he does in the lead run. It could go either way. I mean we've stranger things have happened at this event.
I was saying we've had some D-beats. That can happen at any time. You know?
That's not the way to go out.
No.
But
we see these guys that are super fast. They're dropping pressures very low, and we're seeing tires come off rims, so you just don't know now. Kevin Quinn has the perfect position. He's got the advantage from the lead. He's now in the chase, and he's a good chase driver, and this is where you can really seal the deal.
Now, does he give him a little bit of space and play it safe? I don't get that feeling from this guy.
Playing it safe is not a Kevin Quinn sentence.
That's kind of what I thought. Just based off my limited
Kevin Quinn
experience.
as a human being is a spectator sport. I'll give you that. Jack Shanahan off the line, and Kevin Quinn in the chase position. Up over the hill they go. And look at Kevin Quinn. He's right there on entry. Oh, little space actually. Gives Jack a little room through the first corner. But now he's up onto the door. Kevin Quinn. Oh, massive dive from Kevin Quinn into the corner.
No chill.
Zero
chill.
Up onto the door. Kevin Quinn forcing home the issue. Wants that big final battle. As they fire down, Quinn turning the screw. He's got the pace here. He's up on Shanahan's door. That's what he came here to do. And again, 2 clean runs from these boys who would we expect anything less?
I do believe that he was ahead of Jack coming down the entire straightaway and actually had to back the car off. Like, hey man, are you ever going to get here? And he's like, dude, I'm trying. I just can't get there.
That was phenomenal. These 2 guys, absolute characters behind the scenes and behind the wheel.
And apparently, yes, behind the wheel as well.
Unbelievable. These guys have plenty of trophies all over Europe. And as they go, once again, guys, get up for Jack Shanahan and Kevin Quinn. Jack Shanahan, thrift shop weekend.
Yes.
Borrowing the car, the helmet, the boots, the suit, the whole lot. And Kevin Quinn, we haven't seen him in competition for a little while, but he hasn't lost a step. And we go to our judges for a decision. Chelsea, who's going to the final?
Quinn gets the win.
Kevin Quinn gets the win and goes through to the final.
Quinn.
Adam Ivel's down there to chat to the boys.
Mr. Rev Limit.
Jack, can I grab you? You've put on a hell of a show in a car that you've never really driven before this weekend. Underpowered, but you've done amazing. How are you feeling?
Oh yeah, delighted. You know, I wasn't expecting to be in the top 4 at all because when I knew I was up against Connor, I thought that was my weekend done before we even started. But the car's not even going right. We're just kind of driving around all the issues and stuff. But I can't seem to do the chase runs. I get loads of understeer straight away through the first corner, which is weird. But it is what it is. Having a good time.
It's been awesome to watch, man. It's great to see you having fun out there. Where's Kevin? Kevin, into the final. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm delighted. I'm only here for a bit of crack. Like, you've heard it all weekend. So here, it's a bonus get into the final. I'm delighted, but we'll do some more limiter bashing here.
Can't wait to hear it, man. Good luck out there.
There you go. Again, I'm going to translate for
Yes,
those people.
please. Thank you.
So Dan, what he said was going to do more limiter bashing. I'm going to have more fun, and that's all I'm here to do. And I'm not going to go easy on the car.
Okay.
He could have said nothing, and we would know all that anyway. But that is Kevin Quinn's ethos. You can get that on his Tinder profile. That is limiter bashing. I wreck cars. Long walks on the beach.
I haven't got to talk to him in the pits, but I really want to make my way over there and actually have a conversation with the man.
Yeah. conversation, not a drink, Dan. I'm just going to put it out there.
Don't do that, is what you're
just,
saying.
Again,
if he offers you a beer, walk away.
The later the night, you back further away. That's
walk away.
Yeah, that's how it works with Kevin Quinn. Great driver, though, an amazing machine.
Yeah, that was a show.
So his company, Quinn M Sport, build those cars, and this car, if you've heard the abuse that car gets, is there a greater advertisement?
There's a testament.
Exactly, and they've got 2 identical ones of those here this weekend. 2 identical S15s.
Sheesh.
That is a lot. And he's got a Mark II Escort rally car, and he's just as good at rallying.
Oh, he's one of those guys.
He's one of those guys. So we've got, oh, well, here we go. We've got James Dean.
Well, we've got this.
And I'm looking in the background going, something's happening down there that I'm not very happy about, but I'm not going to pretend it's not happening.
Oh, what's happening?
I just don't want to talk about it right now. Weird things are happening that I'm not in control of because I'm up here. So anyway, we've got James Dean and Bagsy heading to the line, and I mean, if you've watched all of their runs today, well, here, get your phones out.
Yeah, this might be one to record.
If you've got the screen record on the old laptop-aroo, or this is the time to press it, because Bagsy would only love to beat James Dean in front of his home fans here in Ireland.
Oh my goodness, the English are invading. There he is currently.
And you know what? In the form he's in right now, I'm feeling like he's coming in here stronger than ever to beat James Dean.
I think these guys are having a blast on the street tires. I think they forgot that drifting could be this good when the cars aren't super gripped up.
Exactly, and it means you got a little bit more forgiveness. Look at this, thumbs up from James Dean to Steve Bagsy Biaggioni. It's for a spot in the final. Mondello Park, are you ready? I'm gonna need more than that. I said, Mondello Park, are you ready? That's better. That's better.
It was that one kid again. He's real enthusiastic.
There's one kid here, very enthusiastic
it.
in front of it. Here we go. It's going to be James Dean in the lead. Steve Bagsy Biaggioni in the chase position. Oh, here we go. Straight off the line. James Dean up over the hill. And Bagsy, look at the proximity from Bagsy through the first corner. Firing it in on the door, James Dean. Wow, look at this. As he transitions up onto the door.
That's
Bagsy's
how you
in
dive
the
through
game.
the smoke.
Bagsy wants it bad here as he goes to the door of that blue and teal car. Transitioning back. Bagsy with a last minute. Big dive up on the wall. Up onto the door of James Dean. Look at this as Bagsy pushes the front wheel of James Dean's car around the corner.
Unbelievable.
That is what we came here to see.
That was nuts. That entry was 20 feet farther back than anybody else that's been doing it all weekend. Look at that. That is insane.
James Dean takes a little thumbs up to the judges saying, what about that? The boys are having some fun out there today, which is great to see. The smiles on faces. Yes, they're being competitive while the run is on, but outside of that, I've never seen so many smiles at a drift event.
That's fantastic.
And I'm looking into the grandstands. Everybody's got a smile on their face. That's what drifting is all about.
Beautiful, beautiful
and
thing.
James Dean is like, well, okay, Bagsy, okay.
I see what you did. Now I got to raise the bar.
Yeah, well, you see, the thing about it is, Stephen, is you're in my backyard. You don't come to someone's house and start showing off. So now it's time that we put you back in your box. So that's what James Dean is pretty much saying in a way more polite way than that, because James Dean would never say.
I hope he got recharged. I hope you were right.
Yeah,
I hope
James Dean's battery is at 100% right now. He is ready to go. He's done a full hard reset as he went back to the start line. C3L all delete the first run. Now he's ready to go.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be an amazing battle. James knows
he has to go close.
He has to.
He has to.
There is
so James
no
Dean
choice.
has to go super close if he wants to win this one, because Bagsy's chase run was exceptional, and he's given himself a big old run in here behind Bagsy, staggering it back, and James Dean leaves the line way before Steve Bagsy Biaggioni, and he starts to screw through the gears. Bagsy's a fast car, but James Dean's just as fast as they throw into the first car. Look at this!
Nice and early. James is putting a little bit more pressure on as they come around, but what a transition. There was not as much smoke that James had to dive through to get through that, and through the outer zone. James is right there. They are absolutely smashing through the course as we round this last corner. James, hey man, I don't know, it's that last little bit at the ends where James is just kind of falling off just a little bit.
I don't know. I do not know which way that one's going to go. That was so close. And that is what we came here to see. The best
is nuts.
The best in the business. Head to head. And that is phenomenal stuff from Bagsy and James Dean, putting on a show. As always, thumbs up to the tower. Bagsy's like, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
I did all right, guys.
I went real fast. I was going real fast.
I chucked her in.
I was going real fast there for a while. So James Dean and Steve Bagsy Biaggioni ready to hear the decision. And again, it's to face Kevin Quinn in the final. Then we'll see the loser in the 3rd and 4th place playoff against Jack Shannon. So it's all good either way. Guys, give it up for Bagsy as he exits the car. And the machine, James Dean. Oh, it's a close
I think,
one.
Dave, I think if I was to be judging this, and it's not my decision, it's not your decision, but the way that Bagsy was able to dive through James Dean's smoke and attack into that first outer zone was absolutely unbelievable, and Dean didn't have to do that. It was the same transition, same level of excitement. There just wasn't a big cloud of smoke that he had to dive into. Looks-wise, that's pretty nutty.
Yeah, let's see which way the judges do go, though. We have a decision for it.
Oh, boy.
Oh, let's see.
They're all smiling.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know what smiling means. Kieran, who's getting the win? Who's going to the final?
Bagsy gets the win.
Oh,
Bagsy gets the win!
gracious.
Steve Bagsy Biagioni beats James Dean in Mondello
Holy
Park.
smokes. In his home turf,
We
in his
got
own
to
backyard.
get Adam Ivel down for the reaction on this one. Adam, that was insane. Bagsy just pulled out all the stops and got the win.
I can't believe what I'm watching. This has been one of the best weekends of drift battles I've ever seen. James Dean, let's start with you, sir. What a weekend. How are you feeling?
I am exhausted, but loving every minute. Bagsy did an amazing job. Like, he's so fast, especially the second half of the course. I was like compromising to try to keep proximity, and he was still pulling. So, awesome job to Bagsy. You better win it now. It's all up to you, but really good battle, and I hope everyone enjoyed it.
James, it's been an absolute treat to watch you this weekend, man. Bagsy, into the final.
I know, I was apologising to James a minute ago. I'm like, did I win? I'm sorry, James. Sorry. I know we're at your home track. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This is like a dream come true. I guess I get a podium now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
In the
It's
final.
been a while since I've seen the final.
It's been a treat to watch you, Bagsy. Good luck, man. Have fun, James.
Oh, what happens next is what Bagsy said. I go to the final. I'm on the podium. You're on the podium, Bagsy. It's happening. James Dean will play it off with his neighbor, Jack Shanahan, for third step on the podium. Bagsy will go up against Kevin Quinn, and my God, what's going to happen there?
I like how he apologized. He gets out and says, sorry, James, for beating you on your home turf.
I'll tell you what, right now, but I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to stop the show.
Oh,
We're
why?
going to have to stop
What
the
happened?
show. That's the end of it for today. We are not going to do any more drifting today because there's no time.
Don't break my heart.
We're just going to stop because we don't need to see what's up on the start line. We don't need to see it. We've had a great day. I think we should just leave it there. Should we leave it there? Should we keep going? I'm voting that we should stop because somebody stole my car.
If you guys don't yell a little bit louder, Dave's going to stop
I
it.
did not sanction this. I did not agree to this. But Adam LZ has stolen my car and taken
Which
it to
car? You have 20 cars.
the one that I'd never want anyone else to drive.
Oh,
He's
there it
stolen
is.
the car. My Corvette is on the start line, and this was supposed to be on display today. Adam LZ has never even done a lap in this car, and he's gone up against the Audi
Oh, boy.
S1 Quattro
Oh, my God.
of Darren McNamara.
Why is this a thing?
The two craziest cars in the country are going. You're going to have to get someone else to commentate on this because I am not.
You should just
I
turn
did not
away.
agree to this in any way, shape, or form.
You should just turn away.
The F6 from Drift Games by Group D is on the start. Why is my car on the start line?
Against the guy that just drove through somebody
He's
else's
just
car.
Darren just crashed into everybody today. This is the worst thing that could happen.
Yeah, this is not good, Dave. These are not looking your way.
This is. I thought we were getting out of here with a safe end of the day. Well, anyway, I'm just going to turn my mic off. We've got the LS3 powered Corvette. That's my car. For some reason, Adam has taken it and just driven up to the start line. We've got the only Audi Quattro S1 drift car in the world with the good old one. It's got the 5-cylinder. Oh, hold your breath, ladies and
Dude,
gentlemen. 'Cause
I'm sorry in advance and in the future, but here we go. This is the first time that Adam has driven this car, and he's absolutely chucking it in already. And Darren is just trying to get up on his door.
This is terrifying, but look at them. These look so cool on
Hey,
track
Dave, your
together.
car looks really good out there, bud.
Yeah, I get that.
That seems like a pretty well-sorted drift car for an art piece.
Look at these things out there. Oh, jeez.
Dave, your watch exploded again.
I've had an emotional breakdown. They can stop now. They can stop if they want, but
No.
it does look very cool. You got the Audi S1 Quattro. You got the Corvette. Two insane machines from the brain of Darren McNamara. And Adam LZ out there doing some donuts, raising some smoke, clouding out Mondello Park. What a ridiculous scene in Mondello Park.
Yeah,
Guys, give it up for Darren McNamara and Adam LZ!
Oh boy, it's not over, Dave. You can still continue to not watch this if you so choose.
I am looking straight into the distance. This looks
But can't
so
see
good.
them anymore, so whatever happens at this point.
That is absolutely insane.
Darren McNamara used your Corvette as an outer clipping point.
I have lost. What's happening? Is my Corvette still okay? I can't see anything.
I can't see nothing. There's no view of this.
Oh my
I hear
goodness.
popping and banging.
Oh my goodness. Guys, will you please put your hands together for Darren McNamara and Adam LZ? Oh, is it over? Is it over yet?
We don't know.
No, this is just so much fun. So much fun being had right now. So much fun.
I could not be you right now. I do not envy you. That was terrifying
Well,
for
if
me
Darren
to
hits
watch.
my car, he can fix it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true. If there was one guy to do it, that'd be the one.
That is, look at the machinery in Ireland right now. You've got an Audi S1 Quattro, 7-year build. 750 horsepower, I think.
Unbelievable.
Audi 5-cylinder in a drift car. And we got the crazy F6 Corvette from Drift Games.
I was just looking at in your new space, and it looked absolutely amazing. And I was going to be terrified if you had to put it back there with no front end on
But
it.
you know what? If anyone was going to take it and put on a show, it may as well be LZ. That's what this is all about.
Listen to that anti-lag. That's a rally car.
You know what? For my heart, for my sake, can we get everybody on their feet in the grandstand? Everybody on your feet in the grandstand. And in the other grandstand, everybody up on your feet. We want to make some noise in Mondello for Darren McNamara and Adam LZ. Adam Ivel, can you just go and tell him why and just relax?
Wow. Wow. Well, Darren, real quick, Death by Audi wasn't on my list of things to do today, but it wouldn't have been a bad way to go. How does it feel getting this thing out? What an incredible build.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's great to finally drive it, and it's starting to work, and we're making it better and better. It's a little hot right now.
Yep.
I couldn't see a thing there for about 5 minutes. I got totally lost and ended up over here. But I hope everyone enjoyed it, and I see a lot of Group D hoodies there. Thank you, everyone, for the support. You know, I hope we put on a show for you. So thank you very much, everyone.
Round of applause for D-Mac. Incredible. Adam, I hope you watch this back and hear Dave having an absolute panic attack in the tower. Absolutely amazing. First off, brilliant for stealing it. And how did it feel driving out there?
I just got to start by saying I think these are two of the coolest looking drift cars I've ever seen. So like, hats off to you guys for like building some really cool shit. Yeah, I'm stoked that I got to drive it because when my A86 is having clutch issues, I got all excited and I didn't end up driving it. Holy crap, this is a lot of car. It's hooked up. We put semi-slicks on it and it's a rocket.
While I've got you out in front of this crowd, second time here in Ireland, have you got anything to say to these people that have come out and also all the people watching online?
Yeah, I just can't thank everyone enough. I mean, we definitely haven't had the best luck with weather, but to still see so many people with massive smiles on their face. And, you know, I was worried last night I was talking to a bunch of people, but everyone's been having a great time. I think these drivers are putting on one hell of a show, and I'm just honored to be able to come back here and keep driving amazing cars with amazing people. So.
I hope Dave doesn't hate me for this, but can we see one more burnout? Is that okay?
No.
Yeah, I thought it was blowing
It
coolant
just
on the windscreen,
no.
but I don't think it's coolant. Dave, is it cool wherever you are?
Oh, just go on. We're in for a penny, in for a pound.
I think
now.
he said yes.
Let's do it.
That was a painful yes.
Yeah. That was well, there's a lot of people here, so I can't just be, you know.
Adam, no, at your own event.
Yeah.
In my car.
You know what? It's kind of cool to watch. I never get to see this car from the outside, so
It looks really cool,
It's
doesn't
quite
it?
cool, yeah. The two of these cars, I mean, these are Irish builds from the ground up. Every single person that's worked on both of these cars is an Irish builder or wirer or tuner, and that just makes me so proud that we're building such crazy stuff here in such a small country.
And it's unique.
In a
I've
country,
never seen anything
to be
like
honest,
it.
in a country that doesn't really like the car anymore as a thing. It's all eco-friendly electric cars. Well, here's, I'm going to say, the opposite of that.
That's
These
the
two
exact
things.
opposite.
Adam LZ just roasting the back tires on the Corvette.
It sounds really good, too. And how much power does that thing make?
About 600 horsepower on a good
that's
day.
it.
and that Audi makes about 700 horsepower. Insane to see. This is what this LZ World Tour is all about. And I'm really hoping they can't bring my car to Toronto or Australia. That would be fantastic. But what I love about it is we're showcasing not only the drifting at the top level, but we're also showcasing the builds at the top level. Because if you watch LZ's channel or any of these channels, it's half about the build, half about the driving, and that's what these events are giving you. We can just make it up. Look, Fink did a 360 on a wall. Adam LZ stole my car. We've had the craziest battles. We've had children on the track. We've had couples battling. We've had Datsun win the event.
These are all things that you should not be saying.
If I said this and you're just tuning in now, you're going to have to rewind because
a lot has happened today. There's a lot to process.
If someone said to me, what happened at the weekend, I'm like, you're going to need to sit down. I got some things to say.
I need 3.5 hours to explain this, and then you just put the live stream on.
Yeah, because it's easier. James Dean is on the lines for a third step on the podium. Jack Shanahan versus James Dean. We've seen it so many times before. Jack Shanahan was the apprentice. James Dean, the master. And now Jack Shanahan taking about a 3.5-week run into this first corner because he said he's down on power in this car. James Dean, he's going to have to fight it out for a third step on the podium, but he's brought the 4-rotor out. He's come out and done so much entertaining things this weekend. Will he get a skateboard deck to put in the collection?
They both want it real bad, and they're going to throw it all on the line. Jack has a lot of car to catch up to. He's driven with him a ton, but oh my God, the surge that we just saw from Jack Shanahan getting up into James's business. How is he doing this? This should not be happening. That car is not James Dean caliber, but Jack Shanahan is putting on a clinic on how to do so.
Wow, I did not expect Jack Shanahan to have that much fight in that car against a superior car.
It's like he wants to win. I think I feel a little bit of the want to win.
Jack Shanahan is a bit like the Hulk. You wouldn't like him when he's angry, and I think he's driving angry right now.
That looked like it.
He is out there to prove a point in that borrowed car. He's going to take a little cool down lap because his mechanic's on the radio going, remember, Jack, this is my car, not your car. Let's do a cool down lap. Let's take it easy. Guys, as he comes in front of you, if you're still having fun at Mondello Park, make some noise if you're still with us, if you're enjoying the event.
Local guys.
We are putting it all on the line this weekend for you guys, giving you as much entertainment as possible.
This is insane.
Because without you guys, this would not be possible. You make everyone's dreams come true. Everybody here has created this event, and hopefully we'll remember for many years to come. I'm happy that the sideshow bit's over. I'm okay with the rest of it.
You're still shaking for that. I see you.
Yeah,
that made you a little nervous.
Didn't even care then.
Didn't phase me. Brushed it off.
Yeah, I was like, whatever, just take it. It's fine.
That's just the vet we just finished.
I was so casual about it, they didn't even ask me. You know what I mean? There we go. So we're back out for the second half of our third and fourth place playoff as we will give away one skateboard deck and the other, well, they won't be skateboarding anytime soon.
No, we won't get to see James Dean possibly kick flip over the grandstands.
And that could happen. It's kind of that kind of day, right?
It's headed that direction.
Jack Shanahan in the lead position. It is James Dean in the chase
Wipers
position.
Are back on.
Wipers
That's
are back
not
on.
A good sign.
A little bit of drizzle. Oh, it's going to make it very slippery on that entry. Let's see what happens as James Dean chases in Jack Shanahan for a third step on the podium. Who's going to get it?
And then here they go down the chute. And James Dean is like, I am right here up in your business through this transition. Look at him, surging just like Jack Shanahan. This is going to be a really tough battle to judge. James Dean putting all the proximity on with twice the car. Jack Shanahan putting down a banger of a lead run as they round out through the last section. Smoke blaring, window wipers going. That was a very clean run. I mean, no contact, no bumping, no missing body parts, nobody hit any dirt.
And nobody missed the clip.
That was amazing.
That is phenomenal. Jack Shanahan, it's what is an underpowered car, going out there and sticking it to James Dean. That's phenomenal. That is phenomenal. And these guys, again, are best in the world, you know, when it comes to this thing called drifting. So they're showcasing it here in front of the Irish fans. James Dean's about to get out of his car for the 500th time today.
Hey man, you want to do another interview?
He's done a lot of drifting for your entertainment today, trying to show the world his home country, because obviously he competes all over the world, but in America at the moment, showing everyone that when he comes back to Ireland, he can put on a show. Give it up for James Dean and Jack Shanahan.
I hope they get a bunch of new. That's my favorite driver now. There should be a bunch of that in this show.
Oh,
and
for sure.
I think Jack should be one of those people. Absolutely, hands down. That was a show.
To even have such a competitive run in that car was phenomenal.
And that's half the car.
And we're going to announce third step on the podium. Kevin, who is taking third place?
James Dean.
James Dean gets the win. gets third step on the podium. Fourth, unfortunately, for Jack Shannon. I don't know if Jack Shannon's a big skateboard guy, so I'm not sure if he would have even wanted it. But James Dean will take third step on the podium, and then that leaves us with just the final to go. Guys, give it up for both of these absolute Irish drifting legends on track. How much entertainment they've given you over the years, and they continue to do so.
Right here in front of everybody at the LZ World Tour.
So we're just getting word Bagsy on his way up to the start line, changing some stuff on the car. Kevin Quinn changing stuff on the car. And we've got Adam Ivel down there with two legends of Irish drifting that live a kilometre apart, Adam. And they're still just as close here in front of the grandstand.
I've had the absolute pleasure of touring Europe with these two gentlemen over the last couple of years. But to see you both here at the LZ World Tour with smiles on your faces like you have, it's an absolute pleasure. So how are you guys feeling after this, man? I'll start with you, Jack.
Oh, that was unbelievable. Like, to get this car to put a tyre mark on that car, I'm happy with that, you know what I mean? That's all I wanted to do. I don't know, it was just great weekend, good buzz all weekend. It was unreal, delighted.
James, massive smiles all around. How you feeling, man?
Yeah, brilliant way to finish off this incredible event. I think this competition, everyone driving on street cars or street tires, it doesn't really matter what power you have. I think even having a lot of power is a disadvantage. I'm like looking for grip everywhere and can't find it. But it evens out the playing field. Like Jack was even super fast in this car, which is basically a semi-pro car. So it's awesome. I love driving with Jack. Every time it's a pleasure. And what a great way to finish.
What a great way and what a great audience here. Brave in this weather. It's been amazing. Back to you boys in the tower.
Thank you. So James Dean taking third step on the podium. Guys, one more time, give it up for James Dean and Jack Shanahan. They
Unbelievable.
The people that have come here today, special group of individuals, special group of drivers, the best of the best, from the audience to the drivers to the cars to the builds. Even you were okay, Dan. You were pretty good. You were pretty good. You were pretty good. I enjoyed it. So we have got one more battle, and it's up there on the line, getting warmed up, and it's two of the wildest men that have ever got behind the wheel of a car. It is Steve Bagsy and Kevin Quinn. Ireland versus UK in the final. We'll see which way it plays out, and a little bit of twin donuts, a little bit of hoops, a little bit of rings to finish us off.
Some rings
from James Dean and Jack Shanahan, and it's been a blast watching these guys progress through their careers, but also coming back here to have some fun and put on a show, because that's what it's all about.
And this is absolutely fantastic. The Irish crowd is you guys are 1 in a million. In the U.S., a lot of times it rains and nobody comes to the events, but you guys have all been here enduring the elements. I guess you're a little more used to it. But
also,
man,
I think in Mondello Park, a lot of these people here will know you don't go home too early because you miss things like what's about to happen next. We have got one more battle to go. It is the final. Steve Bagsy Biaggioni against Kevin Quinn. I think we should all stand up for this one. It's the last runs of the day. We should all get up on our feet in the grandstands. I know it's been cold. I know it's been rainy, but we're going to make some noise for this one. Bagsy versus Quinn on the start line. Who's going to take the win? This is what it's all about.
This is not what I expected when I came into this event, was having this finish. Didn't think that could happen.
Absolutely. Here we go. Kevin Quinn in the lead position. Steve Bagsy Biaggioni in the chase position. They've been on form all day. Can they say, look at Bagsy on the initiation. Unbelievable. Contact on entry. Bagsy smashes the door of Quinn's car, and he's in again on the inside. Bumper on the ground. Quinn to the edge of the track. Bagsy dragging that front bumper through, but he's still on the door as he fires through. Driving over his own bumper, smashing the wall, up on the door. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how you do it.
I'm up here ripping my hair out. That was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Phenomenal.
You don't do that. That's not normal to do that on that entry.
Everybody in Mondello, give these boys a big cheer as they go by. That is putting it all on the line. Bagsy's lost the whole front end of his car, and he still had a phenomenal chase.
Unbelievable. That was insane. To see that amount of proximity through that dip in unpredictable conditions, I just can't even. Bagsy, my hat's off to you, bud. That was extremely good driving.
I'm going to need a week of recovery for this, because that was phenomenal. I mean, Bagsy hit him in the first corner. That's over 60 miles an hour there.
Yeah, that's fast.
And he stayed in it, and he's going back up to the start line. He can feel it. Bagsy can feel it. He said that was as good a chase run as I'm going to do. Your move, Quinn.
Yeah. Oh, boy. What a move he's going to have to make, though.
Like, Quinn has got to step up here.
Yes.
He's got to step up, because Bagsy wants this really badly. He's going to be super chill and casual in front of the grandstand.
Oh, he was.
Am I on the podium?
Sorry, I won.
Yeah, and then you smash the doors off him? Come on.
Yeah, that was intense, to say the least, and I'm excited for the rest of this battle. And we are getting ready. They're fixing his fake headlights. No, they're just going to let him ride. I think they're going to be okay.
They're only plastic headlights. They're only fiberglass headlights. Doesn't matter. We're going to send them anyway. It's the last run of the day. Kevin Quinn has got to pull something incredible from deep down within to take this one back to his first ever win at an LZ World Tour event. The two of them, look at this.
Chomping
They
at
are
the bit.
jumping on the start line. Quinn has left. Bagsy's about to leave. They want this one as they come through the gears. Look at this, Bagsy into the first corner. Quinn right with him in on the initiation. Oh, Bagsy, big angle, but Quinn really
It's
close.
right there.
On the bumper. Quinn drops a wheel, transitions back, takes it up onto the door, and Kevin Quinn starting to reel in Bagsy now as they go. Oh, look at Quinn. He's taking a big dive through the wall as they go down onto the wall. Bagsy to the wall, Quinn to the wall. That's how you finish the event.
Oh, my goodness.
Woo! Unbelievable.
What has just transpired today?
I don't know what's happening anymore, but it's been phenomenal. Dan, I'm looking at the judges to say, I'll give them a big round of applause.
Everybody's
give it up for
clapping.
Quinn.
Everybody's on their
Give
feet.
it up for Bagsy. That is how you finish this event. And
That
it looks
was
like
nuts.
we have a decision from our judges, which means I'm heading to the track.
All
down.
right, I'll be up here.
I'm going to leave you here to talk us. Somehow put your mind into words.
I will. What an absolute treat it's been to be here at round 2 of the LZ World Tour. My name is Officer Dan. I've been hosting up here with Dave. Dave is one of the finest people to ever run a drift event. What he's done for the sport and will continue to do for the sport is kind of unprecedented. I'm learning constantly from everything that man does, so thank you to Drift Games and Dave and his whole entire crew of absolute professionals for having me out to do this. Dave's on his way trackside right now to talk to these gentlemen and show you guys what it's all about. I think I know who won, but again, that was up to the judges. Dave knows who won. I cannot believe everything that has transpired here today. It has been an absolute treat. If I was watching this on the live stream, I would definitely say I got my money's worth, even though it was a free live stream. But for those of you in attendance here at Mondello Park, I hope you had an amazing time. Sorry for the weather, but I guess you guys are kind of used to that by now. That is an unfortunate thing about being in Ireland, but everything else about being in this place has been absolutely amazing. From the people to the bars to the beers, it has been a fantastic time. Thank you guys so much for having me out. I still don't know where Dave is, but he is on his way down. There he is. Let's get a round of applause for our Master of Ceremonies, Dave Egan, walking onto the track right now. He is the fine purveyor of some of the best drifting events that I have ever been to in my entire life. He and his team are absolute gems of human beings. And there's his microphone. I'll hand it down to Dave. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you, Dan. It's been a phenomenal day here in Mondello Park. I am absolutely out of breath. I am out of all my words, my energy. These boys have done an incredible job of putting on a show for all of you. We have 3 trophies to give away. Well, they're not even trophies, they're skate decks. This is the LZ World Tour. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. There you go. 3 absolute legends putting it down on the track today. And we are going to give away 3 trophies, but as they get out of their cars, get up for Kevin Quinn, Bagsy, and James Dean. And it's been a phenomenal day. We're going to give away, firstly, 3rd step on the podium. Will you give it up for the machine, James Dean? This might be the first podium of equal height we've seen in a while with James. And it's this, the final. What a final we had. 2 of the wildest men on track and in the nightclub last night. In 2nd place, will you please give it up for Kevin Quinn? And your winner of stop 2 of the LZ World Tour, all the way from the UK. Give it up for Bagsy! What a phenomenal event, what a phenomenal crowd we've had here today. The weather stayed away just until the final. Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you guys for watching online. It has been a sensational event. Once again, give it up for third place, James Dean, second, Kevin Quinn, and your winner, Steve Bagsy Biagione. We will see you guys in Toronto for stop 3 of the LZ World Tour. I'm going to need a rest. I'm going to need to get my voice back. Thank you to everybody who made it possible.
Can I come to Canada?
Bagsy wants to come to Canada. I suppose maybe you could come to Canada. We can bring him to Canada. All right, guys, once again, give it up for a phenomenal performance from all 3 drivers. A sensational finish to the event. And the rain starts as we finish, guys. We will see you in Toronto. Thank you from all of us here at the LZ World Tour for tuning in or being here in attendance. We'll see you guys soon.
We'll get some tonight. Popping funky. Yeah. Excellent. Oh, take that. Good job, man.
Drip Eliante, pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went hit from the back. Swing, pull like Jim, waves on swim, Anorak Tims with the tap.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder. I'm Ken Gucci. I'm Matt Field. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it. Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around.